Leo Plov was no ordinary child. Beneath that young body lived the soul of a legendary hero reborn. A man who had walked the world 5,000 years earlier and fought beside the greatest heroes humanity had ever known. His new life began as a baby, listening while his mother read a tale about those ancient champions who once saved the world. Yet the moment he heard their names, his expression darkened. The story praised every hero except one. His former self, Kyle, had been completely erased from history. The realization hit him like a blade to the chest. How could someone who had accomplished so much simply vanish from every record? Unable to accept it, he made up his mind to uncover the truth behind his disappearance. Years passed, and Leo eventually enrolled in a royal school designed to prepare future heroes before entering the prestigious Magic Academy. Unfortunately, nothing there could hold his interest. The lessons felt painfully basic, and the students around him seemed far weaker than they should have been. Only after returning home did the part he truly cared about begin. The moment he stepped outside, a woman came flying toward him with terrifying force. The attack was sudden enough to catch him off guard, yet Leo still managed to raise his sword and stop the strike. Judging by their reactions, this wasn't their first encounter. Exchanges like this were practically routine between them. The woman looked delighted, saying she had been waiting for this rematch for a long time. She declared that this battle would serve as Leo's final examination before she allowed him to attend Lumine Academy. Then the truth became clear. The fearsome warrior standing before him was his own mother. Without hesitation, she launched another attack and steel crashed against steel. Leo was already finding it difficult to keep pace, yet his mother casually mentioned that she wasn't even using a fraction of her true strength. The duel continued relentlessly, each clash carrying more pressure than the last. But eventually, the tide shifted. Through pure technique and overwhelming mastery of the sword, Leo slowly gained control of the battle. His skill surpassed expectations, and before long he forced his mother into surrender. For a moment she could only stare at him in amazement. After recovering, she asked him a simple question. Why was he so determined to enter Lumine Academy? Lumine Academy, the Academy of Human Heroes, was one of 4 prestigious institutions belonging to the world's major races. Each safeguarded pieces of the hero record, invaluable remnants of history. For Leo, that made the academy far more than a school. Among all possible locations, he believed Lumine Academy was the place most likely to contain traces of Kyle's forgotten past. With a goal like that, there was no chance he would back down. His mother then informed him that members of the Zeringer clan had arrived in Dawn and would be staying at the Plov mansion. While she wasn't exactly thrilled about hosting them, she had a plan. She intended to speak with Zeiss Zeringer, the clan's vice-patriarch, and ask whether he would teach Leo the famous Zeringer aura technique. In her eyes, mastering that technique would give him enough strength to enter Lumine Academy next year. The problem was that Leo had no intention of waiting another year. He wanted in now. Some time later, attention shifts to the Plov mansion, where a young woman named Celia Zeringer arrives. Stepping from her carriage, she immediately questions why her uncle chose to stay somewhere like this. With the resources of the Zeringer clan, he could have rented an entire hotel without effort. Celia Zeringer, 15 years old, was widely known as the Sword Princess of the Zeringer clan. At the moment, her entire focus was fixed on the Lumine entrance examination, making her doubtful that a relatively minor family like the Plovs could contribute anything meaningful to her preparation. Just then, her uncle called out to her. The man was Zeiss Zeringer himself, vice-patriarch of the clan. With an amused smile, he asked whether she wasn't at least curious about meeting Leo, the boy who had boldly claimed he wasn't interested in the Zeringer clan. Celia barely reacted. If Leo couldn't even use aura yet, then as far as she was concerned, there wasn't much worth seeing. Zeiss disagreed completely. In fact, he seemed unusually interested in the boy's potential. After entering the mansion, Zeiss formally greeted Dade Plov, head of the household, along with his wife, Reina. Respect was exchanged on both sides as the hosts welcomed their guests. He then introduced Celia, who responded with flawless manners and thanked them for allowing her to stay. Reina took a closer look at the young girl and quickly noticed how much she resembled both her father and her uncle. Meanwhile, Celia observed Reina's black hair and crimson eyes. The resemblance was impossible to ignore. Almost immediately, she realized Reina was part of the Zeringer bloodline as well, making her Celia's aunt. Later, Zeiss and Reina sat together and caught up as brother and sister. During their conversation, Zeiss mentioned that they had recently visited the Royal School of Dawn in hopes of meeting Leo. Unfortunately, the boy had already left and apparently wasn't interested in seeing anyone. Reina apologized for her son's behavior, knowing it might have seemed rude. Curious, Zeiss asked what kind of person Leo truly was. Reina's answer came without hesitation. She described him as extraordinarily talented. That praise immediately made Zeiss wonder whether Leo was truly worthy of inheriting the Zeringer flames. Reina continued speaking highly of her son, but she made one thing clear. This wasn't blind parental pride. Leo genuinely possessed the talent and potential required to stand among the clan's finest. The statement only increased Zeiss's curiosity. While he trusted his sister's judgment, he decided he would evaluate the boy personally before reaching any conclusions. Elsewhere, Leo sat alone, quietly focusing. After completing a small ritual, he finally declared that his vessel was ready. At last, his body had reached the point where it could contain everything he needed. He then reflected on the reason he had delayed learning aura for so long. The issue was tied to the unique nature of his body. If he accepted aura too early, it would naturally shape and specialize itself around that power. Doing so would greatly restrict his ability to gather mana and soul energy, both of which were essential to his long-term ambitions. His previous life had taught him a painful lesson about uncontrolled power. Back then, if he had fully mastered the abilities and essence left behind by his fallen companions, he never would have allowed a seed of disaster to remain. He refused to repeat that mistake. This time he would achieve absolute control. And that journey began with aura, but he intended to master it his own way. Before he could continue thinking, a voice interrupted him. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with Celia. Wearing a confident smirk, she remarked that he finally looked like someone taking training seriously. Though there was obvious sarcasm behind her words, she still offered to teach him swordsmanship if he was willing to learn. The problem was simple. Leo had absolutely no idea who she was. So Celia introduced herself properly, proudly declaring herself to be Celia Zeringer, the world-famous sword princess. With introductions complete, Leo wasted no time. While he appreciated the attention, he had no interest in receiving lessons from someone he considered less skilled than himself. The statement instantly irritated her. To Celia, it sounded like he was claiming superiority. Leo calmly clarified his position. In a real fight to the death, she would probably win because he couldn't use aura. But if the contest was limited to pure swordsmanship, he was completely confident he could handle her without much difficulty. That answer struck a nerve. Feeling challenged, Celia grabbed a sword from the nearby training weapons. She intended to prove that Leo's confidence was nothing more than arrogance. Even if he learned aura someday, she couldn't imagine him surpassing her. This duel would teach him reality. Then she raised the stakes. If she won during her week-long stay, Leo would become her servant. The threat barely earned a reaction. Instead, he simply asked what happened if he won. Celia answered immediately. If he emerged victorious, then she would become his servant instead. With the wager established, Leo picked up a practice sword and entered the duel. His opening attack came far faster than Celia expected. Although she evaded it with ease, the speed alone caught her attention. For someone without aura, it was disturbingly impressive. Still, she remained convinced that speed alone wouldn't be enough. The two rushed forward again. This time Leo's strike crashed down with shocking force. The impact overwhelmed her, forcing her backward. The pressure was so immense that when his blade slammed into the ground, the practice sword shattered instantly. Yet Leo didn't stop. Without hesitation, he charged again. At this point, Celia's confidence was already beginning to crack. She knew she couldn't block what was coming. With no other option, she braced herself and prepared to take the hit head-on. Then something unexpected happened. She emerged completely unharmed. In the final instant, she had instinctively activated aura armor. The problem was obvious. This duel had been agreed upon as a contest of swordsmanship alone. Rather than admit she couldn't avoid the attack, Celia quickly dismissed it as nothing more than a reflex. Leo wasn't interested in excuses. As far as he was concerned, the match was already over. Naturally, Celia refused to accept that conclusion. Leo had anticipated exactly this reaction, so without another word, he removed the magical weight bracelets that had been suppressing his physical strength. Then he attacked again. The next strike didn't merely hit her defenses. It completely shattered her aura barrier, leaving the sword princess utterly stunned and unable to believe what had just happened. Leo didn't stop after breaking her defenses. Instead, he pressed the advantage without the slightest bit of mercy, forcing Celia to experience the overwhelming difference in their abilities firsthand. Later, while wandering through the courtyard, Leo came across his mother. Standing beside her was a man she immediately introduced as his uncle Zeiss. Leo respectfully lowered his head in greeting, and Zeiss returned the courtesy before introducing himself. The two exchanged a firm handshake, marking their first official meeting. His mother then casually asked whether he had already met Celia. The question instantly reminded Leo of how the proud sword princess had collapsed after their duel, overwhelmed by the shock and fear of what had happened. Before he could explain the situation, a knight arrived and delivered a report regarding Celia's condition. The update caught Zeiss's attention immediately. Learning that Leo had defeated Celia despite not possessing aura left him genuinely impressed. He openly praised the achievement, calling it remarkable. Leo, however, brushed aside the compliment, insisting that Celia had simply underestimated him. Curious, Zeiss then asked what exactly had been wagered in their duel. Leo answered without hesitation. The loser was supposed to become the winner's servant, which meant that for the next week, Celia technically belonged to him as a maid. The idea clearly didn't sit well with Zeiss. Even so, he understood the importance of honoring promises. While he couldn't allow a member of the Zeringer direct bloodline to perform ordinary maid duties, he hoped Leo would agree to release her from the agreement. In return, he offered a reward he considered far more valuable. Leo rejected the proposal immediately. The wager had been made between him and Celia, nothing more. As long as she carried the Zeringer name, she was responsible for honoring her own words. Seeing that reasoning fail, Zeiss tried another angle. Would Leo really be willing to give up the chance to learn the Zeringer aura breathing method? Leo's answer came with a sharp edge. In his eyes, a technique offered merely to save someone from embarrassment wasn't worth learning in the first place. At that point, Zeiss decided to challenge him directly. After all, Leo had just implied that a direct descendant of the Zeringers would serve him and had effectively called the clan's treasured breathing technique worthless. Most children would have folded under that pressure. Leo didn't even blink. He calmly stated that everything Zeiss said was technically correct. Surprisingly, the vice patriarch's attitude softened. Rather than becoming angry, he politely asked whether Leo understood how arrogant and disrespectful those words might sound. Once again, Leo made his position clear. He had never intended to insult the Zeringers. If the aura breathing method had been presented as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have accepted it without hesitation. What he refused to accept was a bribe designed to erase the consequences of her loss. From Leo's perspective, refusing to acknowledge Celia's defeat implied that everyone believed she was superior and had only lost due to bad luck. He rejected that idea completely. Even if Celia had fought him seriously from the beginning, the outcome would have remained exactly the same. Hearing such confidence only made his mother prouder. As for Zeiss, the more he listened, the more fascinated he became. The boy's refusal wasn't driven by greed or ambition. He simply disliked the reasoning behind the offer. To Zeiss, that level of conviction was extraordinary. For a brief moment, he couldn't help wishing a child like Leo had been born into the Zeringer family. Finally, he turned toward his knights and instructed them to move Celia into the maid quarters. Then he granted Leo a special privilege, allowing him to address his uncle without formal honorifics. After their conversation ended, Leo departed. Watching him leave, Zeiss confidently told his sister that once he returned home, he would do everything possible to convince the patriarch to allow Leo access to the clan's legendary technique, Phoenix Breath. The story then shifts to Leo's room. The first thing anyone would notice was Celia's expression. The one-sprout sword princess looked like she wanted the floor to swallow her whole. With visible embarrassment, she introduced herself as Celia the maid, assigned to serve Leo for the next week. Meanwhile, Leo was enjoying every second of it. What surprised him even more was how well the simple maid outfit suited her. Her usual noble appearance was gone, yet somehow she looked even more striking. Celia looked irritated by the compliments. As far as she was concerned, her beauty wasn't exactly breaking news. Leo quickly clarified that he wasn't trying to mock her. The habit came from someone he once knew, a man who praised beauty whenever he had the chance. That memory brought him back to a companion from his previous life, the dwarven master Duino. Leo remembered how the dwarf constantly claimed that true beauty surpassed eternity itself. If peace ever returned to the world, he wanted to spend the rest of his life sharing beautiful things with everyone he met. Their conversation shifted when Celia noticed the book Leo had been reading. Curious, she asked about it. Leo explained that it was a book he had enjoyed since childhood, a story known as The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia immediately recognized it. She remembered reading the same book when she was only 5 years old. Seeing his interest, she walked to the bookshelf and picked out another volume, mentioning that there were countless books written about Kyle. Leo responded thoughtfully. History, he explained, often oversimplifies achievements. Many legendary accomplishments attributed to a single hero may actually be the result of multiple heroes working together across time. In other words, he was subtly suggesting that Kyle's contributions had likely been credited to others. Celia wasn't convinced. According to popular belief, Kyle was nothing more than a fraud who tried to steal glory from genuine heroes, and she happened to share that opinion. Needless to say, hearing people reduce his former self to a scammer wasn't exactly pleasant for Leo. Rather than continue the discussion, he decided to move on. Breakfast came first, training came after. Instantly slipping into her maid role, Celia politely asked whether she could train alongside him. Outwardly, she looked respectful and obedient. Internally, she was fighting the urge to strangle him. Still, she endured it because she desperately wanted to uncover the secret behind his ridiculous strength. Leo accepted the request and headed toward the training grounds. Sometime later, Celia could be seen kneeling on the floor, exhausted and gasping for air. After the session, Leo calmly analyzed her performance. Once her stamina began running low, her reactions slowed noticeably. Small gaps appeared between movements, and those openings created opportunities for opponents to exploit. The exact same thing was happening to her now. Celia wasn't convinced. To her, pushing the body to such extremes felt less like training and more like abuse. Leo disagreed completely. Compared to the heroes of the past, modern fighters had become too dependent on aura. Aura techniques had evolved dramatically, and as a result, physical conditioning had been neglected. But aura strengthened the body, and a stronger body amplified aura in return. The two worked together. Celia absolutely refused to be labeled weak. Driven by pure stubbornness, she forced herself back onto her feet. Before charging in again, she warned Leo not to underestimate her. Unfortunately, confidence alone wasn't enough. The moment she rushed forward, Leo casually swung his sword and launched her across the training ground. She crashed to the floor once more. At this stage, humiliation was beginning to pile up faster than she could recover from it. Then Leo suddenly handed her a bracelet. Without thinking much about it, Celia reached out and accepted the item. A terrible mistake. The bracelet was enchanted with weight magic. The instant it settled onto her body, its absurd heaviness became apparent. Meanwhile, Leo revealed a rather frightening smile. From now on, she would be training while wearing it. The following day, even Zeiss came to observe their training. Watching Celia struggle under the relentless regimen, he couldn't help but think this experience might be exactly what she needed. Before heading to Lumine Academy, having her pride shattered once or twice could do her some good. Then he called out to Leo and shared some exciting news. He was considering requesting permission from the Patriarch to allow Leo to inherit Phoenix Breath. The name immediately caught Leo's attention. As far as he remembered, Phoenix Breath was the foundational aura technique of the Zeringer family itself. Only individuals officially acknowledged by the clan could inherit it. Even Celia doubted her father would approve such a decision. Zeiss had already considered that possibility, which was why he presented a condition. If Leo successfully passed the Lumine entrance examination, he would be granted the opportunity to learn Phoenix Breath. The proposal instantly bothered Celia. In her eyes, Leo was still someone who couldn't even use aura. The entrance examination involved real combat. It wasn't a place for amateurs. Leo casually admitted that he lacked actual battle experience. Of course, that statement ignored an entire previous lifetime spent fighting wars and monsters. Zeiss waited for his answer. Leo agreed almost immediately, provided his parents approved. Time moved quickly. Before long, a full week had passed, and the day of the Lumine entrance examination finally arrived. The moment participants noticed Celia Zeringer among the applicants, excitement spread through the crowd. The famous sword princess had appeared in person. Meanwhile, Celia glanced toward Leo and asked whether he was nervous. Ironically, after spending an entire week acting as his maid, she was still calling him master out of pure habit. As they stood waiting, a familiar voice suddenly echoed nearby. Gullivan had arrived. His original goal was to meet Celia, but the moment he noticed Leo standing beside her, surprise flashed across his face. Naturally, he couldn't resist throwing a few insults. In his opinion, someone who couldn't even use aura had no business participating in the examination. At the same time, he attempted to greet Celia with polite enthusiasm. The result was devastating. Neither Leo nor Celia acknowledged his existence. Together, they ignored him so thoroughly that it was as if he wasn't even standing there. The poor guy awkwardly tried to recover the situation, reminding Celia that he was Gullivan Tratton and that they had already met before. Unfortunately for him, that only made things worse. Celia couldn't even remember his name. Before he could embarrass himself any further, she casually grabbed Leo's hand and started walking away, leaving Gullivan standing there in complete disbelief. Before they could get far, another voice called out to them. This time, it was a pair of siblings. The older of the two was Abad Llewellyn, 16 years old and a proud representative of the prestigious Llewellyn family. Beside him stood his younger sister, Chelsea Llewellyn, only 14, but carrying herself with the same confidence. Unlike Leo, Celia immediately recognized them. Seeing his confusion, she explained that the two belonged to the Llewellyn family, one of the heroic bloodlines of the Lordran Empire. And judging by her reaction, she clearly wasn't happy to see them. She quickly warned Leo that the siblings would be taking the examination as well, meaning they were direct competitors. Under no circumstances could they afford to lose to them. The thought of the Zeringer clan falling behind the Llewellyn family irritated her far more than it probably should have. Leo, meanwhile, couldn't care less. As far as he was concerned, that rivalry had nothing to do with him. He belonged to the Plove family, not the Zeringers. Even so, when the siblings greeted Celia, she politely returned the gesture. She also introduced Leo as a member of House Plove, a noble family from the Kingdom of Dawn. The moment Abad heard that Leo lacked any particularly prestigious title, his interest vanished. To him, Leo was insignificant. Without another word, the siblings turned around and walked away, confidently declaring that the top position in the examination would belong to them. Needless to say, Celia was already imagining the satisfaction of crushing them later. Just then, the atmosphere shifted. A figure stepped onto the examination platform, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The man introduced himself as Ali Ziron, a professor from Lumine Academy. The reaction was immediate. Celia's eyes widened in shock the moment she saw him. Leo, on the other hand, looked completely unimpressed. Mostly because he had absolutely no idea who the man was. That ignorance visibly irritated Celia. She quickly explained that Ali Ziron was one of the individuals whose name had been recorded within the hero record itself, a list reserved for the recognized heroes of the current age. As Leo studied the professor more carefully, he noticed something unusual. An enormous amount of mana was concentrated within the man's left eye. Moments later, Professor Zeron began explaining the entrance examination. According to him, the test normally consisted of two major categories: one-on-one combat and monster subjugation. Traditionally, applicants completed them separately. Ali immediately made it clear that he hated that format. To prove his point, he casually burned the paper containing the official examination structure. The conventional rules were gone in an instant. Then he produced a thick ancient book. Opening it slowly, he revealed the first chapter. Prologue: The Wild Forest. The moment those words appeared, a massive magic circle erupted beneath every student present. No one understood what was happening, but everyone quickly realized one thing: Ali Zeron had no patience for inefficiency. Rather than conduct multiple separate tests, he intended to merge everything into a single challenge and evaluate everyone at once. To understand the significance of this, it's important to know that the hero record is more than a collection of historical stories. Its true value lies in its ability to recreate the worlds experienced by past heroes. Within those worlds exist the memories, struggles, and experiences of legendary figures, allowing future generations to learn from them and potentially inherit their power. In simple terms, it was a training system built from the lives of heroes themselves. And now every applicant had been transported into one of those recreated worlds, the Wild Forest. After the transportation was complete, Professor Zeron announced their objective: survive, nothing more. Students could cooperate, betray each other, fight, hide, or form alliances. The method didn't matter. Only survival did. Anyone wishing to quit simply needed to destroy the orb they had been given. That was the only rule. As Leo surveyed his surroundings, recognition immediately flashed through his mind. He knew this place. It appeared exactly as he remembered it. Long ago, this had been an elven forest before it eventually fell under the control of the witch queen Salatna. Meanwhile, many students remained unconcerned. Some even wanted to leave immediately, convinced that everything around them was merely an illusion. Leo strongly disagreed. Even if this world originated from someone's memories, the dangers inside it were very real. A careless mistake here could easily cost someone their life. Almost as if the world wanted to prove him right, danger arrived immediately. Leo sensed a presence. An instant later, an arrow slammed into the ground beside him with enough force to shatter the earth. Thankfully, he had already moved. Turning toward the source, he discovered the attacker was none other than Chelsea Llewellyn. Apparently, she had mistaken him for a member of the Zeringer clan and had decided to eliminate him before he became a threat. Leo quickly clarified that he belonged to the Plove family. Chelsea wasn't buying it. She had personally seen him standing beside Celia earlier. Convinced he was lying, she became even more aggressive. Without hesitation, she unleashed a spell known as Wind Scythe. The attack caught Leo's interest. The spell itself didn't exist during his previous life. Even so, after examining it briefly, he realized its fundamental principles weren't all that different. Meanwhile, Chelsea grew increasingly frustrated. No matter how threatening her attacks were, Leo remained completely calm. To shake him up, she poured even more power into her next assault. The result was disappointing. Leo casually cut through the attack with a single swing of his sword, causing the incoming blade of wind to collapse effortlessly. For the first time, uncertainty appeared on Chelsea's face. From what she could tell, he hadn't used aura at all. So how had he stopped her attack so easily? Leo made things worse by casually commenting that her magic was overly simplistic. Then, as if insulting her wasn't enough, he offered her an alliance. After all, survival awarded the highest score. As a mage, she should focus on lasting as long as possible instead of getting eliminated early. Chelsea immediately took offense. She wasn't some ordinary mage. She considered herself a battle mage. And after hearing him dismiss her attacks as simple, she became determined to crush him right there and prove him wrong. Channeling all of her strength, she unleashed a barrage of attacks. Every single one missed. By the time the spells reached their target, Leo was no longer standing there. Even worse, she couldn't sense any mana nearby, making it impossible to track his position. Then she suddenly saw him, right in front of her, close enough to touch. His fist was already clenched. The story never explicitly shows whether that punch connected. But judging from Chelsea's reaction, it hardly mattered. The strength vanished from her legs and her knees nearly gave out beneath her. That alone revealed who had won the exchange. Even then, Leo calmly reminded her that his alliance offer remained available if she reconsidered. Before her answer could be heard, the perspective shifts. Inside Lumine Academy, members of the faculty watched the examination unfold through magical screens. Many were excited. The competition was finally becoming interesting. Back in the forest, however, Chelsea quickly discovered that Leo wasn't nearly as kind as he appeared. Rather than receiving special treatment, she found herself tied tightly against a tree. The expression on Leo's face made it painfully obvious that he had a plan, and it wasn't one she was going to enjoy. To make matters worse, he built a small campfire nearby as night began settling over the forest. Slowly, the flames grew larger. Then they started creeping toward Chelsea. Panic immediately set in. The situation became even worse when the fire reached her clothes. Leo calmly explained that everything could be avoided if she simply agreed to cooperate. Unfortunately, Chelsea was unbelievably stubborn. She flatly refused. The only person she intended to ally with was her brother. Attempting to escape, she tried casting wind magic. Nothing happened. Leo had already prepared a magic-restricting skill specifically to prevent that. Although internally, he knew the technique wouldn't hold forever. His mana reserves weren't large enough to maintain it indefinitely. Eventually, Chelsea gave in slightly. She reasoned that she didn't need magic to escape. Leo had already anticipated that thought, which was exactly why he never took his eyes off her. The moment she considered trying something clever, he increased the fire even further. Now the flames genuinely began catching onto her. That finally broke her resolve. At last, Chelsea agreed to form an alliance. But Leo wasn't satisfied with words alone. He demanded an oath sworn upon her family name. Realizing she had no choice, Chelsea swore upon the honor of the Llewellyn family that she would cooperate. Only then did Leo untie her. As her weakened body tipped forward toward the flames, he caught her before she could fall. The scene then shifts back to the Academy observers. The professors continued monitoring the participants carefully. So far, Ali Ziran remained unimpressed. None of the students had demonstrated the qualities he was looking for. In fact, he found it ridiculous that so many of them had immediately chosen to fight each other instead of focusing on survival. Among all the participants, only two groups had truly stood out: Celia Zeringer and Abad Llewellyn, who were working together effectively, and Leo alongside Chelsea. Ali paid particular attention to Leo. While the stunt involving the fire was undeniably immature, successfully forcing someone as capable as Chelsea Llewellyn into cooperation still impressed him, especially because Leo lacked the overwhelming prestige and natural talent possessed by students like Celia and Abad, at least from Ali's perspective. What the professor didn't realize was just how wrong that assumption was. After all, the very same Leo he was underestimating had already defeated Celia Zeringer without breaking a sweat. Even so, Ali Ziran couldn't ignore what he was seeing. Whether anyone liked it or not, Leo had already established himself as one of the competition's biggest wild cards. After clearing several monsters from their path, Leo and Chelsea continued deeper into the forest. By this point, Chelsea had started to realize that partnering with him might have been one of the smartest decisions she could have made. Curiosity eventually got the better of her. She asked what kind of aura he was using. The strange thing was that she couldn't sense any mana from it. Leo's answer nearly short-circuited her brain. He casually revealed that he didn't know how to use aura at all. The statement hit harder than any spell. Chelsea stared at him in disbelief. As they continued talking, neither of them noticed the creature lurking within the bushes nearby, at least not immediately. The hidden monster watched patiently, waiting for an opening. Chelsea spotted it first. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful attack. Honestly, the poor monster never stood a chance. The amount of force she used was complete overkill for a creature that weak. Even Leo admitted she possessed considerable power. The problem wasn't her strength, it was how she chose to use it. Before he could elaborate further, Leo suddenly sensed something unusual. His expression changed. Immediately, he ordered Chelsea to stop moving. The ground beneath them felt wrong. Kneeling down, he inspected the area more carefully and discovered dried earth mixed with decaying corpses. That was all the confirmation he needed. A split second later, an explosion erupted. The trap had been triggered. Thankfully, Leo reacted instantly, grabbing Chelsea and leaping away before the blast could consume them. The people responsible for the ambush finally revealed themselves. None other than Gullivan and his companions. Considering Gullivan's grudge against Leo, the attack wasn't exactly surprising. Without wasting time, Gullivan ordered one of his lackeys to charge. The unfortunate volunteer obeyed immediately. It was a terrible decision. The moment he approached, Leo greeted him with a devastating punch that nearly shattered his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground in an instant. Leo stood there completely unfazed, radiating confidence while calmly telling Chelsea to watch his back. For a brief moment, she froze. After all, this was the second time in a row he had saved her without breaking a sweat. Still, she quickly regained focus and moved into position behind him, preparing to confront the remaining attackers. As for Gullivan, the moment things stopped going his way, he did what he did best. He ran. Without a shred of loyalty, he abandoned his teammates and fled into the forest as fast as his legs could carry him. The only thing on his mind was finding someone strong enough to protect him. By pure coincidence, Celia happened to spot him from afar. Rather than pursuing him, she calmly continued walking in the direction he had come from. Eventually, both groups arrived at the same location. The sight waiting for them was unbelievable. Monster corpses littered the area. So did unconscious students who had failed to overcome them. Naturally, Chelsea immediately brightened upon reuniting with her brother. Meanwhile, Celia's attention shifted elsewhere, specifically toward Leo. With obvious suspicion, she demanded an explanation for why he was standing beside Chelsea. Leo answered proudly. Forming an alliance with her had been entirely his idea. Celia found that explanation harder to believe than a fairy tale. Honestly, she would have found it more believable if someone told her a cockroach was performing acrobatics. The idea of stubborn Chelsea willingly cooperating with anyone seemed impossible. Leo merely responded with a mysterious smile, claiming he had simply persuaded her. That grin alone made Celia uncomfortable. The less she knew about how he accomplished that persuasion, the better. Afterward, Leo began helping the defeated students back onto their feet. The action immediately caught Abad's attention. He couldn't understand why Leo was helping potential rivals. Leo quickly explained his reasoning. Fighting each other was pointless. The real threat wasn't the other students, it was the world around them. Working together offered far greater odds of success than selfish competition ever could. Abad and the others looked confused. What challenge was he even talking about? In response, Leo directed their attention toward the nearby corpses. The dried remains immediately raised concerns. One student noted that the bodies appeared completely drained of moisture. Leo agreed but pointed out that the corpses weren't the only strange detail. Something else felt wrong. The forest had become unnaturally quiet. There were almost no monsters nearby. It was as though every creature in the area had fled from something far more terrifying, something powerful enough to dominate the entire ecosystem. The moment he said it, realization dawned on Abad. According to the stories, one of Hero Ali Ziran's greatest accomplishments involved defeating a high-ranking monster. Then it happened. A deafening roar echoed through the forest. The sound rolled through the trees like thunder. Something massive had awakened, and it was close. The creature had finally made its presence known. Elsewhere, Gullivan stumbled through the darkness alone. A torch trembled in his hand as fear consumed him. Despite his miserable situation, his obsession with revenge still occupied more of his thoughts than survival. Then he noticed a corpse lying nearby. Moments later, something hidden within the darkness caused him to trip. When he looked up, his blood turned cold. A giant spider stood before him, and it looked hungry. At that moment, Gullivan's fate was practically sealed. Back outside the simulation, Professor Ali and the faculty continued observing the examination. The numbers were shocking. Over 500 students had already failed. The bigger problem was that the academy normally required at least 100 successful candidates. Only 50 remained. Most instructors would have lowered their standards. Ali had no intention of doing that. If fewer students qualified, then fewer students would pass. Simple. The headmaster had placed him in charge specifically because he was willing to prioritize quality over quantity. Ali believed true heroes revealed themselves during moments of crisis, and among all the candidates, one name had begun drawing his attention: Leo Plove, the unexpected dark horse. The question was whether this dark horse could survive what came next. Back within the examination, the remaining students hurried through the darkness. Visibility was poor. Navigating the forest had become increasingly difficult. Eventually, Celia illuminated her sword, creating a crimson glow that cut through the darkness. That's when she saw it, the spider. Its horrifying form emerged from the shadows while feeding upon its prey. The sight alone sent chills through everyone present. Abad reacted immediately. Gathering mana, he prepared a powerful spell, but before he could release it, Leo stopped him. At the same time, he instructed Gullivan to break his crystal. The poor fool was practically being eaten alive, making resistance impossible. Desperate, Gullivan crushed the crystal. Electric energy erupted within the spider's mouth as the emergency escape activated. With preparations complete, Abad unleashed Wind Fang. The spell struck true. The monster was wounded, but not defeated. As the dust settled, everyone finally grasped the level of danger standing before them. This wasn't an ordinary creature. It was the spider Princess Tarantula, and she was an absolute nightmare. One reckless student charged forward, believing a direct attack would make a difference. He was humbled instantly. A single strike sent him flying across the battlefield. Next came Celia. Confident as ever, she launched a powerful crimson attack capable of piercing through most opponents. The beam struck the spider directly, causing visible damage and forcing it to recoil. For a brief moment, it seemed effective. Then the creature regenerated, almost immediately. The wound disappeared as though it had never existed. Celia's attack had accomplished virtually nothing. Abad used the opportunity to point out the difference between a knight's power and a mage's destructive potential. Then he unleashed Raphel. A violent spiral of wind tore into the spider from every direction. The attack looked devastating, yet when it finally ended, the monster remained standing, completely alive, and staring directly at him. For the first time, genuine fear crossed Abad's face. Chelsea immediately intervened. Using Windbreaker, she shielded her brother from the incoming counterattack. Even then, one of the spider's claws managed to slash him. Thanks to Chelsea's assistance, he escaped losing an arm by the narrowest margin. At this point, despair began creeping into everyone's hearts. Every attack failed. Every wound regenerated. Nothing worked. Slowly, the Spider Princess advanced, preparing to finish them all. That was when Leo finally stepped forward. He revealed that this monster was the daughter of Salatna herself, a notorious beast that once served within Arabos' army, the same monster responsible for burning down the elven forest. As Leo spoke, another realization surfaced. The mana contained within Professor Ali's left eye carried traces of the Fairy King's power. Suddenly, everything started making sense. The tarantula had once ruled over the cursed wild forest. She didn't merely destroy the elves' homeland. She devoured one of the Fairy King's most trusted companions. A being who possessed an artifact known as the Ring of Life, an artifact containing seemingly endless life energy. Originally, Leo believed the hero Luna had defeated the creature. The truth was far different. The tarantula survived. By consuming the Fairy King's ally, she had gained access to that endless vitality, which explained her terrifying regeneration. Unfortunately, Abad remained stubborn. Since this monster was part of the examination, he believed it was his responsibility to defeat it personally. Celia felt exactly the same. Together, they launched attack after attack, trying to overwhelm the creature through sheer force. Leo could already see the outcome. It was pointless. The spider would continue regenerating endlessly. Meanwhile, they would eventually exhaust their mana, not the other way around. Finally realizing brute force wasn't working, Celia turned toward Leo and asked for his opinion. How were they supposed to kill this thing? Leo answered immediately. The solution required two people working together. The suggestion was met with immediate resistance. Abad still wanted the glory for himself. Celia wasn't much better. Both of them remained obsessed with proving their superiority. Watching their stubbornness, Leo finally lost patience. He bluntly pointed out the reality of their situation. If they continued acting like children instead of cooperating, every single one of them would fail. Those words finally landed. Abad reluctantly acknowledged that teamwork might actually be necessary. The problem was timing. A combined attack powerful enough to kill the monster would require preparation. Someone needed to buy them that opportunity, and none of the remaining students seemed capable of holding the creature back. That was when Leo stepped forward, calmly, confidently, and volunteered himself. He claimed he could stall the monster long enough for them to prepare the finishing blow. The statement immediately stunned everyone, especially Celia. From her perspective, Leo had completely lost his mind. After all, he still couldn't even use aura. Leo calmly estimated that in his current condition, he could keep the monster occupied for no more than 5 minutes. That answer didn't exactly inspire confidence. Abad immediately voiced his concern, worried that even with that much time, their combined attack might still fail. Leo wasn't worried in the slightest. With complete confidence, he picked up a weapon lying nearby and explained that fire and wind naturally complemented each other. If Celia and Abad combined their powers properly, it would be enough. For perhaps the first time, the proud sword princess and the arrogant genius mage agreed to fight toward the same goal. Meanwhile, Leo fixed his gaze on the monstrous spider. To everyone else, it was a nightmare. To him, it was something different, a challenge. A reminder of the world he once lived in. The battle began immediately. Before anyone could react, Leo rushed forward and severed one of the creature's limbs with a clean strike. The sight alone stunned Celia and Abad. Then he followed up by carving into the monster's face, showing absolutely no fear while confronting the terrifying creature. Seeing it again stirred old memories. Suddenly, the story flashes back to the distant past. An elven child sprinted through the forest in tears, desperately trying to escape. It was hopeless. Tardaros caught him with its webbing and wrapped him completely. The boy struggled, nothing worked. Bound within the sticky prison, escape was impossible. Then the spider approached, slowly, hungrily. The child cried out for his mother, convinced his life was over. Just before despair consumed him, a radiant figure descended. A being of pure light, Luna. Fury burned within her heart as she witnessed the destruction of her homeland. The monster had already consumed the contractor who served as the Fairy King's trusted right hand. Without hesitation, Luna unleashed her power. Brilliant light enveloped Tardaros, trapping it in place before a devastating pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. At the time, even Luna hadn't expected Arabos' army to have completely overrun the elven forest. Meanwhile, Leo, in his previous life as Kyle, rushed to free the trapped child and tear away the webbing that bound him. The memory fades. The present returns. Leo stood before the Spider Princess with an axe in hand. His role was simple, by time. Unfortunately, lacking aura limited what he could do. Turning toward Chelsea, he requested her assistance. He instructed her to attack him with elemental weapons. Naturally, the request sounded insane. Still, Chelsea followed his instructions. Leo effortlessly dodged the first attack. His movements were so absurdly fast that Chelsea began worrying he might eventually get caught by one of her spells. Leo dismissed the concern immediately. As long as she kept supplying weapons, he would be fine. Chelsea activated her magic. She prepared to create whatever weapon he needed. Leo didn't care what shape they took. As long as they could cut, they were useful. Moments later, she formed new weapons. Even before seeing them clearly, Leo correctly guessed their forms. A scimitar, a bastard sword. Armed with both, he launched another relentless assault. Every swing tore through the spider's body. Whenever a weapon shattered, Chelsea immediately forged another. A dagger, a battle axe, another blade, then another. The exchange continued non-stop. Watching Leo fight was honestly difficult to comprehend. Chelsea had never seen anyone wield so many different weapons so naturally. His physical ability alone bordered on the absurd. At this point, she was convinced she was watching a master martial artist. Even a bad couldn't deny Leo's strength anymore. Still, even Leo wasn't untouchable. A sudden strike managed to graze his face, leaving a shallow cut. The wound only strengthened his resolve. If he couldn't stop a spider here and now, his fallen companions would never let him hear the end of it in the afterlife. That thought alone pushed him forward. He intensified his assault and cut through the monster once again. Then he called out for another weapon. This time, however, Chelsea had bad news. She was completely out. No weapons remained. Even Leo looked surprised. Fortunately, they had already bought enough time. Behind them, Celia had finished preparing her strongest attack. The moment arrived. A massive spiral of roaring fire erupted forward and swallowed the spider whole. The inferno completely engulfed the creature. This time there was no recovery, no regeneration, no survival. The spider princess was finally defeated. As its body collapsed, the ring of life emerged from within. The monster had been subjugated at last. Celia dropped to the ground in exhaustion. Relief washed over everyone. The nightmare was over. Yet despite everything, one thought kept replaying in her mind. Leo had actually held Tardaros back for 5 entire minutes, without aura, without fear, without backing down. She wanted to acknowledge his achievement. Unfortunately for her, Chelsea was faster. The young mage had already become Leo's biggest supporter. In her eyes, what he had just accomplished belonged in the same category as the legendary heroes of old. Leo brushed off the praise as if it were nothing. Chelsea absolutely did not. The girl practically exploded with admiration. As someone aspiring to become a battle mage, she desperately wanted to learn from him. Ironically, Celia quietly supported the idea, mostly because she thought Chelsea deserved to experience the same brutal training she had suffered through. While they argued, Leo approached the Ring of Life. The artifact reacted immediately. A fairy materialized before him. Princed. Simply speaking, the fairy's name restored fragments of its lost memory. Afterward, the fairy returned to the ring and formally acknowledged Silly as the Fairy King. This unexpected outcome was only possible because Professor Ali had discovered the Eye of Mana. Soon afterward, a countdown echoed throughout the testing grounds. The stage had been cleared. Their reward was officially recognized as the Fairy King's pledge. As the transfer process began, Leo caught sight of someone connected to his previous life. The moment passed quickly. Then the scene shifts. Far away, Kalan Badian, the Academy's headmaster, reviewed the examination results from the Western Territory. His assistant couldn't help wondering how many students Ali had actually allowed to pass. Given the professor's impossible standards, expectations were low. To their surprise, 40 students had successfully cleared the examination. The number was still small, but considering Ali's involvement, it was practically a miracle. The headmaster admitted he had expected 10 survivors at most. 40 was a remarkable outcome. Naturally, everyone assumed the top performers would be Celia Zeringer or Abad Llewellyn. Then another report arrived. Apparently, Ali had personally recommended one student as the representative of the year. The revelation stunned everyone. Ali almost never recommended anyone. Surely it had to be Celia or Abad. Instead, the report revealed a completely unexpected name. A student who had outperformed both of them, Leo Plove. Back on Ali's side, the professor continued evaluating the boy. In his official assessment, he recommended Leo as the representative of the Night Division. Even the headmaster was shocked. For Ali to praise a student so highly was nearly unheard of. More astonishingly, the professor described Leo as someone possessing the talent of a true hero. With the examination finally concluded, Leo found himself relaxing alone inside a steaming sauna. For the first time in a while, he could simply enjoy the warmth. His reward for clearing the hero world was the Fairy King's pledge. Normally, hero worlds didn't hand out rewards. Yet somehow he had become an exception. The reason remained a mystery. As he pondered it, his mother appeared before him. Without warning, she asked whether he knew why she had been expelled from the Zeringer clan. The answer lay in her past. While attempting to save an ally, she lost control and unleashed the Zeringer flames. Even now, she didn't regret her decision. Not for a second. Looking at her son, she expressed a single wish. She wanted his extraordinary talent to be guided down the right path. More importantly, she congratulated him on earning admission into the academy. Soon afterward, Leo arrived at the magnificent city of Lumeria. Students were instructed to collect their belongings before entering through the gates. Lumeria stood at the center of the world, and at its heart stood the legendary Lumina Academy. Leo had finally reached it. Waiting for him near the entrance was Zeiss. His uncle welcomed him warmly and congratulated him on passing the examination. Leo naturally wondered why he was there. Zeiss explained that the Zeringer clan was currently caught in an intense debate that had continued for over a month. He then tested Leo's intuition. Could he guess the subject? Leo immediately suspected it involved Phoenix Breath. Zeiss smiled. That was exactly the issue. Technically, Leo wasn't a direct member of the clan. His mother had already left the Zeringers, yet he was still her son. And after his performance during the notoriously difficult Western examination, many elders had become deeply interested in him. Then Zeiss presented him with a special subspace key. Leo activated it immediately. A hidden book appeared. Following his uncle's instructions, he stained its pages with his own blood. Biting his thumb, he allowed droplets to fall across the paper. The moment the blood touched the pages, the book accepted him. Its contents became accessible only to him. No one else could read its secrets. Zeiss admitted that mastering the Zeringer techniques was far from easy. Even so, he had complete faith in Leo's talent. Finally, he formally welcomed him into the house of Zeringer. Later, Celia requested a private meeting. On his way there, an unexpected accident occurred. A girl suddenly collided with him. The impact sent both of them tumbling. Flustered, the bespectacled girl hurriedly gathered her scattered books while repeatedly apologizing for her carelessness. She rushed away before Leo could say much. Only afterward did he notice a card she had dropped. Picking it up, he discovered her identity, K.H. Muller, a first-year student at the academy. When Leo finally arrived at the meeting spot, he was greeted by an irritated Celia. She immediately complained that they still had plenty of shopping to do and that he was already late. Leo apologized and explained that he had unexpectedly run into his uncle. Curious, Celia eagerly asked what happened. Rather than answer directly, Leo raised his hand. A moment later, the flames of the Zeringer clan ignited. He casually asked whether he was using the technique correctly. Celia's mind practically stopped functioning. The impossible had happened. Leo had mastered the clan's secret technique in less than a month. The achievement was so absurd that she genuinely began questioning whether he was even human. Later that day, the Sword Princess and the Forgotten Hero watched a ship arrive at the harbor. A man introduced himself as Professor Alandu, instructor of the night class. He instructed the students to board immediately. Their journey toward Lumina Academy was finally beginning. As the ship sailed onward, the students relaxed and enjoyed the voyage. At one point, Leo and Celia stood together. Unfortunately, their appearance immediately gave the wrong impression. A confident young man approached and jokingly treated them like a couple. The comment instantly irritated Celia. The newcomer introduced himself as Thomas, an alchemist from the kingdom of Mora. He was also a merchant, apparently willing to sell just about anything. Ever the businessman, he immediately offered his services in case they needed supplies at the academy. Leo introduced himself in return and explained that he came from the kingdom of Dawn. The revelation caught Thomas off guard. After all, the Kingdom of Dawn was famous for tackling the notoriously difficult Western examination. Something about the entire situation kept bothering Leo. The atmosphere felt wrong, far too peaceful. After everything they had endured to reach this point, the calm felt unnatural. Celia, however, saw nothing unusual about it. In her eyes, this was simply the treatment freshmen received after successfully clearing the entrance examination. Thomas agreed with her reasoning. Leo wasn't convinced. His attention drifted toward their instructor instead. And then, without warning, the ocean exploded. The entire ship lurched violently as a gigantic tentacle erupted from the sea. The massive appendage crashed onto the deck and nearly flattened Thomas on the spot. Panic spread instantly. Students began shouting for their instructor to intervene. Meanwhile, the man casually sipped his wine. Not only did he refuse to help, he openly mocked them for expecting it. Students of Lumina Academy weren't supposed to wait for rescue. Heroes were expected to perform under pressure. If danger appeared, they dealt with it themselves. This was simply another test. And the challenge standing before them was an absolute nightmare. A colossal kraken emerged from the ocean depths and stared down at the freshmen. While others panicked, Leo remained calm. The Forgotten Hero stepped forward and sliced through one of the monster's tentacles without hesitation. Celia wasn't struggling either. The Sword Princess unleashed a blazing strike that scorched the creature. The kraken immediately retaliated. A violent blast of water drenched her from head to toe. Elsewhere, Thomas wasn't having nearly as much success. The creature grabbed him and lifted him into the air while he screamed loud enough for everyone to hear. Seeing the situation, both Leo and Celia rushed forward at full speed. Their attacks landed almost simultaneously. Watching them fight left Thomas stunned. Celia's strength wasn't surprising. Her reputation spoke for itself. But seeing another freshman matching her intensity was something he never expected. His amazement didn't last long. A frozen tentacle suddenly crashed nearby and nearly crushed him. Naturally, Thomas immediately started yelling at whoever had almost killed him. The culprit turned out to be K.H. Lo, the glasses-wearing girl Leo had bumped into earlier. While controlling powerful ice magic, she was helping hold the monster back almost single-handedly. She didn't hesitate to criticize Thomas either. From her perspective, he was contributing more noise than value. Thomas fired back immediately. In his eyes, talented people like her never cared about weaker individuals trying to help. As the battle continued, another tentacle shattered. Then familiar faces arrived. Abad and Chelsea entered the fight. Despite joining forces against the Kraken, the rivalry between their clan and the Zeringers clearly wasn't going anywhere. Even so, Chelsea's attention kept drifting toward Leo. Apparently, being enemies hadn't stopped her from becoming his admirer. Meanwhile, countless sea monsters continued surrounding the vessel on its journey toward the academy. Watching the chaos unfold, the instructor looked completely satisfied. To him, this was the perfect welcome party for the incoming freshmen. Wine still in hand, he evaluated the strongest performers. Celia, Abad, Khlo, Walden, Duran, Moira. The regional captains were performing exceptionally well, yet there was one student who stood apart from all of them. Someone who didn't dominate any specific region, someone almost nobody knew, Leo Plove. His swordsmanship bordered on perfection. Even more frightening was his ability to react. It almost looked as if he could predict attacks before they happened. The instructor couldn't help smiling. Teaching a student like that was going to be interesting. Eventually, even Thomas exhausted his stockpile of potions. Thankfully, the academy finally came into view. The moment they disembarked, their instructor offered one final piece of advice. They should get used to fighting monsters. At Lumina Academy, encounters like this were only the beginning. Soon afterward, the freshmen entered the academy's grand entrance hall. The scale was breathtaking. The training grounds alone were unlike anything most of them had ever seen. Crowds gathered nearby, eager to see what this year's freshmen could offer. The entrance ceremony was about to begin. Students of the Night Division assembled under their instructor's guidance. Regional captains were ordered to stand at the front. Then the academy's headmaster took the stage. Callan addressed the incoming students with the authority expected of one of the world's greatest heroes. He reminded them that becoming strong required sacrifice. Heroes constantly risked their lives. Heroes surpassed their limits. Heroes pushed forward when others gave up. Slamming his fist into the ground, he bluntly declared that anyone unwilling to do those things had no place at Lumina Academy. The speech was intimidating enough to silence the entire crowd. Then almost immediately the terrifying atmosphere vanished. The headmaster suddenly transformed into a friendly old man, acting as though he hadn't scared everyone half to death moments earlier. Completely oblivious, he wondered why everyone had become so quiet. Bit by bit, his image as the legendary swordmaster continued to crumble. The next segment of the ceremony involved introducing the freshman representative. Excitement spread through the crowd. Many expected Celia, others assumed Abad, some even considered Khlo. Then the announcement came, Leo Plove. The name echoed across the venue. Even Leo looked surprised. Turning toward his professor, he quickly realized who was responsible. Ali had clearly recommended him. With no choice but to accept, Leo stepped onto the podium and addressed the professors, seniors, and fellow students. Throughout the audience, whispers immediately spread. Most students had never heard of him. Nobody understood why an unknown freshman had been chosen over the academy's most famous candidates. Eventually, the speech reached its conclusion. Then came the question. As this year's representative, what goal did he have? Leo immediately understood the trap. The purpose wasn't to hear his aspirations. It was to provoke everyone standing behind him. At first, his response sounded perfectly polite and professional. Several instructors even nodded in approval. Everything appeared headed toward a peaceful conclusion. Then Leo detonated a bombshell. Without hesitation, he openly declared that he welcomed any challenger who wanted his position. Anyone, at any time. The announcement instantly ignited the crowd. Students who had been quietly enduring the ceremony suddenly felt challenged. Some were furious. Others were excited. Leo couldn't have cared less. If someone wanted his spot, they were free to try taking it. After the ceremony ended, students headed toward their dormitories. Starting tomorrow, they would enter a one-week exploratory period. During that time, freshmen could freely attend different classes before deciding which 3 subjects they wished to specialize in. The academy encouraged everyone to rest well. Nobody wanted to be late on the very first day. By coincidence, Leo's room ended up next to Thomas's. The alchemist excitedly talked about tomorrow's classes before eventually wishing him good night. Leo returned the greeting and collapsed onto his bed. As sleep approached, his thoughts wandered. He had finally entered the greatest academy in the world. Now came the real challenge, finding traces of his lost hero record. The following morning, Leo sat quietly in the cafeteria enjoying breakfast. Thomas immediately requested permission to sit with him. Leo didn't care enough to refuse. Unfortunately, peace wasn't on the menu. An irritated student soon approached their table. Leo didn't recognize him. The newcomer introduced himself as Duran, captain of the Central Region. He had come for one reason: to confirm whether Leo truly meant the challenge he issued during the ceremony. Leo calmly acknowledged that his speech had been intentionally provocative. After all, he had practically invited strangers to challenge him. Duran didn't appreciate the casual attitude. Convinced of his own superiority, he expected respect. Instead, Leo continued drinking fruit juice as if nothing important was happening. That reaction pushed Duran over the edge. In a burst of anger, he launched a powerful kick that sent the table flying. What happened next left everyone speechless. Before the food could hit the floor, Leo moved. His speed was absurd. By the time everything settled, he had already reorganized the ingredients and reconstructed his cheeseburger perfectly. The man literally salvaged lunch in the middle of an attack. Leo casually commented that he simply couldn't allow perfectly good food to go to waste. Duran looked ready to commit murder. Every word coming out of Leo's mouth only made things worse. In Duran's mind, the freshman representative wasn't worthy of standing above him. Then their instructor appeared. Without warning, he casually draped an arm around each student. The smile on his face was friendly. The message wasn't. He politely reminded them of their positions as representative and regional captain. Then he asked whether they were prepared to accept punishment for starting a fight on the first day. The expressions on both students immediately changed. Neither wanted that outcome. Sometime later, the first exploratory class of the night division began. One detail immediately caught Celia's attention. Leo was nowhere to be found. For reasons she didn't fully understand, she found herself worrying. Eventually, he arrived, completely exhausted. His appearance was rough enough to make Celia suspect he had already been fighting someone. Leo chose not to explain. The class was beginning. Their instructor introduced himself and started the lesson. Thomas quickly noticed the tension between Duran and Leo while the professor explained the three major forms of power derived from mana: magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Among the three, aura was considered the most difficult to master. Celia confidently explained why. Unlike the others, aura required mana to lose its natural fluidity during the conversion process. The instructor praised her answer. Magic and soul energy utilized mana in its natural form. Aura was different. It absorbed mana and transformed it into a force suited for strengthening the body. To demonstrate, he released aura before the class. Then he asked a question. Did anyone know what allowed aura to function once it had been processed? The room fell silent. Even Celia couldn't produce a complete answer. Then Leo spoke. According to him, aura required mana to be burned. The instructor immediately confirmed he was correct, but Leo didn't stop there. When asked about the most important factor in that process, he answered again. Stamina. Once more he was right. The instructor became visibly impressed. Had Leo studied aura before? No, he hadn't. Which somehow made his answer even more unbelievable. A student with no formal aura education had accurately explained its fundamental principles. Satisfied with the theory lesson, the instructor decided to move on. Using aura, he created a platform beneath his feet, aura step, a technique that concentrated aura into the legs. Descending back to the ground, he explained that aura's applications were practically limitless. Around the training area, students began experimenting with the concept. Some practiced, others sparred. Meanwhile, Celia seized the opportunity to tease Leo. She generously offered to teach him aura step herself. There was only one condition: he had to call her sister. Leo wasn't interested. Understanding the principles was enough for him. The instructor then shifted attention toward Duran, specifically the cafeteria incident. Many students, including Chelsea, had no idea what had happened. Thomas eagerly made sure everyone became curious. Soon, both Leo and Duran were called forward. The instructor first asked Duran what had angered him so much. After hearing the answer, he came up with a solution, a simple one. The captain of the central region, the freshman representative, the two would settle things through a race, and the winner would earn the right to lead the class. Professor A made the rules crystal clear. Both competitors were free to use aura however they wished. No restrictions, no limitations. On paper, that sounded like the perfect setup for Duran. After all, speed was his specialty, and the day of the competition arrived faster than expected. Naturally, Thomas saw a business opportunity. The self-proclaimed merchant genius immediately opened a betting pool, happily collecting wagers from students eager to make a profit. The first contender needed no introduction. Duran Moira, pride of House Moira, master of lightning aura, captain of the central region. Standing opposite him was a student nobody could properly explain. A dark horse with no famous title attached to his name, the mysterious freshman representative, Leo Plove. Expectations couldn't have been more divided. Many students had already convinced themselves that Leo's position was undeserved. After all, he couldn't even perform a basic aura step. Meanwhile, Duran was widely considered the fastest first-year student. To most spectators, the result seemed obvious. Professor A stepped forward and announced the final condition. The first person to cross the finish line would be declared the winner, and the loser would be required to accept the outcome without complaint. The atmosphere tightened. The race was about to begin. Even Celia had her doubts. Duran specialized in speed. His lightning aura was notorious for a reason. Under normal circumstances, beating him in a race sounded impossible. Yet despite every logical argument, a small part of her still expected Leo to do something ridiculous, something only Leo would attempt. The signal was given. The race began. The moment Professor A shouted the start, Duran exploded forward. Lightning aura wrapped around his body as he accelerated with terrifying speed. The gap appeared instantly. Meanwhile, Leo remained calm. The trash talk coming from the crowd didn't even earn a reaction. As expected, Duran surged ahead. The captain of the central region looked completely untouchable. Leo, on the other hand, seemed to be falling behind. At first, Then he began channeling a small amount of aura into his feet. The audience immediately started talking. Some openly accused him of somehow cheating his way into becoming representative. Others mocked him outright. Among a sea of criticism, only one voice stood out: Chelsea. The battle maid shouted encouragement at the top of her lungs, completely unbothered by everyone else's opinion. Ahead of them, Duran continued proving why his family was feared. He really was as fast as lightning. Watching him reach the halfway point in an absurd amount of time left Carr growing increasingly nervous. If things continued like this, Leo was going to lose. Then Leo did something nobody expected. Instead of speeding up, he slowed down. The crowd blinked. Had he given up? His momentum vanished completely. Then things got even weirder. Leo left the track completely. He ran toward the edge and started heading for the surrounding structures. Even Celia couldn't make sense of it. She believed in him, but this looked insane. To everyone watching, he had officially lost his mind. Meanwhile, Leo focused entirely on one thing: increasing the density of the aura concentrated in his feet. His body launched into a series of impossible jumps. He crossed the grass, vaulted over obstacles, then leaped directly into the spectator stands. The audience stared in complete confusion. Leo calmly turned and watched Duran continue racing ahead. The distance between them grew larger, but Leo wasn't worried. The aura beneath his feet continued compressing, growing denser, heavier, hotter, until finally the pressure reached its limit. The stands beneath him cracked, then Leo jumped, one explosive leap. That was all it took. The force was so overwhelming that a miniature explosion erupted where he had been standing. The blast alone distracted Duran, then something shot out of the smoke. A blazing red streak, a meteor. Leo launched across the track with absurd momentum, cutting through the remaining distance in an instant. As he flew past Duran, he couldn't resist taking a jab. The forgotten hero casually mocked the speed specialist by calling him slow. Then he vanished ahead. Moments later, Leo crossed the finish line. His landing was smooth, effortless, almost elegant. Several meters behind him, Duran could only stare. His lightning aura had already faded. The result was undeniable. He had lost. Leo simply looked back and smiled. Victory secured. Granted, part of the arena was now damaged beyond recognition. But from his perspective, it was absolutely worth it. The crowd stood frozen. Only seconds earlier they had been criticizing him. Now they didn't know what to think. Everyone knew Duran was considered the fastest among the freshmen, yet he had been beaten, not by another aura prodigy, not by some noble genius, but by a boy who technically hadn't even mastered aura yet. Among all the spectators, only a handful truly understood what had happened. Celia was one of them. That wasn't an aura step. What Leo had displayed was something far more advanced: the Phoenix Step. Back near the finish line, Carr and Chelsea nearly exploded with excitement. Their friend had actually done it. Professor A, meanwhile, quietly analyzed the race. Duran had used lightning aura exactly as expected. His speed increase was impressive, but Leo had approached the challenge differently. Instead of improving his overall speed, he focused every ounce of fire aura into a single movement. One perfect step, one flawless application. A simple concept executed at an absurd level. After catching his breath, Leo walked over to Duran and extended his hand. He congratulated him on the race and even admitted that a longer course might have produced a different result. Duran wasn't interested. Still bitter over the loss, he ignored the handshake and brushed past him. Professor A watched the interaction carefully. For the first time in a long while, he felt genuine excitement. Among this generation, a hero worthy of the title might actually emerge. The moment Leo returned to his friends, Chelsea bombarded him with praise. According to her, he was the coolest person alive. She immediately demanded more training. Carr couldn't help asking why Chelsea seemed completely obsessed with Leo instead of appreciating him. The answer was painfully obvious to everyone else. Once class ended, Carr invited everyone to a cafe and even offered to pay. Leo declined. Without another word, he quietly separated from the group. Naturally, they wanted to know where he was going. His answer confused all of them. A summoning class. The reaction was immediate. Why would a night division student attend a summoning lecture? As always, Leo had his reasons. Research. There was still one mystery he hadn't solved. The Fairy King's pledge. As far as he understood, rewards from a hero world were always connected to the world owner's power. That was the problem. Ali Ziran was a pure magician, not a summoner. If the reward followed the normal rules, Leo should have received something related to magic. Instead, the reward seemed deeply connected to summoning. Even stranger, interacting with fairies normally required access to fairyland. At the moment, the reward felt almost unusable. While waiting outside the summoning class, a familiar voice approached him. The speaker turned out to be Chen Zia, captain of the Eastern region, top scorer of her territory. Unlike certain regional captains, she was surprisingly approachable, polite, friendly, easy to talk to. After exchanging greetings, she insisted he call her Zia. Since she already knew he belonged to the night division, finding him outside a summoning class was unexpected. Leo explained that his interest was more closely related to spiritualism. That answer immediately brightened her mood. If that was the case, they would probably encounter each other in many future classes. The conversation naturally shifted toward spirit contracts. When asked about her spirit, Zia summoned a beautiful water sprite. The creature appeared effortlessly at her side. Leo admitted he hadn't formed a contract with any spirit yet. As kind as ever, Zia immediately offered her help. If he ever needed assistance learning spirit summoning, she would gladly support him. Leo had no intention of refusing useful connections. Then he made a dangerous mistake. He asked her age. Zia smiled, 17. She also pointed out that Leo was only 15. Internally, Leo couldn't help thinking she looked much younger. Honestly, she appeared younger than Chelsea. The brief pause didn't escape Zia's notice. Immediately, she asked whether he was thinking something rude. Leo denied everything. A survival instinct every man understands. Eventually, Zia revealed the real reason she approached him. She had watched the race against Duran. The image of Leo streaking across the arena like a blazing comet had remained stuck in her mind ever since. Inspired by what she saw, she challenged him. One day, somewhere, the two of them would compete. Leo found the request amusing. Naturally, he accepted. After dealing with so many eccentric personalities, meeting someone relatively normal was refreshing. Soon afterward, the exploratory summoning class officially began, and right away, things felt different. For starters, there wasn't even a classroom. The students were gathered outside in an open field. Several notable figures were already present. Leo scanned the area and immediately noticed how few students had attended. Honestly, it wasn't surprising. Summoning had never been a popular field. As he wondered why the lesson was being held outdoors, the answer arrived from above. A massive shadow swallowed the sunlight. Students looked up, then panic spread. A gigantic winged creature flew overhead. Its scaled body blocked out the sky. Moments later, it descended. The beast landed with enough force to shake the ground beneath them. A black wyvern. The sight alone caused several students to nearly collapse. Some lost all strength in their legs. Others forgot how to breathe. Then a woman jumped down from the creature's back. Smiling confidently, she remarked that her wyvern seemed quite fond of the class. The woman introduced herself. You're Rin, their summoning instructor for the entire academic year. The reaction from the male students was immediate. Long white hair, athletic physique, striking features, a dangerous charm that drew attention without effort. Half the class looked ready to become her summoned creatures on the spot. Seeing her reminded Leo of Duino. If the dwarf had been here, he would have completely lost his mind. Unlike Luna or Lucas, Yura possessed an entirely different kind of beauty, the sort that would have inspired an endless amount of artistic research. Ignoring the students' internal chaos, Yura got straight to business. She addressed the freshmen as her little hatchlings, and explained that anyone accepted into this prestigious program must possess at least some talent for summoning. Now it was time to find out exactly how much. The freshmen answered with confidence. Miss Yura seemed pleased by the energy in their voices. Good, that meant there was no reason to waste time. They would be moving straight into practical training. Without delay, she called for Carlo, the first-year associate professor of the summoning department, and instructed him to bring out the griffins. The moment the creatures appeared, excitement spread through the students. Yura explained the plan. Everyone would ride in pairs. There were enough griffins for every student, simple. The problem was that almost none of them had ever ridden a griffin before. The moment someone voiced concern, Yura's expression darkened. The temperature around the group seemed to drop. She bluntly asked whether they intended to listen to her lesson or not. Then, without waiting for an answer, she climbed onto her black wyvern. Her message was clear. Anyone who thought riding a griffin was too difficult was free to quit and head home. The wyvern seemed to agree. It unleashed a deafening roar and spread its massive wings, instantly reminding everyone who was in charge. A moment later, both rider and beast shot into the sky. The display was enough to silence the entire class. Well, almost everyone. One student remained completely unshaken, Leo. Associate Professor Carlo chuckled and encouraged the students to hurry after their instructor. Eventually, fear gave way to action. As students mounted the griffins, most quickly discovered that the creatures were far gentler than expected. Of course, not every griffin was cooperative. Some had personalities that could only be described as troublesome. Getting paired with one of those was simply bad luck. For the exercise, Leo partnered with Zia. She politely asked if she could handle the reins. Leo had no objection and left the task to her. Soon, pairs of students began taking to the skies. One after another, the griffins lifted off. Those who adapted quickly managed to keep pace with the instructors as they soared over the sea. For many students, the experience was surreal. They hadn't expected to ride griffins on the very first day. As expected from Lumina Academy, the training methods were on a completely different level. Before long, most of the students had forgotten their earlier worries. Some were even arguing over who deserved to control the reins. Meanwhile, Zia guided their griffins smoothly through the air. She remained cautious despite their good progress. Fortunately, the griffin they received was unusually gentle. Even so, she knew better than to get careless. For inexperienced riders, griffins could become difficult at any moment, and that's exactly what happened. Seeing everyone become comfortable, Miss Yura decided it was time to make things interesting. She pulled out a whistle, then she blew into it. No audible sound reached the students, but the griffins heard it. Immediately, something primal awakened within them. The creatures became restless, then chaotic. Within seconds, the skies turned into complete disorder. Students panicked as their mounts started acting wildly. Many instinctively looked toward their instructor for help. Ironically, she was the one responsible. Yura simply watched. In her eyes, anyone incapable of handling a misbehaving griffin had no business calling themselves a Lumina Academy student. Even Zia struggled. Despite being an experienced summoner, controlling their griffin became increasingly difficult. As she wrestled with the reins, Leo reached forward. One hand steadied her waist. The other guided hers. He calmly explained that griffins were proud creatures. Trying to dominate them through force would only make them rebel harder. His movements were precise, subtle. Instead of fighting the griffin, he worked with it. Gradually, the creature responded. The chaos disappeared. Then Leo took control from behind. The griffin surged forward, faster, smoother, more controlled than ever. To everyone's surprise, they eventually flew past both Yura and Carlo. Even Miss Yura couldn't help being impressed. She immediately asked Carlo whether the freshman representative belonged to the night division. The records confirmed it. That only made Leo more interesting. His handling of the griffin was so natural that she almost assumed he had grown up riding one. Yet according to the records, he wasn't from a wealthy household capable of owning such a creature, which meant only one thing. Talent, pure talent. The class had barely begun, yet Yura was already convinced she had discovered a hidden gem. Eventually, all the students reached their destination. The island of summons, the primary training grounds for summoners. The landing wasn't graceful. Many students staggered off their griffins and immediately started throwing up on the beach. The flight had been far rougher than expected. Leo, meanwhile, was doing something entirely different. He wandered along the shoreline searching for a specific fruit. Eventually, he found one with the perfect size and ripeness. As he reached for it, something else caught his attention. A burnt feather. The sight immediately triggered a chain of thoughts, but for now he kept them to himself. After picking the fruit, he offered it to the griffin as thanks for carrying them safely. Only then did he return to the others. Once everyone had gathered, Miss Yura revealed the next surprise, an examination. On the first day, the announcement hit the students like a truck. Many of them had only come to sample the exploratory class. Now they were being tested. Yura remained unapologetic. Compared to other paths, summoners walked a far more demanding road. Everyone already knew that. Controlling mana alone wasn't enough. To form contracts, one needed spiritual affinity. To command summons properly, one needed taming ability. The profession required countless skills, which was exactly why summoner heroes were so rare. Yet those who reached the top often left greater marks on history than most traditional heroes. That possibility, that potential, that was the true allure of summoning. Every student present dreamed of becoming one of those legends. One student stepped forward. Eliza Han, a member of the prestigious Herjin clan famous for producing summoner heroes, she asked the obvious question. What exactly was the examination? Yura smiled. The answer was simple. The island of summons was filled with beasts and spirits. Since summons served as a summoner's primary weapon, the test would evaluate each student's taming ability. Their objective was straightforward. Enter the forest, tame a summon, bring it back. Better yet, any summon they successfully contracted would become theirs permanently. The students practically exploded with excitement. Opportunities like this didn't come often. Within moments, most of them charged into the forest, eager to find their future companions. Leo was one of the few who entered calmly. Interestingly enough, Eliza followed him. Word of his victory over Duran had already spread throughout the academy. Seeing him in a summoning class piqued her curiosity. She struck up a conversation. Other talented students immediately noticed the interaction. Leo, however, responded casually and brushed off her compliments. He claimed he was simply doing his best. The dismissal irritated Eliza more than she expected. Most people would have been thrilled to receive attention from someone like her. Observing from afar, Miss Yura quietly noted the students who stood out. The future leaders of her class were already revealing themselves. As time passed, many students successfully began taming creatures. Yet none of those summons interested Leo, not even slightly. Some students eventually noticed something unusual. The freshman representative kept moving deeper into the forest, far deeper than anyone else. Predictably, a few people started hoping for his failure. Maybe he wouldn't find a summon, maybe he'd receive a 0. Maybe he'd run back to the night division where he belonged. Leo couldn't have cared less. Ignoring the noise, he continued following a trail. His guide was the feather he had discovered earlier. Moments ago, the feather's tip had been burned black. Now it had completely restored itself. That alone was enough to confirm his suspicions. Eventually, he reached a secluded clearing. After making sure nobody was nearby, he summoned the flames of the Zeringer clan. The feather was reduced to ashes. Instantly, an overwhelming heat erupted behind him. The kind of heat that seemed capable of burning the world itself. Back in his hometown, life had become quieter after Leo left. Reina spent her day preparing food outdoors, creating meals worthy of a fantasy movie, yet despite the peaceful atmosphere, she couldn't stop worrying. It was only her son's first day at school. Surely she was overthinking things. Right, if she could see what Leo was currently facing, she would realize her concern was completely justified. Trying to reassure herself, she reminded herself that Leo was strong. Meanwhile, that very boy stood surrounded by flames powerful enough to melt reason itself. The source of the inferno was one of the three great summons, the legendary phoenix. The majestic creature stared at him with blazing eyes. Confusion flickered within its gaze. Why was a mere child wielding the flames of the Zeringer clan? The phoenix explained that it had only appeared because it sensed Reina's flames. Hearing his mother's name immediately caught Leo's attention. Curious, he asked how the legendary summon knew her. Apparently the timing of their meeting was no coincidence. The phoenix knew Reina personally. More than that, it owed her a tremendous debt. The creature finally introduced itself. Fina, one of the three great mystical summons, the legendary phoenix. Out of respect for Reina's bloodline, Fina greeted Leo with equal respect. Leo returned the courtesy and asked about her connection to his mother. Fina revealed the story. Years ago, Reina had saved the life of Fina's summoner, a hero named Ellen Lunda. The name alone nearly made Leo jump. Ellen Lunda wasn't just anyone, she was a genuine hero. The incident occurred during a dungeon expedition in Siren. Ellen had lost every companion she entered with. Her own death was moments away. Then Reina appeared, charging into the battlefield like a blazing comet. She saved the hero. But the cost was enormous. In the process, Reina lost her own blazing aura. Had that event never happened, Fina believed Reina would have eventually claimed a seat among the world's heroes. It was the first time Leo had heard the full story. Still, it matched everything his mother had ever said. She never regretted her choice. Not once. Fina laughed warmly. That answer sounded exactly like the Reina she remembered. Changing topics, Leo asked why a legendary phoenix was hiding at Lumina Academy. Unfortunately, Fina couldn't answer. That information remained secret. Instead, she turned her attention toward Leo. Why was a young knight wandering the island of summons? When Leo explained that he was studying summoning, Fina took a closer look. And then she froze. The aura inside him was absurd, dense, ancient. Far beyond what should exist within a 15-year-old boy. For a brief moment, he didn't look like a child at all. The phoenix burst into laughter. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. At long last, an opportunity had appeared. A chance to repay the debt she owed to Reina Zeringer. Fina gently urged Leo to extend his hand and accept her flame. The fire drifted toward his palm, dancing across his skin before slowly condensing into the shape of an egg. Inside rested the offspring of a phoenix. The legendary summon explained her wish. One day, when Leo became a true summoner worthy of standing among legends, she hoped he would form a contract with her child. Technically, the egg had been intended for another summoner, but Fina had made up her mind. She wanted Leo. Naturally, Leo asked the obvious question, why wait? If the egg was here now, couldn't he hatch and tame it immediately? The moment those words left his mouth, Fina nearly collapsed from shock. Before she could stop him, flames had already begun gathering around his body. Alarm flashed across her face. This wasn't something a novice should even attempt. If the process failed, death was a very real possibility, but Leo had already crossed the point of no return. Watching him move forward without hesitation reminded Fina of someone, Reina. That reckless determination clearly ran in the family. At that point, all she could do was wish him luck. As the hatching ritual began, the outside world faded away. For a brief moment, nothing existed except Leo and the fire within the egg. The blaze was beautiful, hypnotic. Unable to resist, he reached out toward it. The instant his fingers touched the flame, everything changed. The tiny spark erupted into a raging inferno. Leo instinctively pulled back. The heat was unbearable. Breathing became difficult. Every instinct screamed at him to run. This was the true nature of Phoenix fire. Then realization struck. Perhaps this trial existed for a reason. Perhaps it was meant to show him the burden carried by the mythical birds themselves. A phoenix generated those flames by continuously burning its own body. Every day, every moment, their flesh was constantly consumed and regenerated. An endless cycle of agony and rebirth, a pain few beings could ever comprehend. For the first time, Leo understood even a fraction of that suffering. And so he stopped resisting. Instead of fighting the fire, he embraced it. He accepted the pain, accepted the flames, accepted the burden. The inferno swallowed him completely. The blaze surged through his body and reached its peak. Then suddenly, crack, the egg began to break. Leo opened his eyes. Something inside him had changed. A new understanding, a new acceptance. The agony had left its mark upon his soul. The flames that had consumed him slowly gathered around the egg. The hatching accelerated. Fina watched nervously. Then she asked the question, had he succeeded? Leo answered without hesitation. Yes. The phoenix stared for a moment before laughing in disbelief. What he had just accomplished was completely insane, even by her standards. At that moment, she genuinely believed he might one day become the greatest summoner in the world. Before the hatching was even finished, she was already congratulating him on the successful contract. the eggshell finally burned away. From the ashes emerged a tiny red chick, Fiora, the newborn phoenix. Fina was so excited that she immediately transformed into her human form. With complete trust, she entrusted her child to Leo. Ironically, the legendary offspring of one of the three great summons looked less like a divine beast and more like an adorable little chicken. An extremely cute little chicken. By midday, most students had already returned to the beach. The majority came back with relatively harmless summons found near the outskirts of the forest. Miss Yura glanced toward Carlo and asked how much time remained. Only 5 minutes. Everyone who hadn't returned would soon fail. As expected, only 4 students remained inside the forest. Coincidentally, they were also the 4 individuals who had caught Yura's attention from the very beginning. Then the ground started shaking. A giant bear burst from the forest, smashing through trees as it charged toward the beach. Riding atop the massive creature was Zia. Covered in dirt and looking slightly rough around the edges, she proudly arrived on the back of an aqua bear cub she had successfully tamed. For a prospective knight, that was an impressive accomplishment. Unfortunately, her grand entrance didn't remain the center of attention for long. A massive shadow passed overhead. Students looked up. One of the quiet boys descended from the sky while holding onto the talon of a shadow crow. The summon alone was enough to shock everyone. Even prestigious summoner families would struggle to tame such a creature. Although he hadn't completed a contract yet, simply subduing it already exceeded expectations. Miss Yura considered the result more than satisfactory. Moments later, another commotion erupted. A flawless white serpent slithered out of the forest. Riding atop it like a queen was Eliza. With obvious pride, she revealed that she had contracted a gorgon snake simply because her family didn't already possess one. In other words, she had expanded the family collection. At that point, Carlo officially called time. The examination was over. Just as the announcement echoed across the beach, the final student emerged, Leo. Compared to everyone else's dramatic entrances, his arrival couldn't have been more casual. He simply walked out of the forest. No giant beast, no legendary display. Just a tiny chick resting comfortably on his head. While the others inspired awe and intimidation, Leo radiated pure cuteness. Naturally, some of his less intelligent classmates burst into laughter. They assumed he had failed. Apparently, his summon looked more like a farm animal than a magical beast. The mockery spread quickly. Miss Yura wasn't laughing, not even close. A chill ran down her spine, because unlike the others, she knew exactly what she was looking at. This lunatic had somehow brought back a phoenix. For the first exam, a phoenix. By sunset, the summoning class officially concluded and the students returned to the academy. For most of them, the day was over. Not for Leo. He still had unfinished business. After straightening his tie, he made his way to a certain office and knocked on the door. A pleasant voice invited him inside. The moment he entered, he found Professor Yura dressed casually beneath the warm glow of the setting sun. She immediately set her work aside and welcomed him. Taking a seat, Leo listened as she confessed something surprising. Today had been the first time in her entire life that she had seen a baby phoenix. In fact, she hadn't even known a mystical summon was hiding on Summoner Island. What Leo had accomplished wasn't merely impressive. It was unprecedented. No freshman in Lumina Academy's history had ever formed a contract with a phoenix. Not once. As she spoke, Yura gradually moved closer, then even closer. Eventually, she had Leo completely cornered. A serious expression settled on her face. She claimed she knew exactly what he really was. Leo swallowed nervously. For a second, he genuinely wondered whether he had somehow exposed his true identity. Then Yura suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. Her conclusion couldn't have been further from the truth. In her eyes, he wasn't a reincarnated hero. He was an unprecedented summoning genius unlike anything the Academy had ever seen. Although she wanted to celebrate his achievement publicly, she believed secrecy was the smarter option. News of a freshman contracting a phoenix would spread like wildfire. The attention alone would become unbearable. For now, she wanted that information hidden. There was only one thing she demanded in return. When the exploratory classes ended, Leo had to choose summoning as one of his primary majors. As far as Yura was concerned, he possessed all the potential necessary to become a summoning hero remembered for generations. The next morning arrived peacefully. Lumina Academy slowly awakened beneath the sunlight. K.H. Lo wandered through the hallways half asleep, repeatedly yawning as she walked. Carr immediately noticed. Being Carr, he couldn't resist teasing her. At this rate, he joked her mouth was going to tear apart. K.H. Lo looked exhausted. Apparently, she had spent most of the night studying magic theory. Spotting the girl he'd collided with earlier, Leo finally remembered something. He pulled out K.H. Lo Muller's missing identification card and returned it. She thanked him. Replacing academy credentials would have been a massive inconvenience. What surprised her more was seeing Leo heading toward the magic classes. His explanation was simple. The exploratory period existed for a reason. He intended to attend as many lectures as possible. K.H. Lo couldn't relate. She only cared about magic. As far as she was concerned, every other subject was a distraction. Carr leaned toward Leo and whispered that K.H. Lo was aiming for the very top of the magic division. Unfortunately, Carr's version of whispering was loud enough for half the room to hear, including K.H. Lo. The atmosphere immediately dropped several degrees. Carr slowly turned. The look in her eyes told him everything. He had made a mistake. Attempting to retreat, he took one step backward. An enormous pillar of ice instantly rose behind him, perfectly formed, completely blocking his escape route. With nowhere left to run, Carr was dragged toward the front seats and effectively sentenced to good behavior. Not long afterward, two more familiar faces entered the room. Abad, Chelsea. Naturally, members of a prestigious mage family had also chosen the magic lecture. Then the classroom doors opened again. The atmosphere changed instantly. Every eye turned toward the entrance. A sharply dressed man strode inside, perfectly groomed, impeccably dressed, effortlessly commanding attention. Several students were already whispering about how handsome he was before he even reached the podium. The man introduced himself, Len Horses, first-year professor of the Magic Division. Without wasting time, he placed a thick stack of papers on his desk. Then he flicked a finger. The papers scattered across the room before neatly landing on every student's desk. His first lesson was simple, an examination, before any lecture, before any teaching, before anything else. Everyone would take a magic theory test. The classroom erupted in confusion. Professor Len remained completely unmoved. Any student unable to meet his standards would be removed from his class. Simple. If they were students of Lumina Academy, this level of difficulty should be considered normal. Once finished, they were instructed to submit their papers to his assistant, Anna. Fortunately, Anna's personality balanced out the professor's intensity. Where Len felt intimidating, Anna felt like pure sunshine. Unfortunately for Leo, none of that solved his problem. The moment he looked at the first question, he knew disaster had arrived. He was completely cooked. Modern magical theory might as well have been written in another language. The formulas were complex, the concepts unfamiliar, the questions increasingly impossible. As the hourglass slowly emptied, students squeezed every last drop of knowledge from their minds. Tension filled the room. For aspiring magic heroes, this test carried enormous weight. Eventually, time ran out. As students handed in their papers, many discussed how surprisingly manageable the exam had been. Even so, none of the top students managed to solve the final question. Compared to them, Leo looked significantly more troubled, because unlike everyone else, he wasn't worried about the last question. He was worried about almost all of them. Leo had only managed to answer a single question. One, despite genuinely trying his hardest, the rest of the exam might as well have been written in an alien language. As he handed in his paper with trembling hands, regret washed over him. Maybe he should have spent more time studying modern magic before enrolling. Convinced there was no hope left, he immediately left the lecture hall. The embarrassment alone was unbearable. At this point, self-study sounded far less painful. Over the last century, magic had evolved at a ridiculous pace. Concepts that once required profound understanding could now be activated simply by memorizing increasingly complicated conditions and formulas. Back inside the classroom, Professor Len Horses began reviewing the papers. No tools, no assistance, just his fingers moving across the pages as he graded them at an absurd speed. Back in the classroom, Professor Len finally addressed his students. To make a point, he summoned a radiant sphere of light above the room. Runes floated inside it. Countless magical principles intertwined and shifted continuously. The students stared in awe. This wasn't borrowed magic, it wasn't copied, it was entirely his own creation. A spell he had developed from the ground up. Every theory, every calculation, every formula, built brick by brick, that he explained was the purpose of his class. He didn't want students who merely memorized magic. He wanted researchers, creators, magicians capable of developing entirely new systems. That was precisely why he had given them an examination on the very first day. The first 49 questions were worth 1 point each. Simple memorization. Increasingly difficult concepts. The final question, however, carried 51 points. That single question tested whether someone understood the true essence of magic. One day, he hoped his students would become sorcerers capable of answering that final question. Chelsea immediately relaxed. At least now she knew nobody had solved it. She hadn't even known where to begin. Then her eyes drifted toward Leo's empty seat. His paper still rested neatly on the desk. Apparently, he had given up. For some reason, that disappointed her. It would have been fun attending magic classes together. After Len's passionate speech concluded, Assistant Professor Anna hurried over and whispered something into his ear. Immediately, the professor froze. A student had solved the final question. For the first time all day, Len Horses lost his composure. The normally stern professor burst into laughter. His eyes lit up. His excitement was impossible to hide. He demanded to know which student had just become the first person to solve question 50 on their first attempt. The mere thought of discovering a generational magical prodigy had him practically glowing. Then Anna corrected him. The student hadn't achieved a perfect score. That didn't matter. Len immediately assumed they must have sacrificed a few easier questions while focusing on the final problem. Then Anna delivered the second bombshell. The student hadn't solved a few questions. The student hadn't solved any of them. The only answer on the entire paper was the final question. The room went silent. Len demanded a name. Anna handed over the student file. Leo Plove. Without hesitation, the professor shouted for Leo to stand. Nothing happened. The seat remained empty. Even Leo's friends hadn't realized he slipped away the moment he submitted his paper. An awkward silence spread through the classroom. Chelsea eventually raised her hand and explained that Leo had already left. The situation somehow became even more absurd. Technically, Leo had earned the highest score in the room by solving only the final question. Meanwhile, the source of the chaos was completely unaware of the storm he had created. At that very moment, Leo was sitting in the cafeteria with Celia. After hearing what happened, she laughed directly in his face. The contrast was honestly incredible. Yesterday, he contracted a baby phoenix. Today, he completely crashed out during a magic exam. According to Celia, something was fundamentally wrong with the way he was experiencing school life. She firmly believed he should focus on swordsmanship. After all, he was a Night Division student. The moment Leo suggested stamina training, however, she immediately changed the topic. Their peaceful conversation didn't last. A terrifying presence suddenly appeared behind Leo, Professor Len Horses, and he looked furious. The professor genuinely believed Leo had mocked his class. How else was he supposed to interpret someone answering only one question before walking out? He demanded an explanation. Had the exam been too easy? Were the questions beneath him? Leo immediately stood and clarified the misunderstanding. The truth was much simpler. He honestly thought he had failed. Every question except the final one seemed impossibly difficult. He couldn't even figure out where to begin solving them. Leo further explained that most of his magical knowledge came from ancient books. Modern magical theory was completely unfamiliar territory. As the explanation continued, a thought began forming inside the professor's mind. Suddenly, Leo found himself lifted off the floor, like a stray cat. The confused boy barely had time to react. Meanwhile, Len's eyes sparkled with excitement. The possibilities flooding his mind were endless. Without explanation, he demanded that Leo follow him. Leo never even got the chance to ask why. The professor grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the cafeteria. Celia remained frozen in her seat. That was her first real interaction with the Academy's magic professor. He was far stranger than she expected. A few moments later, Anna arrived. Unfortunately, she was seconds too late. Once again, her boss had already escaped. The exhausted assistant immediately took off after him. She didn't even have time to catch her breath. Elsewhere, Leo was dragged straight into the professor's office. The moment they arrived, Len rushed to a chalkboard and started covering it with advanced magical theory problems. Then he pointed toward the board. Solve them. That was all he said. The professor had a theory. If Leo genuinely solved the final exam question, then he must already possess a complete magical framework inside his head. Len eagerly waited to see evidence. What happened next nearly gave him a heart attack. Not even 10 seconds passed. Leo was already finished. The final answer sat on the board. Professor Len stared, then stared harder, then questioned reality. Had Leo solved all of those problems mentally, more or less, that was Leo's answer. At that moment, Len realized something. He had hit the jackpot. After years of disappointment, he had finally discovered a student worth cultivating, a future hero. Elsewhere on campus, Professor Ali was enjoying a perfectly peaceful day. Unfortunately for him, that peace was about to end. From down the hallway came a familiar figure sprinting toward him, Len Horses, smiling, excited. Far too excited. The moment Ali saw him, he immediately turned around and started walking the other direction. Experience had taught him that nothing good followed that smile. Len refused to be denied. He latched onto Ali and started enthusiastically thanking him. Ali responded by suspending him in the air with magic. This wasn't the first time Len had acted insane, but today's behavior felt particularly severe. Len didn't care. Floating upside down changed nothing. He just wanted to express his gratitude. After all, Ali had discovered Leo Plove. Ali blinked, confused. Why was a magic fanatic obsessing over a future knight? The moment he mentioned knighthood, Len nearly exploded. Absolutely not. In his eyes, Leo had to become a sorcerer. Anything else would be a crime. Allowing talent like that to waste away swinging swords was unacceptable. Eventually, Anna finally caught up. While Len continued ranting about the future of magic, Ali casually dropped him onto the ground. At least Len appreciated the landing. After chasing him across half the academy, Anna's cheerful personality had completely evaporated. She immediately ordered him back to class. No arguments. Right then, Leo happened to walk past the scene. Ali greeted him with a reassuring smile. Watching the spectacle unfold, Leo reached a simple conclusion. Sorcerers really hadn't changed at all. No matter the era, they were still complete lunatics. A week later, the exploratory classes officially came to an end. Leo spent the afternoon relaxing on a rooftop, book in hand, far away from drama, far away from professors, far away from trouble. As usual, he was researching fragments of his former legacy. In the modern world, Kyle, the hero of the beginning, was widely viewed as a fraud. the distorted history continued to weigh heavily on his mind. The world had moved on without him, and somewhere along the way his image had become completely twisted. While Leo quietly reflected on the passage of time, chaos erupted elsewhere. Several first-year professors stormed directly into the principal's office. Knocking was apparently optional. At the center of the argument sat Leo's application form. Knight, sorcerer, summoner, all three major disciplines. The professors were losing their minds. After witnessing Leo's potential in every field, none of them wanted to let him go. Even more shocking, no student in any hero academy had ever attempted to pursue all three disciplines simultaneously. To most educators, such a thing was absurd. A hero should dedicate themselves to one path. Not all of them. Principal Badian simply laughed. The entire argument amused him. In fact, Leo reminded him of someone, a fictional figure from old heroic tales. The professors paused, then Badian elaborated, the fifth great hero. The hero of the beginning, Kyle. According to the legends, he was the only person in history who mastered every heroic discipline. Meanwhile, far away from the academic battlefield, Celia and Chelsea were suffering. The two girls ran lap after lap around the training grounds, sweating, panting, questioning their life choices. Carr happened to spot Leo relaxing comfortably beneath a tree and immediately demanded answers. Why were those two training so hard on a weekend? Apparently, Chelsea had asked Leo to train her, and Leo agreed. That still didn't explain why they were running endless circles. Leo answered as if the conclusion were obvious. Above weapons, above techniques, above talent itself, the most important quality a hero could possess was limitless stamina. According to Leo, all that endless running served a purpose. Stamina was the foundation of everything. Without it, techniques failed. Without it, magic weakened. Without it, even the strongest warriors eventually collapsed. Chelsea had completely bought into the philosophy. At this point, she genuinely believed stamina was the most important weapon a battle mage could possess. When they finally took a break, both girls immediately gathered around Leo. He handed them water bottles while they recovered. Surprisingly, Chelsea seemed to enjoy the brutal training. In fact, she enthusiastically declared that she wanted to go running with Leo again. The moment those words reached Celia's ears, she nearly sprayed water everywhere. Painful memories resurfaced instantly. Nobody who had survived Leo's training regimen could say something like that with a straight face. Since Leo planned on running anyway, he figured he might as well supervise them. Celia, however, had already made a lifelong vow. She was never running with him again. Watching the strange interaction, Carr finally asked the question everyone had been wondering. Why did Leo and Celia seem so close? At one point, he had genuinely assumed they were dating. Celia immediately ended the misunderstanding. The truth was much simpler. They were cousins. Leo was the son of her paternal aunt. The revelation hit Carr and Chelsea like a truck. Leo had Zeringer blood flowing through his veins. Suddenly, several things started making a lot more sense. Ignoring their reactions, Leo stood up and began stretching for another round of punishment disguised as exercise. Carr took one look at the situation and made the correct decision: retreat. Instead of wasting his weekend training, he planned to explore more of Lumeria City. Celia immediately attempted to join him. Unfortunately for her, Leo had already grabbed her by the hair. Today was a training day. End of discussion. Watching the chaos unfold, Carr couldn't help concluding that nobles truly possessed a unique lack of dignity. Time passed. Eventually, the long-awaited class assignments were announced. Leo made his way toward his designated classroom, Class 1-5. The moment he entered, he spotted a familiar face. Carr, already seated, already informed, already waving him over. Apparently, the merchant genius had somehow learned his assignment ahead of time. Love him or hate him, Carr was frighteningly good at gathering information. There was another familiar face present as well: Chelsea. Judging by her appearance, it was difficult to determine whether she was alive or simply existing through sheer stubbornness after surviving Leo's weekend training. Carr immediately demanded details. What exactly had Leo done to those girls? Leo casually replied that they had only covered the basics. The answer somehow made it sound even worse. Suddenly, two upperclassmen peeked into the classroom. Their expressions practically screamed trouble. They mockingly referred to Class 1-5 as the class of anguish and wondered how many freshmen would survive the semester. Before they could continue, a lazy voice interrupted them. The newcomer casually remarked that the two seniors seemed far more pathetic than the freshmen they were mocking. The upperclassmen turned around. Instant regret. A man with messy dark hair and an unkempt beard stood behind them. The pressure radiating from him was overwhelming. Their blood instantly ran cold. This was Herod Edmund, the homeroom teacher of Class 1-5, the infamous Wailing Wall. Without changing his expression, Edmund ordered the two seniors to become chairs, and they obeyed. Immediately, fear was a powerful motivator. Once his human furniture was prepared, Edmund sat down comfortably and finally addressed his students. His greeting was less than inspiring. According to him, they were worthless scraps. Class 1-5 existed for one reason. It was the class assigned to students who had achieved the lowest rankings among the incoming freshmen. Naturally, rumors about him had already spread throughout the academy. Edmund asked if anyone knew why he personally volunteered to oversee this cursed classroom. Carr cautiously raised his hand. According to him, the legendary Wailing Wall must have chosen the class because he wanted to help everyone improve. The professor immediately identified Carr by his full name. Honestly, he expected no less from the Academy's lowest-ranked student. The answer was fitting. Then Edmund changed the subject. Did anyone understand the true duty of a Lumina Academy student? Chelsea raised her hand. Her answer was correct. Students were expected to conquer hero worlds through practical missions. Edmund acknowledged the response, then immediately crushed everyone's optimism. All he saw before him were students who would die minutes after entering a real hero world. From his perspective, expelling weaklings before they endangered others sounded far more efficient. That mentality was precisely why he had taken charge of Class 1-5, and exactly why everyone called him the Wailing Wall. While the rest of the class looked increasingly terrified, one student remained completely unfazed. Leo. Edmund quietly observed him. Unlike the others, this kid could probably survive a hero world right now. Without further discussion, he ordered everyone to change into training clothes and report to the practice grounds. It was the first day of real classes. Time for combat studies. The students quickly obeyed. Soon, Class 1-5 assembled on the training field beneath the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Edmund set up a massive umbrella, a comfortable chair, and several refreshing drinks. Apparently, suffering was reserved exclusively for students. The professor lounged comfortably while preparing to fix what he considered the rotten mindset of Academy freshmen. Then he posed another question. When life truly hung by a thread, what would save them? A timid student named Nella Carvin cautiously raised her hand. She possessed the rare healing aura attribute. Softly, she answered that comrades would save one another. Wrong. Edmund immediately shut the idea down. The only thing capable of saving them was their own ability. Only those strong enough to survive danger themselves could ever hope to protect others. Then came another question. Was anyone confident in their ability to protect their comrades? A cheerful voice immediately responded. Confident, energetic, full of fire. The owner of that voice was Leliana Layden, a dual-class magical knight. To test her confidence, Edmund asked her to create a fireball. Leliana complied. A blazing sphere appeared above her hand. The professor looked unimpressed. According to him, it wasn't even strong enough to kill an ant. Naturally, the challenge provoked her. She poured additional mana into the spell. One fireball became two. The surrounding air heated dramatically. The flames doubled in size. The display was undeniably impressive. Edmund slowly sipped his juice, then sarcastically congratulated her. Afterward, he summoned a tiny orb of wind. His challenge was simple: hit it. The orb immediately transformed into a wind spirit. The mischievous creature zipped through the air freely. It danced around Leliana, mocked her, even flew close enough to tap her nose. The energetic girl immediately lost her composure. Fireballs exploded everywhere, one after another. The spirit avoided every single attack. After she wasted a mountain of mana accomplishing absolutely nothing, Edmund finally intervened. What was the point of creating larger attacks if they never hit the target? That was the lesson. The students lacked practical skill. Their abilities were meaningless if they couldn't use them effectively. Heroes improved by pushing beyond their limits. That was the reality of the path they had chosen. With a rare smile, Edmund announced the day's assignment. Class would not end until someone caught his wind spirit, Sylph. The reaction was immediate. Panic, despair, complaints. Leo simply listened. Harsh as Edmund's words sounded, they were completely true. Maybe participating wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps catching Sylph would be interesting. As the entire class desperately chased the spirit around the training grounds, Edmund's attention remained fixed on a single student, Leo Plove. The stories surrounding the boy had become impossible to ignore. Edmund wanted answers. Was Leo truly exceptional? Or was he another fraud like the legendary Kyle of modern history? Unfortunately for the students, Sylph was absurdly fast. Even with the entire class hunting it, the spirit effortlessly toyed with them. Then Leo moved. Aura gathered around his feet, compressed, focused, controlled. The next instant, he launched forward like a crimson cannonball. The ground cracked beneath him. His speed exploded. Every ounce of his concentration focused on a single objective. For a moment, Edmund wondered whether he was witnessing the birth of the first genuine all-class hero in generations. Meanwhile, Carr and Chelsea had already reached their limits. Trying to catch Sylph had completely exhausted them. Leo was different, flames wrapped around his body. Utilizing a refined version of Aura Step, he launched himself into the sky, straight into the spirit's blind spot. Gravity accelerated his descent. Momentum sharpened the attack. Sylph had almost no room to react, almost. The first attempt missed by the smallest margin imaginable. To everyone else, it looked like failure. Leo smiled because he hadn't missed, not really. During the attack, he had secretly manipulated his aura. A thin thread remained attached to Sylph's foot. Invisible, precise. The spirit's movements became restricted. For the first time all day, it couldn't freely escape. Unfortunately, Leo wasn't the one who capitalized on the opportunity. A flash of lightning shot across the field. Duran, the speed specialist, snatched Sylph first. As expected, his speed remained exceptional. Still, everyone with functioning eyes knew the truth. Without Leo's aura thread, the capture would have never happened. That didn't stop Duran from looking unbearably smug. Before anyone could comment, applause echoed across the field. A new arrival approached. This was Sedan, the homeroom professor of Class 1, the prestigious class, the elite class, currently ranked second among graduating instructors. With impeccable timing, he used the moment to showcase the talent of his students. He even offered to teach Class 1-5 a thing or two. Meanwhile, Edmund wasn't paying attention at all. The man remained perfectly relaxed beneath his umbrella, juice box in hand, completely unbothered. Then he casually informed Sedan that he could handle Class 1-5 for the rest of the day. The students immediately perked up, especially Carr. A clash between these two professors wasn't something they got to witness every day. Both men had taught at Lumina Academy for over 20 years. Professors Ali, Yura, and Len had once studied beneath them. They were living legends. As Carr enthusiastically explained all of this, Nella quietly asked how he knew so much about academy affairs. Unfortunately, Carr possessed absolutely no survival instincts. The conversation nearly scared the poor girl to death. Professor Sedan laughed confidently. He had no idea what Edmund was planning with the academy's weakest class, but he was definitely interested in finding out. To everyone's surprise, Sedan proposed a showdown between Class 1 and Class 5. As for the event, he chose one of Lumina Academy's oldest and most celebrated sports, Basta. The moment the suggestion left his mouth, Professor Edmund practically sprang from his chair. For the first time all day, the man looked genuinely interested. He enthusiastically grabbed Sedan's hand, praised him as a genius, and declared that practical experience was the best teacher. Then, just as quickly, he collapsed back into his comfortable seat and dumped all responsibility for organizing and officiating the match onto Sedan. Watching this happen, Sedan couldn't understand how this lazy man kept beating him in the instructor popularity rankings year after year. Even Edmund's own students looked embarrassed on his behalf. Still, before completely checking out, the Wailing Wall addressed Class 5 one final time. This match, he explained, was a chance for them to sharpen their abilities through real combat experience. Then he casually added one tiny detail. If they lost, every student in Class 5 would be expelled. Silence, pure disbelief. It was literally their first official class under him, and their opponents weren't just any class. This was Class 1, the Academy's elite, a team that included 3 regional captains. The students immediately protested. Edmund couldn't have cared less. If the challenge seemed impossible, then they should simply try harder. Besides, they had Leo Plove, the freshman representative himself. What exactly were they worried about? Then he ordered Leo to choose 6 participants for the match. As Leo considered the request, something became clear. This wasn't cruelty, at least not entirely. After only a single week at Lumina Academy, most of Class 5 had already given up on themselves. Their confidence was shattered, their ambition had faded. Edmund wasn't testing their strength, he was testing their spirit. And Leo had been placed in the center of that challenge. Meanwhile, Sedan used magic to construct a massive Basta arena. As the battlefield took shape, Leo searched for a solution. There had to be a way to drag his classmates out of the pit of despair they had fallen into. Soon, the match was ready. The strongest students in the academy stood opposite Class 5. Even Chelsea looked nervous. Sweat ran down her face as she hurriedly explained the rules to Leo, since he had never played Basta before. According to her, Basta was a traditional combat sport that had existed at Lumina Academy for generations. At first glance, it sounded like little more than a ball game. Thomas immediately corrected that misconception. This wasn't some harmless sport, it was practically warfare disguised as recreation. Nearby, Celia noticed Chelsea's nervous expression and wasted no time provoking her. The taunt worked perfectly. Chelsea immediately snapped back, refusing to lose to any Zeringer. Leo, meanwhile, remained absurdly calm. According to him, there was no reason to panic. They weren't losing today. That confidence only irritated Celia further. She couldn't wait to show him the results of her recent training. Lo wasn't any friendlier. She was still obsessed with settling the score against the freshman representative. Eventually, Sedan called both teams forward. Leo asked who wanted to participate. Chelsea stepped forward, then Aleliana. The threat of expulsion was very real and both girls were determined to fight. Thomas and several others quickly followed. Once everyone was ready, Leo signaled the professor. The match could begin. Sedan tossed the ball high into the air. Every eye followed it. The game started instantly. Duran and Leo lunged for possession. Lightning proved faster. By the narrowest margin, Duran secured the ball and claimed the initiative. Ironically, the moment the game began was also the moment Leo decided to learn the rules. Fortunately, they were simple. Players infused the ball with aura and launched it toward the opposing goal. Direct physical contact wasn't allowed. The first team to score 11 points would win. Duran wasted no time. Lightning aura erupted around him as he launched the ball at terrifying speed. Leo barely avoided it. Thomas couldn't even track it with his eyes. The ball blasted through the field and scored immediately. Class 1 took the first point. And with it came even greater despair for Class 5. Some students already looked ready to accept defeat. Leo calmly asked how possession could change hands. Apparently there were 3 methods. The ball could go out of bounds, it could be caught. Before Thomas could explain the third method, chaos erupted. Leliana was struck head-on by one of Celia's devastating throws. The Sword Princess mocked them for chatting during a match instead of paying attention. The situation instantly became clear. Players couldn't directly attack opponents. However, eliminating them with the ball was completely legal. If someone could no longer continue, they were removed from the game. That was the third method. Leo had heard enough. He seized possession. But before Class 5 could mount a comeback, Leliana collapsed from her injuries. 1 player down. The situation was getting worse. From the sidelines, both professors observed carefully. Sedon reflected on a simple truth. Teams with strong fire users usually dominated Basta, and among fire users, nobody surpassed the Zeringers. Knowing Celia was on Class 1's roster, he couldn't understand why Edmund had accepted this challenge. The lazy professor simply yawned. Then he casually recalled an old memory. Years ago, his greatest student had come from House Zeringer, a terrifying player known as the Empress of Basta, an absolute monster. What truly shocked Sedon was the next part. Her son was currently playing for Class 5. The realization hit him instantly. Back on the field, morale was collapsing. Many students had already convinced themselves they were doomed. Celia noticed flames gathering around Leo. Finally, he was getting serious. An enormous fire-infused shot formed around the ball, then he launched it. The projectile tore through the arena like a blazing comet. Khlo immediately responded. A massive mountain of ice erupted to intercept it. For a brief moment she believed she had stopped the attack. Then Leo appeared beside her, exactly where she least expected him. He had already predicted her move. With complete confidence, he declared that the goal was inevitable. Leaping into the air, he punched the ball with overwhelming force. Khlo's barrier shattered instantly. The ice split apart like paper. Even Sedon couldn't hide his admiration. That level of battlefield awareness was exceptional. Class 5 erupted in cheers. For the first time all match, hope returned. Meanwhile, Class 1's instructor realized something important. The real game had only just begun. The score rapidly climbed. Goals flew back and forth. Players fell. Mana reserves vanished. Eventually, the board displayed 10-9. One final point would decide everything. Durin moved first. Lightning aura exploded around him as he launched a decisive shot. He intended to end the match right there. Then Thomas stepped forward. The merchant put everything on the line: body, mind, spirit. At the very edge of exhaustion, he caught the ball. The impact nearly destroyed him. Moments later, he collapsed, but he had succeeded. The score remained tied. The field changed completely. Class 5 now had only Leo remaining. Class 1 still possessed all 3 captains. Numerically, the difference was overwhelming. Khlo immediately moved to lock down the field. Still carrying the sting of previous defeats, she created countless magical duplicates to strengthen her defenses. Then Leo moved. This was his final push. His feet left the ground. In an instant, he vanished. Even the captains were stunned. The speed was absurd. Leo slipped past Celia before she even realized he had moved. He ignored direct confrontation entirely. His target was the goal. That left everything in Khlo's hands. She desperately searched for the real Leo among countless afterimages. The sheer complexity of the movement exhausted her. Then he passed her too. Khlo collapsed, defeated, shocked. Unable to comprehend how a human could replicate techniques reminiscent of elven magic. In the end, not even 3 captains working together could stop him. The final point was scored. Class 5 won. The arena exploded with celebration. Students screamed Leo's name. Moments earlier, they had been staring at expulsion. Now they stood victorious. Sedon could hardly believe it. Edmund had thrown his students into a life-or-death situation just to force them to grow. As for the 3 captains, defeat hit them hard. Still, Sedon approached his students, especially Khlo. He asked whether she was frustrated. Of course she was. But tradition mattered. Win or lose, opponents deserved respect. He praised every student who fought, every student who supported their teammates, every student who pushed themselves beyond their limits. His words soothed wounded hearts. Then Edmund ruined the atmosphere, immediately. He bluntly called them losers, nothing more, nothing less. Both classes had given everything. Class 1 displayed incredible talent. Class 5 displayed incredible perseverance. According to Sedon, the reason Class 5 prevailed was simple. They broke through their limits. He hoped both classes would learn from one another moving forward. Eventually, rivals became comrades. Handshakes were exchanged. Celia and Chelsea immediately resumed insulting each other. Thomas enthusiastically shook Durin's hand while the lightning user looked like a man who had just witnessed a ghost. Khlo looked moments away from tears. Then Leo approached her. He sincerely praised her performance. With more experience and a little refinement, he believed she could become someone truly extraordinary. At first, she assumed he was mocking her. Then she saw his expression. There wasn't a trace of sarcasm, only honesty. Determination returned to her eyes. One day, she would surpass him. And this time, she accepted his handshake. A month passed. Life at the academy settled into a rhythm. One day, while sharing a meal, Thomas suddenly asked about club activities. Most students were joining established organizations. Leo had a different idea. He wanted to create one himself. The statement nearly caused Thomas to lose his mind. Naturally, Chelsea volunteered before anyone else could react. As Leo's most enthusiastic supporter, she was already on board. The name of the organization was simple: the Hero Research Society. The name of Leo's proposed club sounded strange enough to make most people raise an eyebrow. The Hero Research Society. But Leo had a very specific reason for creating it. He wanted to uncover the truth behind the forgotten hero, Kyle, a figure modern history dismissed as little more than a fictional character with no real significance. Thomas immediately pointed out the obvious problem: nobody would join a club like that. Chelsea, however, once again proved herself to be Leo's most loyal supporter. She volunteered before anyone even asked. Before the discussion could continue, a loud commotion erupted nearby. The noise reminded Thomas of something important. Today was a special day. The fifth-year students had finally returned from a dungeon expedition. Across the world, fragments of hero records occasionally created dangerous spaces known as hero dungeons. Recovering those fragments was one of the academy's most important duties. Senior students were often dispatched for weeks or even months at a time to conquer these dungeons and retrieve the records hidden within. Listening quietly, Leo couldn't help wondering whether his mother had once participated in similar expeditions. Chelsea's attention shifted toward the returning seniors. These weren't ordinary students, they were the academy's elite, the best of the best. Among them stood the muscular Easter. Beside him was the beautiful southerner Toru Yan. And nearby lounged Ulta, whose relaxed clothing made it look as if he had wandered in from a vacation. Yet one person was conspicuously absent: the strongest student in Lumina Academy, the student council president, Ri. Thomas was about to explain more when Leo suddenly disappeared. For a brief moment, it almost looked as though someone had arrested him for being too overpowered. The truth was much simpler. Celia had dragged him away in a hurry. Apparently, the council president himself had requested a private meeting. Leo was completely confused. Why would someone like Ri want to meet him? Celia stared at him like he was hopeless. In her opinion, Leo understood absolutely nothing about academy politics. She assured him that everything would make sense once he arrived. Eventually, they reached an unusual location, and then something completely unexpected happened. The Sword Princess launched herself forward and hugged Ri, because the academy's strongest student wasn't just the council president, he was also Celia's older brother. Ri welcomed Leo warmly, especially after hearing about the younger boy's ambition to master every discipline. The three of them sat together and shared dumplings. For some reason, Celia seemed nervous. Apparently, she had never eaten them before. The moment she took a bite, however, her eyes lit up. The taste instantly won her over. Ri laughed. He had wanted to bring her here ever since she enrolled. More importantly, he had been curious about Leo. After all, Leo's mother once possessed an enormous reputation within the Zeringer family. Even during her academy years, she had been legendary, and not always for normal reasons. One story involved her passionately discussing academy desserts. Another involved gathering students together and practically leading an invasion of the principal's office. Celia nearly choked when she heard that. Apparently, her aunt had been involved in one of the academy's most infamous incidents. The siblings continued chatting happily while Leo quietly observed. The more he watched Ri, the more convinced he became. This man genuinely deserved his reputation. Without question, he was destined to become a hero. Eventually, dessert arrived. Ri suggested the younger two head outside while he settled the bill. As they left, Ri discovered a strange object tucked inside his blazer. He had no idea how it ended up there. Elsewhere, Class 5 was enduring another day under Herod Edmund. Leliana finally gathered enough courage to ask him a question. Before she could even speak, Edmund informed her that it was probably stupid. The man truly had no filter. Ignoring the insult, she asked why Class 5 still hadn't selected a class representative while every other class already had one. Edmund blinked, then casually admitted he had forgotten. His solution was simple. Leo could do it. Problem solved. Leliana and Tai quickly reminded him that representatives were usually chosen through a democratic process. Unfortunately, that only encouraged Edmund to explain his reasoning. The representative would be responsible for paperwork and administrative tasks. In other words, whoever got selected would save him from doing extra work. Suddenly, a magical transmission echoed through the academy. All first-year students were ordered to report immediately for a joint hero studies session. Leo asked if they should leave now. Edmund approved without hesitation. Soon the students arrived at the auditorium. There Leo and Thomas encountered a familiar sight. Khlo, or rather what remained of Khlo. The girl looked like a walking corpse. Dark circles, exhaustion, pure academic suffering. Without shame, she immediately begged Thomas for recovery potions. The alchemist sold her the last bottles he had. Leo couldn't help thinking she was overworking herself. The school year had barely begun. Khlo ignored him. After downing the potions, she made her position very clear. She had no intention of relaxing. As the top-ranked student in magical theory, she was under constant pressure. Sooner or later, Leo would master modern magic, and when that happened, she was convinced he would bulldoze her rankings too. Thomas genuinely failed to understand the issue. Was second place really that bad? Chelsea stared at him in disbelief. Lo wasn't just any student, she was aiming for the magic tower. For battle mages, theory rankings weren't everything. For someone like Lo, however, magical research was her entire identity, her pride depended on it. Chelsea honestly questioned whether Thomas qualified as a magician at all. Meanwhile, despite the potions, Lo still looked half dead. Then she noticed something strange. At that same moment, Headmaster Kalyan was examining a damaged hero record fragment. Ri had brought it to him. According to the council president, the fragment had reacted unexpectedly. That shouldn't have been possible. The record was heavily damaged. No relics had been nearby, and yet it had responded to something. Kalyan asked whether it had reacted again afterward. The answer was no. The headmaster fell silent. Deep in thought, eventually he decided to investigate personally. For now, he told Ri to rest. The student had only recently returned from a mission. Then Kalyan instructed his assistant Alina to bring the damaged fragment to the Hall of Beginnings for the first-year joint class. The fragment might be small, but hero records possessed unique properties. Even damaged pages could react when someone directly connected to the recorded hero came into contact with them. Neither Kalyan nor Alina realized the truth. That person was Leo. Inside the auditorium, first-year students gathered for their first joint lesson. The room was chaos. Conversations echoed everywhere. Professor Arian politely asked everyone to quiet down. Nobody listened. A few moments later, the sweet and gentle professor snapped. A terrifying killing intent erupted from her body. The atmosphere instantly froze. With frightening intensity, she warned everyone to shut up unless they were actively seeking death. The transformation was terrifying. One second she was adorable. The next she looked ready to erase someone from existence. The students immediately fell silent. Then, as though nothing had happened, Arian returned to her usual timid demeanor. Everyone else sat frozen in fear. At this point, the academy had simply accepted that she was absolutely terrifying when angry. Leo carefully observed her power. A spiritualist. Even in his previous life, specialists like her had been incredibly rare. With a dagger in hand, Arian began the lecture. She explained the origins of hero records and the rise of hero clans. To open a hero world, one required a meaningful object connected to that hero, a medium. A key. That was why descendants could access certain hero worlds more easily. The relationship between hero records and hero clans was like a key and a treasure chest. The explanation impressed Leo. He listened attentively. Arian continued. Hero studies existed to uncover information about hero worlds and deepen understanding of past heroes. Eventually, every student would choose a hero whose strength they hoped to inherit. At that moment, Alina entered carrying a newly recovered hero record fragment. The students immediately exploded with excitement. The artifact radiated mystery. Alina opened it briefly, then closed it again. Before allowing anyone to interact with it, Arian decided to ask a question. What kind of hero did they wish to become? Celia answered first. She intended to become the strongest knight in Zeringer history. Arian praised the ambition. Lo followed. Her dream was to create a spellbook filled entirely with her own original magic. One by one, students shared their goals. Thomas wanted to support heroes from behind the scenes. Eventually, Leo stood and casually declared something outrageous. His goal was to destroy Arabos completely. The room froze, students, professors. Everyone, Arian herself, was visibly shaken. Still, she somehow managed to continue the lesson. Around the room, students whispered among themselves. Most assumed it was empty bravado. The professors weren't so certain. Herod knew Leo rarely spoke without reason. Arabos had been divided and sealed for centuries. Even a single fragment could devastate entire regions. Yet Leo wasn't talking about defeating one fragment. He intended to eradicate Arabos entirely. An impossible dream, or perhaps something even more dangerous. Pushing forward, Arian finally moved to the practical portion of the lesson. The students would examine a hero record fragment and attempt to identify its owner. She reminded everyone that professors would be monitoring the process closely. No reckless behavior, no unnecessary risks. The excitement in the room became impossible to contain. At last, they would experience a hero record firsthand. Arian called forward the representatives of each class. Celia, Leo, Abad, Chen. 2 fragments had actually been recovered from the dungeon. One was significantly smaller than the other. For today's lesson, however, they would focus on the larger piece. The smaller fragment was displayed merely to demonstrate the variety of hero record forms. Then Arian invited Leo to step forward first. Leo approached the fragment. The moment his hand touched it, the hero record opened. The moment Leo touched the fragment, everything went wrong. Neither the hero's name nor the chapter title appeared. Both remained hidden. Even worse, the reaction wasn't normal. The professors immediately sensed that something was off. Then reality shattered. Before anyone could react, the representatives and instructors were dragged into a completely different world. What greeted them was pure devastation. Chaos stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless monster corpses covered the landscape. The ground itself looked like the aftermath of a war that had already consumed everything. They had arrived in what could only be described as a battlefield. Professor Edmund instantly took command. Whatever this place was, it wasn't part of the lesson anymore. He ordered everyone to stay alert. As far as he was concerned, they had just been thrown into a hero dungeon. Meanwhile, Sedun quickly searched for anything recognizable. Eventually, he spotted a distant fortress wall that could serve as a landmark. For everyone else, it was just a ruined structure. For Leo, it was something else entirely. He recognized it, the walls of Gardes, the final defensive line of the last surviving city during the Age of Catastrophe. If his suspicions were correct, then he was the only person present who truly understood where they were. Then he heard it. A voice that hadn't existed for thousands of years. It called him by a name nobody in this era should know. Kyle. The voice gently apologized, admitting that her final wish had been foolish. Leo's heart nearly stopped. Because that voice belonged to someone history revered as a legend. One of the original heroes. One of his comrades, Lena's. Back then she had stubbornly believed they would save the world. Even when hope was almost gone. Even when everything seemed impossible. And somehow, they did. Seeing a friend from 5,000 years ago standing before him on that ruined battlefield stirred emotions Leo couldn't put into words. This reunion existed beyond anything he could have imagined. Lena smiled, and that smile alone seemed to illuminate the entire hero dungeon. Then reality broke apart. The world shattered. Everyone was violently thrown back into the real world. The bizarre incident ended as abruptly as it began. The cause? Leo had unknowingly grabbed the small hero record fragment that was only meant to be displayed. Chaos immediately erupted in the auditorium. Chelsea nervously demanded answers from the professors. Unfortunately, they were just as confused as the students. Even Edmund looked exhausted. With no explanation available, he immediately suspended all classes. Everyone was instructed to leave the auditorium calmly and return to their dormitories. As the crowd dispersed, Leo remained behind. Still standing at the podium, still holding the tiny torn fragment. Deep down, he already knew the truth. That fragment belonged to him. It was a piece of Kyle's hero record, the single most important clue he had discovered since arriving at the academy. From the sidelines, Edmund quietly watched Leo. The depth of thought on the boy's face intrigued him. Once the commotion finally died down, students scattered across campus to waste the unexpected free time. In one empty classroom, Leo explained what he had seen. The legendary Lena's, the king of wisdom. Chelsea's eyes practically sparkled. If the academy had truly uncovered Lena's hero record, then this was a historic discovery. Aleliana immediately regretted every life decision that had led her away from becoming class representative. Had she won the position, she would have witnessed everything firsthand. Carr looked at her with complete disbelief, as if she had ever stood a chance against Leo. Naturally, Aleliana responded with violence. Poor Carr became the victim of several punches. The noise eventually attracted Professor Edmund. He stepped into the room and demanded to know why they were being so loud. Then he gave them a simple choice: study quietly or get expelled. Considering who delivered the warning, nobody could tell whether he was joking. After he left, nobody was willing to take the risk. Meanwhile, Leo's thoughts remained elsewhere. Why was his hero record in such terrible condition? Compared to every other record, it was practically destroyed. Even he struggled to recognize its world. The system had hidden both the world's name and its chapter title, almost as if someone had deliberately erased every trace of its identity. That possibility disturbed him. Hero records existed to pass on a hero's power. Destroying one meant preventing future heroes from inheriting that legacy. There was only one being with both the motive and capability to commit such sabotage. Arabos, even divided into countless fragments, the demon's influence remained terrifying. The incident only strengthened Leo's resolve. He needed answers, and he needed them soon. After that strange event, academy life settled down for roughly a month. Eventually, attention shifted toward the magic department. Professor Len Horse arrived as stylish as ever and immediately introduced the upcoming midterm practical exam. The assignment was simple. Every student had to create an original spell. The announcement instantly struck fear into the hearts of young magicians. Original magic wasn't ordinary. It represented a magician's individuality, creativity, and mastery. Modern magic relied heavily on activation formulas and established systems. Very few mages still attempted to create something entirely their own. Yet original spells often became a magician's greatest trump card. To illustrate the concept, Len Horse referenced star magic. Every elf learned a version of it. However, even star magic was merely an imitation. Only one person in history had ever wielded the complete form: its creator, the founder of Nebula, one of the original heroes, Luna. The professor's passionate explanation immediately put Khlo into full concentration mode. She was determined to dominate the exam. While listening, Leo noticed something unusual on her desk. A book. Just being near it made his instincts scream. The object radiated a strangely familiar darkness. The moment she noticed him looking, Lo quickly hid it inside her bag. Leo's suspicion immediately grew. If he wasn't mistaken, that had been a grimoire. As though the timing had been planned, Professor Horst dismissed the class and wished everyone luck. Students slowly began leaving. Leo immediately followed Lo, then casually grabbed her hand. The Ice Queen spun around and shot him an offended glare. Leo simply smiled and invited her to lunch. Officially, it was a friendly invitation. Unofficially, he wanted answers about that grimoire. Lo instantly smacked his hand away. She had no time for distractions. Her focus was entirely devoted to defeating Leo in the practical exam. Thankfully, Car arrived before the conversation could become even more awkward. The cheerful alchemist jokingly accused Leo of trying to challenge the Queen of Magical Studies herself. Lo still hadn't forgotten losing to him before. When it came to pure magic, however, she refused to surrender first place. With absolute determination burning in her eyes, she swore she would win. Leo respected that conviction. Backing down now would be disrespectful, so he accepted her challenge properly. Extending his hand, he promised to prepare seriously. Lo shook it. The intensity in her eyes was almost frightening. Car watched from the side, utterly amazed. In his mind, Leo had somehow managed to trick another girl into holding his hand. Later that day, Leo arrived at one of the Academy's most imposing structures, the Tower of Heroes. Somewhere inside this enormous monument was the legendary Forbidden Library, and if answers about his ruined hero record existed anywhere, it would probably be there. As he climbed the stairs, several upperclassmen glanced his way. Word about the freshman representative had clearly spread. Halfway up, someone called his name. A senior student with tan skin, curly hair, large glasses, and an unmistakably confident presence was waiting nearby. Chewing bubble gum casually, she informed him that Professor Len Horse had spoken about him quite often. This was Toru Ian, a fifth-year magic student. Leo politely greeted her and attempted to continue climbing. Unfortunately, Toru stretched out her leg and completely blocked his path. She wanted to know why a first-year student was wandering around the Tower of Heroes. Leo answered honestly. He was here to meet the student council president. The response only made her more interested. Toru immediately started promoting the magic department. If he committed fully to magic, opportunities within the tower would open up everywhere. She was surprisingly persistent, especially considering Leo was already taking magic classes. Eventually, she relented and moved aside. Leo thanked her politely and continued onward. Still, Toru left him with a final warning. Before the semester ended, she wanted him to make magic his primary discipline. The message was clear. Whether it sounded like encouragement or a threat depended entirely on how he chose to interpret it. Leo simply smiled, the perfectly polite smile he always used when refusing to commit to anything. Eventually, he reached the elevator leading to the upper floors. Several senior students stepped inside. Leo joined them and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Nothing happened. He pressed it again, still nothing. Again, nothing. The elevator remained completely unresponsive. His patience began dying one button press at a time. Thankfully, a friendly voice finally explained the problem. The buttons only responded when mana was infused into them. The speaker was another fifth-year student, a broad-shouldered man with a warm smile. Unlike Toru, this senior seemed genuinely approachable. His name was Lisa Zamua, a fifth-year from the night department. Recognizing Leo immediately, he greeted the freshman representative with a grin. Leo politely returned the greeting. Much like Toru earlier, Lisa asked why he was visiting the Tower of Heroes. When Leo explained that he intended to meet the student council president, the senior's interest visibly increased. After all, very few freshmen could stand in front of the academy's strongest student without fear, and even fewer would boldly march straight toward his office alone. Lee was genuinely impressed by Leo's composure. Most freshmen froze the moment they heard the student council president's name, yet Leo remained unfazed. Because of that, Lee once again encouraged him to seriously consider making the night department his primary path. At this point, Leo had heard the same recruitment pitch so many times that all he could do was let out a tired laugh. After surviving an endless gauntlet of interruptions, he finally arrived at his destination. Standing before the office door, he knocked politely, introduced himself, and asked for permission to enter. A calm and welcoming voice immediately invited him inside. President Ri was buried beneath mountains of paperwork despite the sun already sinking toward the horizon. Even so, he greeted Leo with a warm smile. Not wanting to waste any more of the president's time, Leo went straight to the reason for his visit. He wanted access to the Academy's Forbidden Library. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Ri's expression grew noticeably more serious. He knew Leo wasn't the type to make reckless requests. Because of that, he carefully explained just how difficult such access truly was. For ordinary students, there were only two possible routes. The first was straightforward in theory and nearly impossible in practice: conquer a hero dungeon. Those who successfully cleared one were traditionally allowed to personally return the recovered hero record fragments to the records preserved within the Forbidden Library. Naturally, Leo understood he was nowhere near qualifying through that route, so he asked about the second method. Ree leaned forward. A sly smile spread across his face. Then he revealed that the secret would be shared the moment Leo officially joined the student council. Several days later, the night department's practical midterm finally arrived. The academy's massive outdoor arena was packed. Students, instructors, and spectators gathered from every direction. Naturally, Carr saw opportunity. The entrepreneurial menace rolled out an entire popcorn stand and immediately got to work. His sales strategy was simple. According to him, nobody should watch an exciting tournament without snacks. Chelsea wasn't sure whether to admire him or be embarrassed for him. Meanwhile, Eleliana couldn't help thinking that Carr would already be absurdly wealthy if he weren't trapped at Lumina Academy. As Leo lined up beside the other night department freshmen, he scanned the audience. One person was noticeably absent. K.H. Lowe wasn't there. Professor A stood in the center of the arena, radiating enough pressure to remind everyone that this was no ordinary exercise. Without delay, he announced the first match, Class 1's Hall Snave versus Class 5's Leo Plav. The crowd immediately perked up. Meanwhile, Carr continued searching for customers. His gaze eventually landed on Professor Sedan. Like a predator spotting prey, he rushed over with samples in hand. Would the esteemed professor like a popcorn and drink combo for the upcoming match? Sedan looked offended by the mere suggestion. In his opinion, snacks were clearly meant for people like Edmund, not respectable professors. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, Carr looked toward Class 1 for support. Thankfully, Celia immediately understood the assignment. Activating maximum charm, she innocently wondered whether their beloved professor might treat the entire class. The trap was perfect. All Carr needed to do afterward was encourage the students to cheer for Sedan's generosity. Watching his students chant his name with shining eyes slowly destroyed the professor's defenses. He might have been prideful, but he was also a teacher who genuinely cared about his students. Eventually, he surrendered. Every student would receive one combo. No more. Carr's profits exploded instantly. Back in the arena, the combatants took their positions. Leo wore a confident smile, almost too confident. He casually remarked that Hall was fortunate enough to become his first victim. Hall immediately understood the implication. Leo didn't view him as a genuine threat. That irritated him. Hall Snave came from the heroic Snave lineage. This wasn't someone willing to be overlooked. Before the duel began, the audience received a quick explanation of the exam structure from Lumina Academy's unofficial popcorn merchant. The night department midterm consisted of a series of duels. Achieve 5 victories, earn a passing grade. Simple. Even so, uncertainty lingered throughout the stands. Most students knew Leo was the freshman representative. Very few had actually seen him fight. On top of that, he was juggling 3 different majors. Many assumed he couldn't possibly match specialists who devoted themselves entirely to a single discipline. Hall was already considered Class 1's third strongest student. Only Celia and Durin ranked above him. His specialty was spear combat. His aura possessed a toxic and razor-sharp nature. With practiced precision, he twirled his spear and displayed his skill. As far as Hall was concerned, Leo was simply the arrogant guy constantly hanging around Celia. Professor A gave one final reminder. The winner would be whoever rendered their opponent incapable of continuing. Students were expected to treat every duel like a real battle. The signal was given, and immediately Leo's attention shifted, not toward Hall, toward something else entirely. A dark aura. An aura he hadn't felt in an extremely long time. It wasn't coming from the arena. It wasn't coming from his opponent. It was coming from somewhere deep within the academy itself. The sensation was vile, unsettling. The moment it touched his senses, a terrible premonition formed in his mind. Unbeknownst to Leo, the source sat elsewhere on campus, inside the library. K.H. Lowe had isolated herself among endless stacks of books while desperately preparing for the magic department midterm. Every formula she attempted joined an ever-growing pile of failed ideas. Pressure was crushing her. No matter what she tried, she couldn't create a spell capable of surpassing Leo. Frustration mounted. Eventually, she snapped and scattered books across her workspace. Leo's talent haunted her thoughts. The fear of being surpassed was slowly consuming her from within. She refused to lose. Absolutely refused. As she stared across the mess she'd created, one object seemed to stand out from everything else. The grimoire. Almost as if it were calling to her. With nowhere left to turn, she convinced herself it was her only path forward. The desperation to remain number one left her vulnerable, and the dark energy radiating from the grimoire eagerly answered. That same sinister presence was what Leo sensed in the middle of his match. Unfortunately, Hall mistook Leo's distraction for weakness. He immediately rushed forward, his spear shot toward Leo's head. At the last possible moment, Leo regained focus and slipped aside. Hall pressed the attack. Activating the signature technique of the Snave family, he transformed the spearhead into a twisting venomous blade. The weapon moved unpredictably, like a living serpent. Each strike crept closer to Leo's chest, Then Leo calmly reached out and caught the spear bare-handed. Hall froze. Stopping that attack should have required ridiculous strength. The brief moment of shock became a fatal mistake. Leo yanked the spear away. Hall instinctively held on. The result was humiliating. He got dragged along behind his own weapon-like luggage. Before he could recover, Leo closed the distance and planted a devastating fist directly into his face. The impact launched Hall across the arena like a ragdoll. The crowd erupted. Leo might have been distracted earlier, but a veteran like him never stayed distracted for long. Humiliated by the exchange, Hall pushed his aura to the limit. Thick poisonous mist flooded the battlefield. The arena slowly turned green. He warned Leo to stop showing off. The real duel was only beginning. Venomous aura poured endlessly from Hall's body. This was his advantage. People already claimed Leo lacked proper aura mastery. Hall intended to exploit that weakness completely. Physical strength alone couldn't overcome such a gap, or so he thought. Leo watched the spreading poison with genuine interest. Poison auras were surprisingly rare. Then crimson flames ignited around him. The moment the toxic mist entered his range, it burned away instantly. Hall continued increasing his output. His confidence remained intact. Unless Leo's flames rivaled Celia's, victory should still belong to him. At least that was the story he kept telling himself. Unfortunately, while Hall was busy admiring his own superiority, Leo had already crossed the battlefield, completely unharmed. The remaining distance disappeared. Leo advanced through the poison like an unstoppable force. His fire devoured everything in its path. The contrast between the two auras was so dramatic that the audience couldn't look away. Popcorn disappeared by the handful. In Class 1 section, Duran watched with his usual murderous expression. Chelsea cheered louder than anyone. To her, everything Leo did looked incredible. Meanwhile, Celia sat frozen. She had known Leo was improving. What she hadn't realized was just how terrifyingly powerful his flame aura had already become. Halsnave was the first to truly feel how terrifying Leo's flames had become. The closer he got, the more unbelievable it seemed. By Hall's own judgment, Leo's fire had already reached the same level as Celia's, the strongest knight among the first years. That realization hit hard. Who would have imagined that a guy splitting his time between every major in the academy could stand shoulder to shoulder with elite pure knights? Even so, Hall refused to crumble. He had one card left. A technique he had secretly developed with a single goal in mind, surpassing Celia one day. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would be forced to reveal it during the very first match of the midterms. His aura twisted and condensed. A massive venomous serpent took shape. Then the creature lunged forward, forming a prison of poison around Leo. Instead of resisting, Leo allowed himself to be trapped. He simply stood there, studying the structure of the technique with genuine curiosity. Meanwhile, Hall was already enjoying his moment. He even glanced toward the stands where Celia sat watching. The poor guy's cheeks turned slightly red. After all, he'd spent countless hours refining this technique specifically to catch up to her. This was supposed to be his big debut. Unfortunately for him, Celia's response was less than inspiring. With a sigh, she quietly pointed toward the opposite side of the arena. Hall turned his head and immediately realized his mistake. Inside the serpent prison, Leo's flames had already begun cooking the construct alive. The giant snake bubbled, cracked, sizzled, then vanished completely beneath overwhelming heat. Hall's eyes widened. The technique he'd worked so hard to create had been erased as casually as garbage. Frustration took over. Abandoning aura entirely, he charged forward with his spear. Throughout the entire fight, Leo hadn't even bothered drawing his sword. Now he finally did. One clean movement, one precise parry. The spear flew from Hall's hands. Before the stunned boy could react, Leo's blade rested against his neck. Calmly, he offered a lesson. Anyone foolish enough to look away from a flame deserved to get burned. Hall's knees gave out. Professor A immediately declared the result. The opening match belonged to Leo Plav, and it wasn't particularly close. Chelsea practically exploded with excitement from the stands. Carr, who never doubted his friend for a second, acted as if the outcome had been obvious all along. Meanwhile, Hall returned to his side of the arena nursing both his pride and his bruises. At least now he understood. Leo wasn't merely talented, he was built differently. No wonder someone like Celia acknowledged him. Then something unexpected happened. A familiar voice praised him. Hall looked up. There was Celia, smiling. She complimented the technique he had used during the fight. For a moment, Hall forgot he'd lost. The girl he'd admired for so long had praised him personally. Suddenly, the defeat didn't seem nearly as painful. That compliment would probably stay with him for years. The tournament continued. Professor A called Class 5's Aleliana led into the arena. The energetic girl rushed forward like she had been waiting all day. Immediately, she demanded to know who her opponent would be. The answer crushed her enthusiasm. Chen Zia of Class 10. Just like that, her confidence deflated. Out of everyone she could have drawn, she ended up facing one of the night department's strongest students. The two girls took their positions. Chen Zia offered a graceful bow and wished her opponent good luck. Even her politeness carried pressure. Still, Aleliana wasn't the type to back down. She returned the greeting with determination burning in her eyes. The match began. Chen Zia gently summoned her water aura. Flowing currents surrounded her body like a calm ocean. Across from her, Eleliana's fiery spirit erupted into wild flames as she gripped her rapier. Trusting her speed, she launched herself forward. One decisive thrust, one decisive finish, or so she thought. Chen Zia calmly formed a sphere of water around herself. Watching from the stands, Leo immediately understood the problem. Getting stabbed would hurt. Running headfirst into a condensed wall of water aura would hurt just as much. Eleliana committed too early. She gambled everything on a single strike and paid for it. The water sphere wasn't merely defensive, it counterattacked. Hard, within moments the match was over. Chen Zia secured a clean victory. Eleliana eventually stood back up and brushed herself off. The loss was embarrassing, but she convinced herself she hadn't done terribly. Leo had already predicted the outcome. The matchup heavily favored Chen Zia from the beginning. Still, with a cooler head and better decision-making, Eleliana could have lasted much longer. Then came the match everyone wanted to see. Professor A called forth Celia Zeringer, her opponent, Duran Moira. The arena erupted. Nobody expected the biggest showdown of the tournament this early. Celia smiled the moment she saw her rival. This was going to be fun. Duran looked the exact opposite. His expression screamed absolute seriousness. In the stands, Carr had somehow acquired a pair of ridiculous viewing glasses and was already treating the fight like the event of the year. He shoved a bucket of popcorn toward Leo. Neither student took their eyes off the arena. The atmosphere alone was electric. Fire and lightning began filling the battlefield. Both fighters drew their weapons. The clash for the unofficial title of strongest first year was about to begin. The signal sounded. Duran moved first, a blur of lightning. His body and sword seemed to merge into a single streak of thunder, but Celia wasn't the Academy's top knight by accident. Her reactions were absurd. She intercepted the first few attacks without issue. For many first years, this was their first glimpse of true elite-level combat. Completely absorbed in the fight, Carr asked Leo who he thought would win. Without taking his eyes off the arena, Leo casually answered. If things continued at this pace, Celia would lose. Carr nearly choked on his popcorn. Even so, he wasn't ready to count her out. The look in Celia's eyes remained calm, focused, dangerously calm. Leo agreed she was waiting for something. The trap simply hadn't been sprung yet. Meanwhile, Duran accelerated again. Faster, sharper, more relentless. One strike nearly grazed Celia's neck. Only pure instinct saved her. Sensing momentum shifting in his favor, Duran pressed harder and entered a close-range exchange. That decision sealed his fate. Celia raised her blade, then unleashed a blaze unlike anything seen throughout the tournament. The entire arena exploded with fire. Even the protective barriers flickered under the pressure. Freshmen stared in disbelief. Many had never witnessed power on this level. Leo couldn't help praising the timing. Carr looked confused, so he explained. The arena was relatively small. Since matching Duran's raw speed directly wasn't realistic, Celia had transformed the entire battlefield into her weapon. By flooding the arena with flames, she forced Duran to fight inside her territory. Every movement now carried risk. Every step could lead into fire. The heat distorted vision. The battlefield itself had turned against him. Celia wasn't just stronger, she had become smarter. This was strategy. This was control. This was her domain. As Duran struggled against the oppressive heat, tiny openings began appearing in his defense. Celia seized them instantly. At one point, she seemed to vanish entirely before reappearing behind him. Her blazing slash nearly ended everything. Only Duran's monstrous reflexes kept him alive. Desperate, he swung back. But desperation was poison against an opponent like Celia. She completely neutralized his attack. Then came the most ridiculous part. Instead of finishing him with her sword, fist, or kick, she headbutted him, straight into unconsciousness. The crowd exploded. As the flames faded, Celia Zeringer stood victorious. Dusting off her uniform, she casually suggested that Duran spend more time building strength instead of relying exclusively on speed. When Duran finally regained consciousness, he accepted the hand she offered and stood back up. Around them, spectators lost their minds. The Academy's gossip circles and dedicated shippers had just been fed for months. From the stands, Leo quietly smiled. All that brutal training had clearly paid off. Then, as if summoned from nowhere, Professor Edmund suddenly appeared behind the boys, snack in hand. Apparently, he'd been listening to Leo's commentary the entire time. To his surprise, the professor found those observations genuinely insightful. By the time the practical exam concluded, the day had produced plenty of excitement. Celia finished with 4 victories and 1 loss. Duran ended with the exact same record. So did Chen Zia. Each of the Academy's elite freshmen had suffered only a single defeat. Leo, however, stood alone. 5 matches, 5 victories, 0 losses, a flawless sweep. By the end of the tournament, Leo Plav officially claimed the position of number 1. 1 week later, after the written linguistics examination concluded, Professor Edmund arrived looking as disheveled as ever. Even so, he acknowledged the effort his students had put in throughout the semester. As Professor Edmund waved the class goodbye and headed for the exit, he casually dropped one final warning. Just because the semester was ending didn't mean everyone was safe. a few unlucky souls could still be thrown out by poor exam scores. The moment the door closed, Class 5 exploded into chaos. Eleliana immediately started panicking about her chances of surviving the academic massacre. Meanwhile, the classroom nerds swarmed Chelsea like hungry wolves, all desperate to see her answer sheet and compare scores. The competition to inspect the prized paper almost turned into a battle of its own. In the middle of all that noise, their class representative was doing something far more productive: sleeping. Nelia, seated nearby, gently woke Leo and asked how he thought he performed on the written exam. Leo claimed he hadn't done too badly. His face, however, told a completely different story. Nelia couldn't help laughing. It was strangely comforting seeing the seemingly invincible class representative struggle like a normal student. She kindly reminded him that if he ever got injured or exhausted, she was always available to patch him up with her healing magic. Carr immediately overheard the offer. Suddenly his shoulders hurt. His back hurt too. Maybe his entire body needed urgent treatment. Before he could scam his way into free healing, Chelsea delivered some very real pain directly to his spine. After eliminating the distraction, she turned back toward Leo. She had heard from Tide that Leo rarely appeared at the summoning grounds. That part was technically true. The only detail everyone missed was that Leo had been practicing in private. Honestly, that sounded exactly like something he'd do. Curious, Chelsea asked what ranking he was aiming for in the upcoming summoning practical. The question itself felt ridiculous. If the person in question was Leo Plav, then first place was the only answer worth considering. Soon enough, the day of the summoning department's practical exam arrived. Faculty members, upperclassmen, and spectators packed the venue. This wasn't just another test. It was the most anticipated summoning event of the first semester, the Summoned Creature Race. Serving as commentator for the festivities was Rumbetes, a third-year student from the summoning division. Looking around at the massive crowd, Celia questioned whether this was really an exam. Ree's older brother explained that the race had become a treasured tradition within the summoning department. It was even featured during interdepartmental exchanges, making it one of the Academy's most celebrated events. Naturally, Carr smelled profit before anyone else smelled excitement. Within minutes, his popcorn and cola stand was fully operational. The race hadn't even started yet and business was booming. The audience buzzed with excitement, laughter, conversation, anticipation. In complete contrast, the competitors gathered on the stage stood in tense silence. The freshmen already felt enough pressure. The roaring crowd only made things worse. Among the participants, the names drawing the most attention were obvious: Leo, Chenzia, Walden, and Eliza Hergen. Eliza, the white-haired heiress of the renowned Northern Summoner lineage, approached Leo first. She praised his performance during the night department practicals. Then she questioned his preparation for today's race. After all, despite claiming confidence, she had never once seen him participate in group training. The moment she pointed that out, others immediately piled on. Several students openly questioned whether Leo was taking summoning studies seriously. Some even demanded he step aside if he wasn't committed. Most of them had never seen him properly bond with a summon. Tide tried to calm everyone down. Unfortunately, the mob mentality had already kicked in. The complaints kept coming. They accused him of disrespecting the department. They accused Tide of blindly defending the Academy's golden boy. The atmosphere grew uglier by the second. Chenzia could only watch nervously as tensions escalated before the race had even begun. Then another voice joined the conversation. Senlu, a freshman from the Eastern continent, approached Chenzia. Since she had already performed well in the night department exams, he suggested she stop taking summoning studies so seriously. Before the argument could continue any further, someone else stepped in. Walden Titan, the Southern Continent's captain, the top-ranked summoning student. His presence alone silenced most of the crowd. Walden coldly informed everyone that if they wanted to argue about training hours, they could do it somewhere far away from him. Senlu instantly took offense. Walden didn't care. Listening to amateurs brag about writing summons was annoying enough already. Still missing the point entirely, Senlu challenged him. After all, Walden hadn't attended practice sessions either. Walden's response was brutally simple. Basic Griffin training wasn't worth his time. He wasn't incompetent enough to need lessons for something so elementary. Senlu nearly threw a punch. Fortunately, Leo intercepted him first. Grabbing his arm, Leo warned him that starting a fight before the exam wouldn't earn a simple penalty. It would mean disqualification. That finally cooled things down. Tide later approached Leo with an apology. The tension wasn't really personal. The summoning department naturally created massive gaps between dedicated specialists and students who treated it as a secondary focus. The fact that people like Chen Zia and Leo ranked so highly despite not being full-time summoners had bruised plenty of egos. Combined with Leo's absence from public training sessions, many students viewed him as an irresponsible prodigy. The irony was that Leo was taking the race very seriously. Far away from the crowd, however, something far darker watched the scene unfold. A hooded figure lingered in the shadows. An unsettling presence surrounded him. His attention wasn't focused on the race itself, it was focused on a single participant, Senlu. Some unnatural force lurked within the young summoner, and that force intended to win at any cost, even if that meant causing injury or worse. Before the race officially began, Rumbetes explained the rules. For this exam, students could only use summoning-related abilities. No aura, no magic, no shortcuts. Once the race started, contestants would tame a random griffin from the stables. From there, they would fly across the island of summons, reach Silent Lake as the turning point, then race all the way back to the academy. The stage was set. Would Walden dominate as expected? Would Chen Zia or Eliza rise to the occasion? Would Senlu's hidden secret change everything? Or would Leo Plav somehow steal the spotlight yet again? The racers lined up. Miss Yura addressed her students one final time. She told them to trust their training, trust their instincts, and most importantly, avoid panicking. Ironically, her attempt to calm everyone only made them more nervous. Moments later, she called for positions. The entire arena held its breath. Then, with a booming command that echoed throughout the stadium, the race began. Most competitors immediately sprinted toward the Griffin's stables, but a certain group had a different plan. Without warning, several students unleashed summoning techniques directly at Walden and Leo. The commentator nearly choked in disbelief. The race had barely begun and the favorites were already under attack. Leo immediately shouted at Tide to stop worrying about him and focus on the exam. Trusting those words, Tide mounted his griffin and pushed forward. The crowd reacted instantly. Boos erupted from every direction. To most spectators, openly targeting the favorites felt unfair. Leo knew plenty of students disliked him. Still, even he hadn't expected them to go this far. Rumbetes pointed out that while the audience hated it, the tactic technically remained legal. Meanwhile, Walden solved the problem in the simplest way possible: brute force. Within seconds, he shattered the elemental restraints surrounding him. Residual energy still crackled around his body as he calmly walked to the stables. He tamed a griffin almost effortlessly, mounted it, then casually offered Leo assistance. Leo refused. This level of interference wasn't worth worrying about. Without another word, Walden launched into the sky and quickly disappeared ahead of the pack. That left Leo standing alone on the starting field, still trapped. Still grounded, Chelsea watched anxiously from the stands. Miss Yura frowned. The division among the freshmen was worse than she'd imagined. As far as she knew, Leo's specialty lay in summons rather than spirits. Escaping those restraints should have been difficult. She was completely wrong. A brilliant light suddenly erupted across the arena. Every eye turned toward Leo. Closing his eyes, he calmly began reciting an ancient chant. The words flowed naturally, rhythmically, beautifully. He called upon elemental spirits to break his shackles and clear a path, and they answered immediately. Spirits of multiple elemental affinities gathered around him. Most modern summoners struggled to speak even a few words of the ancient spirit language. Leo recited an entire invocation flawlessly. Once again, the Academy's greatest mystery delivered another unbelievable surprise. Watching the scene unfold, Miss Yura finally relaxed. She'd underestimated him. Again, one thought dominated her mind. No matter what happened, she absolutely had to secure Leo for the summoning department. By this point, the other competitors had already covered considerable distance. Far ahead, the students responsible for the ambush laughed among themselves. They mocked Walden, mocked Leo, and confidently predicted the Southern captain would finish dead last. When they asked Eliza for her opinion, her answer was immediate. She didn't need cheap tricks. If she wanted to defeat Leo Plav and Walden Titan, she'd rather do it fairly. Eliza wasn't just worried about the race anymore. She was worried about the reputation of the entire summoning department. Meanwhile, the idiots responsible for the ambush were feeling pretty pleased with themselves. All they wanted was to see the Academy's geniuses stumble for once and taste a little humiliation. Having heard enough of their nonsense, Eliza accelerated forward and coldly warned them to think before pulling something so stupid again. Senlu heard every word. The self-righteous tone only made the irritation simmering inside him grow stronger. At the current pace, finishing second behind Eliza seemed completely achievable for him. When it came to handling flying summons, he genuinely believed he stood above everyone else except her. Lost in those thoughts, he suddenly watched a griffin slice through the formation of troublemakers like a blade through paper. Standing atop the saddle was Chen Zia. Actually, standing wasn't even the right word. She looked more like she was surfing through the sky. Whatever technique she was using, it worked. Her speed was absurd. Even without enhancing her mount through soul energy, she was leaving everyone behind. The moment the goons noticed her gaining ground, they switched targets. Led by Senlu, they aimed their attacks at the Eastern representative. A female student summoned a spirit of light and launched it toward Chen Zia. The instant the attack approached, Chen Zia shifted her position and stepped onto one of the griffin's wings. When the spirit closed in, she launched herself into the air and executed a graceful flip across the sky. The attackers could only stare in disbelief. She had literally parkoured around the attack. Landing perfectly, Chen Zia bent her leg like a drawn bow, then she exploded forward. Her target was the student who launched the light spirit. Using nothing but momentum, body control, and pure martial skill, she delivered a devastating kick. The unfortunate girl was blasted off her griffin. As she plummeted, she desperately accused Chenzia of cheating. The accusation was laughable. Chenzia hadn't used a single trace of aura. It was nothing more than raw combat ability. After solving that problem, she immediately refocused on the race and accelerated again. As she passed Senlu, she greeted him casually. The two came from the same region and knew each other well enough. His response was far less friendly. With hostility dripping from every word, he warned her that making an enemy out of him would prove to be a mistake. Chenzia wasn't particularly concerned. Even if aerial combat wasn't her greatest strength, she could already sense that someone far angrier was rapidly approaching. Then the sky exploded. A colossal burst of fire painted the heavens crimson. Walden had arrived, and he had apparently decided to start cooking griffins midair. His spirit manipulation was terrifying. The students who targeted him at the starting line quickly learned an important lesson. Walden believed in revenge with interest. One by one, the students who participated in the ambush found themselves blasted from the sky. This wasn't retaliation. This was an aerial execution. The clouds themselves seemed to burn as Walden relentlessly hunted every participant involved. Panic spread instantly. The surviving students scattered in every direction. Walden simply continued firing. Every spell claimed another griffin. Every griffin meant another racer disqualified. The massacre continued. Back at the starting grounds, the commentator shifted attention toward Leo. The freshman representative still had an enormous deficit to overcome. Even after breaking free, he risked finishing the race with a disastrous placement. Now all that remained in the stables was a single griffin. If he failed to tame it, everything would end here. Leo examined the creature carefully. Almost immediately, he noticed a fresh wound on its left wing. The injury wasn't accidental. The cut was too deliberate, too recent. The same idiots who trapped him had clearly done this as well. For future heroes to resort to something so petty and cruel was beyond disgraceful. The moment Leo grabbed the reins, the griffin erupted into chaos. The creature thrashed wildly. Everyone knew forcing yourself onto a guarded griffin without earning its trust was a terrible idea. From the audience, the Zeringer siblings watched closely. Celia looked worried. Rhea looked intrigued. From their perspective, it seemed like Leo intended to brute force the entire taming process. Leo understood the griffin's anger. He understood its fear. But there wasn't enough time for a slow approach. Meeting the beast's eyes, he released a chilling glare. Then he gave a simple command. Kneel. The griffin froze. For a brief moment, it genuinely felt like death itself was staring back at it. The resistance vanished. Calm returned. A bond formed. The griffin accepted him. Leo reached toward the injured wing and carefully removed the shard embedded within the wound. Then in one smooth motion, he mounted the saddle. Finally, the race could begin. Guiding the griffin expertly, he launched from the stables and entered the skies. The audience immediately noticed the damaged wing. Even the commentator began wondering if the freshman representative might actually finish last. Leo ignored the noise. He could feel the pain his mount had endured, and because of that he decided to help. Calling upon his only contracted summon, he summoned Fiora. The tiny phoenix appeared in the air as adorable as ever. At Leo's command, she drifted toward the injured wing. Phoenix flames wrapped around the griffin. The confused creature instinctively tried to resist. From the stands, Celia narrowed her eyes. Those flames were unfamiliar. Even Rhea couldn't identify them. They weren't Zeringer flames. They weren't aura flames. They were something entirely different. Meanwhile, farther ahead, the surviving troublemakers were desperately trying to escape Walden's wrath. Most had already been eliminated. The rest were simply fighting not to finish last. Unfortunately for them, an even bigger problem had just entered the race. Bathed in phoenix fire, Leo's griffin surged forward. The transformation was unbelievable. The wounded creature now flew faster than ever. The moment Leo spotted the competitors ahead, he decided to see exactly how fast this griffin could go. Then something unexpected appeared in the distance. A dragon, at least that's what it looked like. Leo's eyes narrowed instantly. Unlike everyone else, he recognized the creature immediately. His heart sank. That wasn't a dragon, it was a Fafnir, a monster he knew all too well. For a moment he wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. They weren't. Several minutes earlier, Eliza had abandoned her pursuit of first place and doubled back to confront Walden. If she wanted victory, she needed to stop him. Walden responded to her arrival with a simple snap of his fingers. Spirits obeyed instantly. Fire erupted across her flight path. The explosion shook the sky. Yet Eliza maneuvered flawlessly and escaped without a scratch. She quickly figured out his trick. Walden was combining wind and fire spirits to create explosive attacks. Pulling off something like that required monstrous talent. Even Eliza was impressed. Riding atop his griffin, Walden looked like an unstoppable force. A wall capable of crushing anyone who stood in his way, but Eliza was no ordinary student. As an heir to a legendary summoner lineage, she had her own cards to play. Her strategy was simple. No matter how devastating an attack was, it meant nothing if it couldn't connect. Relying on superior reactions and flight control, she weaved through every attack, Seeing that, Walden switched tactics. The fire spirits vanished. The wind spirits followed. Moments later, enormous ice spears materialized throughout the sky. Each one shimmered with additional elemental enchantments. The scale alone was terrifying. Eliza simply scoffed. Channeling power into her griffin, she awakened more of its latent potential. The creature grew stronger, larger, more ferocious, like something straight out of a monster battle. Its jaws opened. A torrent of flame erupted forward. The firestorm melted every incoming spear before they could reach her. Walden's assault was successfully neutralized. Watching the clash unfold, the commentator could barely contain his excitement. Yet while those two titans battled each other, someone else quietly slipped past. Chenzia. Taking advantage of the distraction, she surged into first place. Eliza wasn't about to let that happen for free. With a flick of her hand, a purple magical rope shot through the air and wrapped around Chenzia's neck. The sudden restraint dragged her backward. At the same time, a spark of flame appeared nearby. Chenzia instantly sensed disaster approaching. She and her griffin escaped just before Walden's spirits combined into yet another massive explosion. Still airborne, she shattered Eliza's rope by force. Calling to her mount with perfect timing, she regained momentum and reclaimed the lead. Instead of fear, excitement filled her eyes. This was exactly the kind of challenge she'd hoped to experience. Then she spotted something strange ahead, a dark flying silhouette. At first glance, it resembled a black wyvern. Looking closer only deepened her confusion, and riding atop it was Senlu. His expression looked wrong. His eyes were filled with growing madness. Chenzia immediately called out to him. Using any mount besides a griffin violated the race rules. Senlu no longer cared. His resentment toward talented people had completely consumed him. By now, Eliza and Walden had noticed the creature as well. With her extensive knowledge of monsters, Eliza reached a disturbing conclusion. That wasn't a black wyvern. It was something else, something abnormal. At that exact moment, Leo finally caught up to the frontrunners. His griffin, empowered by Phoenix Fire, had reached unbelievable speeds. Senlu laughed. 3 geniuses, 4 geniuses, it didn't matter. He believed he could kill them all. Leo's voice suddenly cut through the air. Cold, sharp, dangerous. Looking down from above, he demanded to know where Senlu had obtained that creature. Senlu mistook the question for jealousy. Proudly, he claimed that he had tamed and contracted it through his own summoning ability. Leo stared at him in disbelief. The idiot genuinely thought he was riding a black wyvern. What he was actually sitting on was a Fafnir, a monster once used by the mages of Tardaros, a monster that should no longer exist. During the Age of Despair, Kyle and his companions hunted the species to extinction. They were supposed to be gone, completely erased from history. So how was a brat from the academy casually flying around on one? Senlu ignored the warning signs entirely. Still convinced he controlled a black wyvern, he pointed toward the others. Then he gave the order, attack. The creature answered Senlu's command immediately. A beam of destructive energy erupted from its jaws and ripped across the sky. Leo and Walden barely managed to throw themselves out of its path. Eliza was forced into an awkward aerial spin just to avoid getting vaporized. But none of them were the real target. The attack had locked onto Chenzia. Leo shouted a warning. Chenzia reacted instantly and attempted to raise an aura barrier. Unfortunately, she was a fraction too late. The shield hadn't fully formed before the beam crashed into it. Cracks spread across the protective layer like shattered glass. Then the barrier exploded. The impact devastated her griffin. The beast lost consciousness immediately. Rider and mount plummeted from the heavens together. A free fall, no protection, no safety net. Leo moved without hesitation. Compared to everything he'd survived in the past, catching a falling student was simple. His only concern was getting her somewhere safe. He quickly ordered Walden and Eliza to land and regroup on the ground. For once, neither of the proud summoning prodigies argued. They trusted his judgment. High above them, the Fafnir circled the skies like a predator that had discovered prey. Meanwhile, something inside Senlu was beginning to awaken. For the first time in his life, he was looking down on the people he envied, and he loved it. Back at the stadium, the commentator could only report what little he had seen. The leading contestants had completely disappeared from the recording field. The final image shown to the audience was Senlu summoning what appeared to be a black wyvern and attacking the academy's elite students. Miss Yura immediately stormed into the commentator's booth. Without wasting a second, she kicked the kid away from the microphone. This was no longer a race. This was a rescue operation. Grabbing the microphone herself, she ordered every summoning professor and assistant to prepare additional flying summons. The race was officially suspended. Saving the students came first. Professors Len and Sajin arrived moments later, confused and alarmed. Yura quickly explained the situation. One of the students had somehow contracted a high-ranking demonic beast, and that beast was currently rampaging. The words alone sent chills through the room. Everyone understood what demonic beasts did to their hosts. Eventually, the corruption would consume the user's mind completely. Then Professor Edmund stepped in. Unlike the others, he wasn't convinced the beast was acting alone. There was a possibility that something far worse was controlling it from behind the scenes. Taking command, the usually disheveled professor issued orders immediately. Yuro would focus on capturing or stopping Senlu. The remaining professors would spread out and protect the students. Even Professor Sedon put aside his rivalry with Edmund. When students were in danger, personal grudges meant nothing. The academy's two strongest pillars stood united, and that was a terrifying sight. Elsewhere, Leo found a secluded area and carefully laid the unconscious Chen Zia on the ground. He quickly checked her injuries. Not long afterward, Walden and Eliza landed nearby. Their moment of peace lasted only seconds. The Fafnir had already found them. The monstrous beast descended from the sky and stared at the group like a starving predator. Senlu laughed. In his warped mind, Leo's retreat looked like fear. Leo ignored the taunt. Instead, he tried explaining the truth. That creature wasn't a black wyvern. It wasn't even a summon, it was a demonic beast. A Fafnir. The revelation immediately changed the atmosphere. As Leo slowly stepped forward, his figure seemed to overlap with a memory from another age. An age where he had hunted creatures like this to extinction. Back then, he had spent years slaughtering monsters just like the one standing before him. And now history was offering him another opportunity. One more name to add to the list. One more beast to put down. Senlu only laughed harder. At this point, the boy's mind was barely his own. His eyes were bloodshot. His aggression had reached an absurd level. Every ounce of insecurity and resentment inside him had been amplified. He wanted to prove he wasn't beneath the Academy's prodigies. He wanted validation. Once again, he ordered the Fafnir to fire. The creature opened its jaws, energy gathered, then the earth exploded. A gigantic stone hand erupted from underground. Moments later, the rest of its body emerged. A towering stone golem. The construct intercepted the incoming beam and absorbed the attack head-on. Walden stood behind it. Hearing Leo talk about exterminating monsters had clearly awakened something in him. For the first time, genuine enthusiasm appeared on his face. Senlu's confidence faltered. Watching his attack get stopped shook him. Eliza immediately joined forces with Leo as well. Even she understood the stakes now. Though she still couldn't resist rolling her eyes at Walden acting cool, the three prodigies quickly formed a plan. First, they needed to separate Senlu from the demonic beast. Walden's golem wouldn't survive much longer. Once it collapsed, they would attack together. Watching Eliza and Walden argue in the middle of a life-or-death crisis made Leo smile. Some things never changed. Heroes were always weird, no matter the century. As the golem slowly crumbled apart, Senlu regained some of his arrogance. He mocked Walden and demanded something stronger. Then the golem collapsed completely, and the trio vanished. Eliza moved first. Her purple rope shot forward and wrapped around Senlu. While she handled restraint, Walden snapped his fingers. Tiny sparks appeared across the Fafnir's body. He had already planted spirit bombs everywhere. The explosions erupted simultaneously. The sky shook. Smoke engulfed the battlefield. And that was Leo's signal. The moment visibility dropped, he crossed the distance in an instant. Appearing directly beside Senlu, he grabbed him by the hair and delivered a devastating kick to the face. The impact nearly launched the boy from the Fafnir's back. But something felt wrong, very wrong. A different voice emerged from Senlu's mouth. Calm, collected, ancient. The entity actually praised Leo's strategy. Removing the host from the beast was the correct move. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The vessel had been fully possessed. Danger spiked instantly. Before Leo could react, the Fafnir carried him into the sky. Walden and Eliza were left behind. The thing controlling Senlu asked whether Leo was finally afraid. Leo answered by punching him in the face. Hard, the blow revealed the truth. A demonic beast handler from Tardaros had possessed Senlu. The handler froze. Nobody should have been able to identify him so quickly. Leo's calmness under pressure reminded him of a nightmare from history. The heroes, which meant one thing: Leo couldn't be allowed to live. Using a refined spirit technique, the handler blasted Leo away. Without footing, he began falling from the sky, yet he remained perfectly calm. Fiora answered his call. Phoenix flames spread across the heavens. As Leo manipulated a sphere of fire, old memories surfaced. Back when he was Kyle, the hero of the beginning, he had always been competent at everything, but never the absolute best in any one field. Aaron and Duno surpassed him in aura. Luna eclipsed him in magic. Lucas stood above him in summoning, yet being a jack of all trades had its own advantage. It allowed him to combine disciplines in ways nobody else could imagine, drawing on aura, magic, soul energy, his bond with Fiora, and every bit of knowledge he possessed. Leo created something extraordinary. The three paths were meant to be separate, but when combined properly they produced terrifying results. Fiora disappeared. In her place emerged an adolescent phoenix, majestic, radiant, magnificent. Crimson feathers illuminated the world. The transformed phoenix caught Leo effortlessly. The Fafnir immediately reacted. Its agitation was obvious. Even the handler became visibly cautious. For the first time, he demanded to know who Leo truly was. Leo simply smiled. If they were exchanging questions, he wanted answers too. Specifically where the Fafnir came from, the handler's expression darkened. This student knew far too much about the age of despair. Far more than any academy student should. That knowledge alone made him dangerous. The Fafnir attacked. Leo was already prepared. Drawing his blade, he gathered phoenix flames around its edge. Fortunately, the Zeringer sword style had always been designed around phoenix power, and that elevated his secret technique to an entirely new level: prominence. The Fafnir's devastating beam collided head-on with Leo's blazing strike. The sky became a battlefield of pure destruction, like two legends clashing. Neither side yielded. Leo poured everything into the attack. Below, Senlu looked completely broken. His mind had been shredded by possession. The Fafnir finally faltered. Pain coursed through the monster. The handler lost his balance, and Leo seized the opportunity instantly. The beast's soul energy was weakening. Now was the time to finish it. Roaring with everything he had left, Leo pushed harder. The handler could only curse him. Phoenix flames invaded the Fafnir's body. The fire spread through every inch of the demon, burning it from the inside out. Flames burst from every opening. The monster was destroyed in a horrifying explosion. Victory belonged to Leo. Breathing heavily, he praised Fiora for saving the day once again. Now all that remained was returning safely. Unfortunately, there was a problem. The transformation had reached its limit. Leo's expression changed. He had miscalculated badly. The phoenix form vanished, and suddenly he was falling thousands of feet straight down. His scream echoed across the sky. Far away, hidden deep within the forest, the true body of the Tardaro's beast handler continued his ritual. Before he could make another move, brilliant light flooded the woods. A crushing pressure descended. The handler dropped to his knees. Two figures emerged, Professor Sedon and Professor Edmund. Sedon's radiant power had completely sealed the area. Beside him stood Edmund, darkness swirling around his body. The handler recognized them immediately. The two pillars of Lumina Academy. Fighting both at once was suicide. Without hesitation, he tore open a spatial rift. Knowing the battle was lost, he abandoned the area and disappeared into the void. The handler's escape left a bitter taste behind. He had failed today, but only temporarily. There would be another chance to spread chaos. Another opportunity to strike. As the spatial rift remained open, something horrifying crawled out from the darkness beyond. A mass of living smoke burst through the opening. Countless eyes blinked across its body. Rows of jagged teeth stretched from dozens of mouths. The nightmare creature turned toward the wounded handler and slammed its impossibly heavy form into him. A moment later, the smoke dispersed. The rift vanished. The handler vanished. Only scattered stones and lingering clouds of foul-smelling smoke remained behind. Sedon and Edmund exchanged grim looks. The darkness was no longer hiding. It was moving openly now. Sedon collected several remnants for investigation. More than anyone else, the Academy's two pillars understood the implication. Lumen Academy might no longer be the safe sanctuary everyone believed it to be. Meanwhile, Leo was still falling, very rapidly. Clutching the tiny phoenix, he told Fiora to return to the Summon Realm instead of sharing his imminent crash landing. Thankfully, fate had other plans. A massive winged shadow swept beneath him. Moments later, Leo found himself dangling safely above the ground. Miss Yura had arrived. Seated atop her black wyvern, she wore a look of overwhelming relief. For once, the strict professor openly thanked the heavens for her timing. The wyvern gently lowered Leo onto a prairie while still carrying him like an overgrown cub. Far away from the academy, the beast handler retreated to a hidden cave. Deep within his secret base, surrounded by twisted experiments and forbidden research, he knelt before his superior. The man looking down at him seemed disgusted, humiliated. A mission had failed because of a mere hero candidate. The injured handler protested immediately. The opponent he faced was anything but ordinary. Mentioning Leo's Phoenix contract caught his superior's attention. But hearing that the boy recognized a Fafnir for what it truly was changed curiosity into caution. A dangerous smile slowly spread across the superior's face. This hero candidate had become interesting, very interesting. Back at Lumen, the summoning practical exam was officially cancelled due to the incident. Senlu's mind had been damaged beyond recovery. The unfortunate student eventually lost his life. For many freshmen, this became their first real lesson. Lumen Academy wasn't just a prestigious school. It was a place where people could genuinely die. Naturally, rumors exploded everywhere. Everyone wanted answers regarding Senlu. At Miss Yura's request, however, the students involved maintained a unified story. According to the official version, a rogue black wyvern had caused the incident. Nothing more, nothing less. For the moment, Leo had to set aside demons, conspiracies, and ancient enemies. The magic department practical exam had arrived. Professor Len stood at the front of the lecture hall waiting for the final students to enter. Carr and Chelsea were already seated. Soon, K.H. Lo walked through the doorway. She looked terrible. Her hair was messy. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes. It looked as though sleep had abandoned her for days. Leo entered shortly afterward and immediately noticed her condition. After everyone settled down, Professor Len finally began. The atmosphere changed instantly. This would not be a simple classroom exercise. Every student was expected to present an original spell that reflected their individuality and magical philosophy. Len believed it would be wasteful if only he witnessed the next generation's talents. so he had invited guests. 3 former graduates from the magic department entered the room. Each had already established a reputation in the magical world: the sharp-minded Rilda, the sturdy and dependable Edmund Slack, and the cheerful Shan Hodge. Today they would serve as judges. The seniors greeted the class warmly, easing some of the tension. Carr immediately convinced himself they looked generous enough to hand out easy grades. Poor Guy was about to learn otherwise. The first student called forward was a Leliana Layden. She practically bounced onto the stage. Her smile sparkled, her posture screamed noble elegance. Her introduction was so overly refined that Carr nearly gagged. He knew she was acting. When the demonstration began, brilliant lights illuminated the room. Leliana's rare affinity for light magic allowed her to create an impressive spectacle. But that was only the beginning. She introduced fire into the equation. Light and flame merged. Scorching rays twisted around her body in dazzling patterns. The resulting thermal ray magic looked powerful and beautiful. Shan Hodge admired the display, then casually pointed out that the spell was essentially a variation of standard laser magic, a spell anyone could learn. Leliana's confidence visibly cracked. Meanwhile, the judges were already writing scores. After a brief discussion, the verdict arrived. 2 judges awarded a C-. One gave a C. Final result, C-. The room immediately tensed. If a performance like that earned such an average score, what chance did everyone else have? Student after student stepped forward. Student after student left disappointed. Most performances landed around C range. There were exceptions. Carr Thomas surprisingly secured a B+ with his creative manipulation of metal and gold. Chelsea impressed the judges even further. Her breathtaking wind magic earned the highest score so far. And the fox and the cat celebrated their success proudly. What they didn't know was that the judges were still unsatisfied. Professor Len had promised extraordinary talent. So far, nobody had delivered. Looking through the remaining names, Edmund Slack realized only 3 students were left. And those 3 were likely the true main event. The first among them was Abad Lewin. The moment he stood, half the girls in the room nearly lost focus. If appearance alone determined grades, he'd already earned an A+. Unlike everyone before him, Abad didn't begin with flashy effects. Instead, he carefully explained the theory behind his spell. The framework, the formulas, the concept. Only after laying everything out did he reveal its name: Tempest. Professor Len immediately leaned forward. The judges listened intently. Abad explained that the completed version would eventually reach top-class magic, and unlike most students, he had spent months refining it. Back in his family's territory, he conducted countless experiments. Protective barriers were erected by senior family magicians. Even then, the spell repeatedly pushed those defenses to their limits. Floating above the ground, Abad had unleashed the early form of Tempest. Violent winds gathered around him. They twisted into a storm powerful enough to erase everything in its path. The force became so overwhelming that even 4 magicians struggled to contain it. Then disaster nearly struck. An innocent animal was caught in the storm. Seeing that creature helplessly lifted into the sky pushed Abad beyond his limits. His determination to save it granted him complete mastery over the spell. Back in the lecture hall, he demonstrated a compressed version. The full spell would probably demolish part of the academy. The judges immediately recognized the sophistication behind the magic. Its simple appearance concealed an incredibly advanced system. The verdict was unanimous: A+, the first one of the day. Then came the student Professor Len had been waiting for, Leo Plav. The professor's face practically lit up. Leo stepped forward calmly and addressed the judges. The magic he intended to present belonged to a no-attribute high sorcery system. Though he kept it to himself, it was the same foundation he had used during his former life as the hero of the beginning. The judges blinked. No attribute magic. None of them had ever heard of such a concept. Naturally, they demanded an explanation. Leo gladly provided one. Every known spell possessed an elemental foundation. That was accepted as absolute truth. His theory challenged that assumption. Instead of building magic around attributes, he had designed an entirely new high sorcery framework capable of streamlining spellcasting itself. The room fell silent. Some judges looked fascinated. Others looked skeptical. Creating a new spell was one thing. Creating a completely new magical system was another matter entirely. They asked if he truly meant what he was saying. Was he seriously proposing an entirely new method of magic? The senior judges struggled to believe it. Professor Len, however, looked like he had just discovered buried treasure. His eyes sparkled. His smile widened. The desire to recruit Leo into the magic department permanently had never been stronger. Edmund Slack, meanwhile, was already convinced the kid was talking nonsense, and his disappointment showed. The judges had come here expecting solid magical theory and practical innovation, not grand tales that sounded like legends pulled from a dusty storybook. Edmund Slack was especially unconvinced. To him, Leo's proposal sounded more like fantasy than scholarship. Professor Len, however, was the complete opposite. His excitement was impossible to contain. Practically leaning out of his seat, he urged Leo to write everything down and explain the system in full. Since the professor himself was treating the idea seriously, the judges reluctantly agreed to hear him out. Leo stepped toward the board, picked up a piece of chalk and began writing. For several long moments the lecture hall fell completely silent. Only the scratch of chalk against stone echoed through the room. Rilda eventually pointed out that throughout history, only a single magician had successfully created an entirely different casting system as a form of high sorcery. Leo casually acknowledged that fact. Of course he knew. After all, only one person had truly accomplished such a feat, the poet of the stars. Luna herself. Shan Hodge wasn't particularly pleased by the implication. To her ears, it almost sounded like this freshman intended to stand shoulder to shoulder with one of history's greatest heroes. Leo immediately dismissed that notion. Comparing himself to Luna would be absurd. When it came to magic, he admitted that he could never reach her level. Still, creating a new casting framework didn't necessarily require a once-in-a-millennium genius. All they needed to do was examine what he had written. The answers were already on the board. One by one, the judges began reading, and the more they read, the quieter they became. Every formula connected cleanly. Every theoretical pathway held together. Nothing felt improvised, nothing felt fake. The kid wasn't bluffing. According to the structure he had developed, the system could theoretically utilize any magical attribute without suffering the limitations normally associated with elemental compatibility. Chelsea, who was usually confident in her understanding of magical theory, couldn't make sense of half of what she was seeing. Carr had surrendered after the first line. His eyes simply glazed over. Meanwhile, K.H. Lowe never looked away. Despite her exhaustion, her attention remained locked entirely on Leo. Now intrigued rather than skeptical, the judges asked him the reason behind creating such a system in the first place. Leo's answer was surprisingly simple. He wanted the freedom to use any magic that existed, nothing more, nothing less. Slack's disbelief slowly transformed into fascination. Now he finally understood why Professor Len had been so obsessed with this year's class. When asked what he intended to call the system, Leo smiled. Raising a hand, he summoned a glowing thread of mana. The strand illuminated the room before gathering into a brilliant sphere of pure magical energy. Watching the phenomenon unfold, Leo calmly revealed the name. The Bible. Shan Hodge froze. That word wasn't unfamiliar. Digging through her knowledge, she could only remember one figure who had ever used that name in relation to magic. Kyle, the supposed fictional hero. For the first time, she found herself genuinely curious about Leo's future. Perhaps this strange freshman would prove that the old legends weren't fiction after all. The judges barely needed time to deliberate. Their scores were handed over almost immediately. Professor Len looked at the results and smiled knowingly. As expected, Leo Plav received a unanimous A+. Returning to his seat, Leo quietly reflected on the fact that he had never managed to complete the Bible during his previous life. Back then, it remained unfinished. This time would be different. This time, he intended to see it through. With Leo's presentation concluded, only one student remained. K.H. Lowe Mueller. The pressure was immense. After the performances of Abad and Leo, expectations had reached absurd heights. Before sitting down, Leo quietly asked whether she was all right. Frankly, she looked terrible. K.H. Lowe ignored the concern. Walking to the stage with rigid posture and unwavering determination, she faced the judges. They had already been informed that she was the highest-ranking student in the magic department. Naturally, they expected greatness. Then her presentation began, and her entire demeanor shifted. She announced that she had successfully created an imperishable flame. A crimson fire appeared above her palm. Violent, aggressive, unnatural. The classroom immediately grew confused. K.H. Lowe was an ice mage. Creating fire-based high sorcery already sounded strange. Creating a fire spell as her signature achievement sounded downright insane. At first glance, the judges seemed underwhelmed. Compared to Tempest and the Bible, the flame appeared ordinary. If that was all there was to show, her score would suffer tremendously. Then she revealed the real demonstration. Water rose into the air. With a simple gesture, she brought it crashing down toward the flame like a waterfall. Any normal fire would have disappeared instantly. This one didn't. Not even slightly. Abad's eyes widened. Leo felt a chill run down his spine. Something wasn't right. There was a darkness hidden behind K.H. Lowe's gaze as she calmly explained her creation. The fire would continue burning indefinitely. Unless she personally extinguished it, it would never disappear. Finally, she canceled the spell herself. The impossible flame vanished. Then she approached the board and began explaining the theory. According to every known law of magic, a spell required mana support. Without mana, it faded. That was one of the oldest truths in existence. K.H. Lowe had created something that violated that law entirely. The room sat in stunned silence. Students couldn't process it. Even the judges struggled to comprehend what they were hearing. When she finally revealed the spell's name, her voice never wavered. Eternal Flame. Out of everyone present, Leo was the only one absolutely certain that this should have been impossible, and yet the theory appeared coherent. The demonstration was undeniable. As unbelievable as it was, the judges awarded her the same score as Leo, A+. Still, Leo wasn't convinced. Something about the spell felt deeply wrong. Creating an eternal flame was a mystery even Luna had failed to solve. As far as he knew, only a single being had ever wielded such a power. Arabos, the Cataclysm. The moment the exam ended, Leo tried to find Khlo. Too late. She had already returned to her dormitory. After days without proper sleep, she had collapsed into much-needed rest. For now, Leo kept his suspicions to himself. Celia approached him shortly afterward with concerns of her own. Recently, Khlo had become increasingly unstable. She had argued with classmates, lost her temper repeatedly. Rumors even suggested she had begun associating with problematic students from the magic division. Those details only deepened Leo's worries. Later, he returned to the now-empty lecture hall. Calling forth Fiora for the first time since the race, he was greeted by the tiny phoenix in her chick form. The reunion warmed both their hearts, but Fiora wasn't the only one he intended to summon. A swirling storm of flames erupted in the room. From its center emerged a breathtaking woman who embodied fire itself. Fina, the legendary phoenix, Fiora's mother. Settling down gracefully, she immediately asked why she had been called. Leo got straight to the point. He wanted to know why she had remained at Lumen for so many years. As the natural enemy of demonic beasts, there had to be a reason. Fina eventually revealed the truth. 5 years earlier, a horrific terrorist attack had struck the academy. 2 students and 3 staff members died. The perpetrators were never identified. Desperate for answers, Headmaster Kalyan requested her assistance. Since then, she had remained at the academy searching for clues. That revelation connected directly to recent events. The demonic beast incident, Senlu's death, the mysterious handler. Leo asked whether Tardaros was involved. Fina hesitated. She admitted her suspicions pointed toward the organization, but she couldn't reveal anything further. Seeing he wouldn't get more answers, Leo shared a warning instead. Perhaps Senlu wasn't the only student who had fallen under Tardaros' influence. The following day brought another challenge. The relentless gauntlet of exams continued. This time, every freshman gathered for the combined heroics and combat studies practical assessment. Standing at the front was the ever-relaxed Professor Edmund. After confirming attendance, he immediately dumped the responsibility of explaining the exam onto Leo. Naturally, Leo stepped forward without complaint. Today's test involved team formation and entry into a hero world. Specifically, they would be tackling the infamous Chedmer incident. The moment that name was spoken, anxiety swept through the crowd. Almost everyone recognized it. Almost everyone except Aleliana. Despite the topic appearing on the written exam, she somehow remained clueless. As students began talking among themselves, Professor Edmund's booming voice silenced the entire auditorium. He demanded that everyone pay attention. Leo continued. The hero world recreated an event from 30 years ago. A group of first-year Lumen students had been conducting a mission in central Chedmer Forest when they were suddenly attacked by Tardaros. At the time, a second-year student named Albi, later known as the Sorcerer of the Magic Eye, had led the rescue operation. His intervention prevented complete disaster. For this exam, students would support the historical version of Albi. Their objectives were simple: rescue the injured, eliminate hostile demonic beasts, ensure the mission's success. Then Edmund added one final detail. This was no ordinary exam. Students would be evaluated continuously. Awareness, judgment, heroic potential, everything mattered. Anyone deemed unfit to become a hero would be expelled immediately. The announcement sent a wave of panic through the freshmen. Even confident students felt uneasy. Then, surprisingly, Edmund softened his tone. Looking at the anxious faces before him, he reminded them how far they had already come. They were stronger than they realized. For now, all they needed to do was trust themselves. For all his lazy habits and disheveled appearance, Professor Edmund knew exactly when to swing the stick and when to offer the carrot. With the briefing finished, the next step was organizing teams. One by one, the students were called forward to draw lots, beginning with Class 1. It quickly became clear that nobody would be choosing their own teammates. Fate would decide everything. A lucky draw could place someone in a powerhouse squad. A bad one could doom them before the exam even started. When Leo's turn finally arrived, he reached into the container and pulled out the number 11, the final team, the last squad participating in the examination. Once every group had been assembled and introductions exchanged, Team 1 was summoned to the portal. Leading the squad were none other than Celia Zeringer and Chelsea Lewin. At first glance, their team looked nearly perfect. Balanced, talented, dangerously efficient. The type of lineup that screamed victory before the challenge even began. Making the entire examination possible was Professor Albi himself. With a wave of his hand, his grimoire opened. Magic surged, a portal unfolded. Albi's World, Prologue Chapter, the Chedmer Incident. A torrent of radiant light swallowed Team 1 whole and hurled them into a recreation of the past. Nearby, an enormous magical display activated. Every movement inside the hero world would be broadcast for the audience to observe. The crowd was immediately impressed. Team 1 had barely entered before they began tearing through objectives at a frightening pace. Chelsea's precision magic paired perfectly with Celia's relentless swordsmanship. They weren't completing the exam. They were speedrunning it. Students born into legendary hero lineages truly operated on a different level. Watching from the sidelines, Professor Sedon naturally praised Celia as the team's greatest asset. Professor Edmund immediately disagreed. In his opinion, Chelsea's decisions were carrying just as much weight. As usual, the Academy's two pillars found a way to compete even while sitting down. Their argument was interrupted by the arrival of the headmaster. Kalyan stepped forward while complimenting Team 1's performance. They were exactly what rising stars should look like. Knowing full well the professors would eventually start bickering again, the old man calmly placed a chair between them. He had come to witness the growth of the first years for himself. Turning toward Albai, he offered a quiet apology. Every year, this exam forced the professor to relive one of the worst incidents of his life. Albai simply shook his head. If anything, he believed he should be thanking the headmaster. He had sworn never to forget what happened during the Chedmer incident. This yearly reminder ensured he never would. Before long, Team 1 completed the scenario. A coordinated assault from Chelsea and Celia brought down the final beast and ended their raid. The headmaster noted how impressive the two girls were. Despite constantly clashing outside the battlefield, they worked together flawlessly when it mattered. They truly embodied the pride of their homeland. Team 2 performed adequately, nothing extraordinary. Team 3, however, stormed through the hero world with overwhelming efficiency. Abad and Duran took the front line while their teammates focused entirely on support. Simple, clean, effective. The headmaster approved of the strategy immediately. Team 4 also surprised everyone. Nella Carvin's healing aura proved invaluable, but what truly elevated the team was Chen Zia's absurd mobility. The headmaster quietly made note of the Eastern prodigy. Then Team 7 entered. Led by two of the most promising summoners in the freshman class, they cleared their objectives with remarkable speed. As the performances continued, the professors and headmaster remained glued to the magical screen. Many students had exceeded expectations. Many had showcased tremendous potential, yet everyone knew the most anticipated participant still hadn't entered the field. At last, Team 11 was called forward, the final team, the final run, and among its members stood two names everyone recognized: Leo Plav, K.H. Lo Mueller. The headmaster watched quietly. Something about Leo reminded him of his younger days. Back when he still charged into danger alongside companions like Farina. Back when he was the hero rather than the administrator. Standing atop the summoning circle, Leo and K.H. Lo exchanged glances. Professor Albai opened his grimoire once more. For the 11th and final time, Albai's World, Prologue Chapter, the Chedmer Incident, initiating. Unnoticed by everyone present, a tiny trace of darkness slipped onto the summoning circle. It spread through the magical inscriptions like poison. As the light consumed Team 11, Leo immediately sensed something was wrong. The energy felt different, more violent, more aggressive. Then the impossible happened. When the light faded, only two students had disappeared, Leo and K.H. Lo. The rest of Team 11 remained standing exactly where they were. Confusion exploded across the arena. Professor Sedon shot to his feet. The headmaster immediately turned toward Albai for answers. Albai's expression had already changed. Fear crept into his voice as he demanded the examinations be stopped immediately. Something had corrupted the hero record. Something foreign had invaded the page. What happened next should have been impossible, an unsanctioned hero dungeon manifestation. Inside the dungeon, Leo found himself staring at a completely unfamiliar notification screen. This wasn't a normal hero world, it was a hero dungeon. K.H. Lo was equally stunned. There were no missing pages, no known precedent. Hero records weren't supposed to malfunction like this. Leo attempted to contact the professors. Nothing, no response. K.H. Lo's composure immediately began cracking. She desperately hoped the academy would intervene and rescue them. Leo quickly brought her back to reality. If the professors could have reached them, they already would have. The truth was simple, they were on their own. The hero dungeon had called them, and now they had no choice but to answer. K.H. Lo trembled. The last known victims of a hero dungeon had barely survived. And now they were willingly walking into what could very well be a Tardaro's trap. Her knees weakened. Her remaining hope began crumbling. Leo, meanwhile, remained annoyingly calm. He reminded her that she was still one of the smartest students in the academy. More importantly, they weren't alone. As long as they worked together, they could survive. That confidence only irritated her more. Even in a nightmare scenario, Mr. Perfect somehow refused to panic. Grinding her teeth, she forced herself to focus. If he had a plan, she wanted to hear it. Leo explained that they currently had two priorities: find the missing freshmen, get everyone out alive. To accomplish that, they needed more strength. K.H. Lo immediately rejected the idea. There was no way to power up inside a sealed hero dungeon. Leo simply pointed out one detail she had overlooked. They weren't the only students trapped here. That realization stopped her cold. Then he looked straight at her and casually told her to climb onto his back. K.H. Lo nearly short-circuited. The sheer audacity of that statement hit her harder than any spell. Leo remained completely serious. They couldn't allow their seniors to encounter Tardaros first, and a mage with poor stamina would only slow them down. Logically speaking, a piggyback ride was the fastest solution. Somewhere deep inside the forest, a demon named Chube observed everything through grotesque magical surveillance. Initially, he wasn't worried. Only 2 rescuers had arrived, 2 children, 2 future corpses. Then he noticed Leo. The smile vanished from his face, an all-class candidate. Suddenly, the party of 4 students no longer interested him. His attention locked entirely onto the boy carrying a mage through the forest. Meanwhile, Leo noticed his vision gradually dulling as they advanced deeper into enemy territory, so he activated Aaron's aura technique. Aura wrapped around his body, his senses sharpened, his instincts expanded, every sound, every scent, every movement, nothing escaped him. Moments later, he warned Khlo about a nearby group of orcs. She reacted instantly. A volley of icy projectiles exploded forward. Most of the monsters dropped immediately. One survived. The creature pulled out a horn to call reinforcements. Before Khlo could react, Leo flashed forward and cut it down. Watching the effortless execution left her speechless. The gap between them felt impossibly large. For a moment she wondered if she'd ever surpass him. Their journey soon led them to another discovery. A group of demons had surrounded 4 trapped students. Without hesitation, Leo charged directly into the danger zone. He instructed Khlo to provide support and dove into battle. One female student desperately attempted to complete a spell. Unfortunately, a powerful demon reached her first. Its claws were seconds away from tearing her apart. Then Leo appeared, one clean slash. The demon died instantly. The battlefield froze. The surviving demons hesitated. The rescued students stared. Even the girl herself couldn't process what had happened. Leo simply turned and confirmed that yes, he was there to save them. Before anyone could say more, another demon began casting a large-scale spell. Screaming about revenge, it prepared its strongest attack. Then the sky erupted. A swarm of disgusting parasite demons rained downward. Leo didn't even flinch. He turned, ignited his blade, and transformed the incoming monsters into flaming skewers. The students stood frozen. The guy was absurd. Cool didn't even begin to describe it. Leo wasted no time celebrating. He immediately ordered the rescued girl to unleash the spell she had been preparing. She responded instantly. Arc Ray. The beam erupted forward and erased the demon completely. Nothing remained, not even a trace. Khlo immediately recognized the magic. There was only one person it could belong to. As evening approached, the rescued girl repeatedly thanked Leo for saving them. Khlo couldn't care less. Instead, she pulled Leo aside and whispered something important. The girl they had rescued was Aaliyah Zeron, Professor Albi Zeron's younger sister. The same Aaliyah who died during the original Chedmer incident 3 decades ago. And that was the truly terrifying part. Because if this hero dungeon followed history, Aaliyah's group was fated to die. Khlo explained that 30 years ago, a high-ranking demon named Chube orchestrated the attack for Tardaros, and Aaliyah's party had been the first victims to fall. After all, the entire operation had been built around a single objective: eliminating Aaliyah, one of the brightest hero candidates of her generation. Her death became so significant that her name was permanently engraved into the hero records. Khlo insisted that survival should be their only concern now. In her eyes, the smartest option was abandoning Aaliyah's group and clearing the dungeon alongside another party. Leo immediately questioned whether she truly intended to leave them behind. Khlo snapped back without hesitation. This was a hero dungeon. No matter how tragic the circumstances were, the dead stayed dead. History couldn't simply be rewritten through wishful thinking. But Leo refused to bend. He calmly declared that he had no intention of abandoning anyone. That answer instantly lit a fuse. Khlo exploded. Her frustration boiled over as she shouted at him with enough force to silence everyone nearby. Even Aaliyah's group froze awkwardly, looking like innocent bystanders caught in the middle of a family argument. Fighting back tears, Khlo accused him of treating everything like some grand heroic fantasy. Sure, he was talented. Sure, he was powerful. But this wasn't the time for reckless heroics. It was time to face reality, to grow up, to stop pretending he could save everyone. Leo remained unfazed. He stepped forward and gently patted her head. The simple gesture completely disrupted her emotional storm. He reminded her that they weren't children playing make-believe, they were hero candidates. This was part of the journey, part of what it meant to become true heroes. Then he pointed out something she had completely overlooked. The timeline had already changed. That statement stopped her cold. Leo explained that the sky had darkened much earlier than it should have. According to the original sequence of events, Aaliyah's group should already have been hunted down by Chube, yet they were still alive. The future had already begun shifting. Looking into Leo's eyes, Khlo finally swallowed her doubts. Reluctantly, uneasily, but she agreed to follow his lead. Their goal was simple. Everyone would escape, Aaliyah's group included. Watching him move ahead with absolute certainty left Khlo feeling conflicted. His confidence, his determination, that overwhelming presence. Once again, it felt like he stood impossibly far ahead of her. Jealousy tightened around her heart. Her fingers unconsciously drifted toward the mysterious book she carried. Nearby, a green-haired student named Taya voiced the question everyone had been wondering. Why had only 2 rescuers been sent? Dina and Belak immediately grew suspicious, joking that Leo might secretly be a Tardaro's spy. Aaliyah shut that nonsense down immediately. The guy had literally saved their lives moments ago. Besides, she admitted something far more embarrassing. She thought he was ridiculously handsome, and exactly her type. The confession earned some very judgmental looks. Aaliyah genuinely didn't understand why everyone seemed shocked. Dina patiently explained that she always assumed only Albai could ever meet Aaliyah's absurdly high standards. Cutting through the conversation, Leo redirected everyone's attention. They needed to move. Immediately, Taya didn't understand the urgency. Backup had arrived. Shouldn't things be safer now? Leo shattered that illusion instantly. A night rank demon was operating nearby. The atmosphere changed immediately. One such monster could wipe out an entire army. Suddenly, running sounded like a fantastic idea. Leo stressed that survival came first. Fighting was not the objective, avoiding the demon was. As Aaliyah listened, she couldn't help noticing how much he reminded her of her brother. Without further delay, the group sprinted deeper through the forest. Lo remained noticeably quiet. The tension from their earlier argument still lingered. Aaliyah picked up on it almost instantly. Back at the academy, the staff scrambled through ancient records searching for anything remotely related to hero worlds mutating into hero dungeons. The headmaster noted that at least no outside forces had successfully interfered yet. Professor Albai confirmed that only 2 living individuals currently existed inside the corrupted world. The old man estimated that night must have already fallen. 3 hours had passed. He then asked Albai when he originally defeated Chub during the incident. Albai answered without hesitation, around midnight. Before the discussion could continue, Eleliana burst into the room carrying new information regarding the source of the demonic summoning catalyst sold to Leu. Before she could finish speaking, however, a violent surge of mana filled the room. Everyone immediately turned toward Albai. His emotions were spiraling out of control. The headmaster attempted to calm him, but Albai pulled away. He claimed he needed some air. Alina quickly understood what was truly happening. Albai's hatred for demons ran deeper than almost anything. After all, his sister had died during that incident. Her body was never recovered. Not even a trace remained. The headmaster instructed Alina to continue. She explained that the black market merchant who sold the catalyst had been operating in the city for quite some time. Many freshmen had purchased goods from him. Initially, the headmaster suspected a direct Tardaro's infiltrator, but Alina clarified that the seller wasn't knowingly affiliated. Tardaro's had simply used him as an intermediary, a convenient middleman. The old hero stroked his beard thoughtfully. What exactly were they trying to accomplish? Then his eyes widened. One name had appeared on the purchase list, Lo Mueller. Next to her name sat another entry, a black book. Without hesitation, the headmaster ordered Alina to summon Professor Len immediately. As she hurried away, a terrible feeling settled in his chest. The kind of instinct forged through countless life-or-death battles. Something disastrous was approaching. Back inside the hero dungeon, Leo's group eventually arrived at the base of a towering structure. Leo continued cutting down monsters to keep the path clear, but even he was beginning to feel the strain. Aaron's enhanced sensory technique had remained active far longer than intended. The constant burden was wearing him down. Meanwhile, Aaliyah's group and even Lo looked completely exhausted. Realizing everyone was nearing their limit, Leo called for a short rest. Taya and Belak stared at him in disbelief. The guy looked fresh enough to have spent the afternoon relaxing at a resort instead of fighting through endless monsters. During the break, Lo sat alone studying information about Chub. Aaliyah casually wandered over and immediately asked the question she'd been holding back. What exactly was her relationship with Leo? Then she went even further. Did she have a crush on him? Lo looked physically offended by the suggestion. Aaliyah only grinned wider. That reaction seemed a little too extreme to be innocent. Sighing heavily, Lo glanced at the legendary genius who was somehow behaving exactly like a normal teenager. Then she fired the question right back. Maybe Aaliyah was the one developing feelings. To everyone's surprise, Aaliyah admitted that Leo absolutely made her heart flutter. That answer annoyed Lo far more than it should have. Apparently, even legendary heroes from the past weren't immune to Leo's ridiculous charisma. Still, Aaliyah wasn't sure whether it was romance. The feeling reminded her of watching her brother struggle through impossible challenges and somehow succeed. Lo asked if she meant Albai. Aaliyah nodded. Her brother loved impossible problems, the kind of challenges sane people avoided. The comparison only made Leo sound even more similar. Without realizing it, Lo began opening up. She admitted how jealousy had poisoned her friendship with Leo. To her surprise, Aaliyah immediately related. She confessed that she had spent years feeling jealous of her own genius brother. No matter how ridiculous he acted, he somehow continued making groundbreaking discoveries. Her own signature magic wasn't entirely original either. It had grown from concepts her brother developed. She even admitted failing the academy entrance exam twice. That failure deepened her inferiority complex. For a long time, she hated him for it. Eventually, however, that jealousy transformed into admiration. As Kh-Lo listened, she realized the same thing had happened to her. Before she could process the revelation, Leo suddenly stood. His expression hardened. The escape route had just been cut off. Instantly, everyone grabbed their weapons. Fear spread through the group. Leo reminded them that they were future heroes. Fear wasn't part of the curriculum. Unfortunately, the terrifying presence approaching them clearly hadn't read that memo. A gigantic demonic figure emerged from the darkness. The creature declared that it had finally discovered the seed of a great hero. Then it launched a devastating blast directly at Leo. As he evaded the attack, a memory surfaced. This demon's purpose had always been crushing heroes before they could bloom. The fact that it now referred to him as a great hero felt deeply irritating. Fortunately, Kh-Lo was already prepared. At Leo's signal, she unleashed a massive ice formation. A colossal iceberg erupted into existence and intercepted the attack. Meanwhile, Leo infused his blade with magic. In a flash, he appeared behind Tube and delivered a brutal slash across the demon's thick neck. For a brief moment, everyone thought the battle was over. Then the wound moved, flesh twisted, muscle stretched. The severed tissue knitted itself back together like living corruption. Hope vanished instantly. Leo immediately ordered everyone to retreat. The demon activated a cursed ability known as Void, an absurd power capable of nullifying incoming attacks. Taya and Aaliyah stared in disbelief. How was anyone supposed to defeat something like that? Leo remained focused. Every ability had limits, Void included. Tube mocked him, ridiculing the idea that a mere remnant of heroism could ever stand against him. Leo answered with a question of his own. If Tube was truly so powerful, why was he so desperate to eliminate a simple sprout before it could grow? Without waiting for a response, Leo ordered everyone to attack together. The combined assault began immediately. Among all the attacks, Aaliyah's unique magic stood out the most. Countless star-like projectiles descended from above and battered the demon relentlessly. Watching the display forced Tube to acknowledge something unpleasant. His mistress Lady Saletna had been right. Hero seeds had to be destroyed before they matured. Surrounded and pressured, the demon suddenly raised his weapon. The instant Leo recognized the attack, he shouted for everyone to get down. A fraction too late, one of the spikes tore through Belek's side. Leo immediately grabbed him and retreated behind an ice barrier. Kh-Lo reinforced the defense while Leo assessed the injury. He assured everyone that aura would stop the bleeding. Then he turned toward Kh-Lo. It was time. She needed to prepare an attack powerful enough to exceed Void's limits. And to buy her that opportunity, Leo charged straight back toward the Nitrank demon alone. Kh-Lo finally opened the black book she had been clinging to all this time. As her eyes raced across its pages, she found exactly what she was looking for. A spell. A terrifying spell. One powerful enough to reduce that monstrous demon to ash and erase him from existence. Meanwhile, the freshmen could barely process what they were witnessing. Leo was moving so fast that his body left countless afterimages behind. One moment he appeared on Tube's left. The next he was behind him, then above him, then somewhere else entirely. The Nitrank demon kept striking shadows, only to get hammered from another angle moments later. Watching the spectacle, Taya couldn't hide his amazement. He wondered if he would ever become cool enough to pull off something like that. Dina immediately crushed that dream without mercy. Nearby, Aaliyah stood frozen between admiration and confusion. The magic Leo was using resembled star magic. That alone proved he wasn't some ordinary student. The guy was clearly hiding far more than he revealed. Before anyone could dwell on that mystery, Kh-Lo stole the spotlight. She slowly rose into the air. A sinister black magic circle unfolded beneath her feet. The atmosphere instantly changed. A dangerous smile stretched across her face. For a brief moment, everyone questioned whether the demon or the blonde mage was the scarier one. She calmly declared that Tube was about to disappear from existence. Aaliyah immediately sensed disaster. She shouted for Leo to get away from the target area. Nothing good was about to emerge from whatever Kh-Lo was preparing. Kh-Lo casually warned everyone that she would not be responsible for any collateral damage. Then she unleashed it. A blazing beam of destruction erupted forward. The moment Leo saw it, alarm bells exploded inside his head. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Kh-Lo was an ice mage, not a fire fanatic. The beam swallowed Tube completely. Watching the demon burn, Kh-Lo laughed wildly. She boasted about her eternal flames and declared that demons deserved to burn forever. Then the fire changed. The crimson blaze darkened, twisted, corrupted. Black flames consumed everything. The sight immediately sent chills through Leo. He shouted for her to stop, to cancel the spell. Before things spiraled further, Kh-Lo refused. In her eyes, Tube deserved suffering. Mercy wasn't an option. Realizing she was losing herself completely, Leo rushed forward. Without hesitation, he smacked the cursed book from her hands and sent it flying. A short while later, the madness faded from her eyes. Kh slowly returned to herself. Once she calmed down, Leo asked a simple question. Did she truly create that eternal flame herself, or had she borrowed it from somewhere else? The answer came quietly, painfully. She admitted she wasn't a genius. The spell came directly from the book, just as Leo suspected. It was merely an imitation of Arabos's flame. At that moment, Chub began regenerating inside the black fire. Leo quickly explained the truth. The spell was black magic, the book wasn't a grimoire. It was a disguised sorcery machine, a corrupted artifact. The revelation hit Kh like a truck. Disgust twisted across her face. She quietly muttered that someone tainted by black magic had no right to call themselves a hero. Leo immediately shut down that line of thinking. He reminded her that even he hadn't known about Chub's void curse beforehand. That meant the demon likely possessed the ability during the original tragedy as well. Back then, Aaliyah and her companions were simply students. Students thrown into an impossible battle, yet they still chose to fight. Leo reminded Kh of the Academy's core philosophy. Heroes keep pushing forward, no matter how impossible things seem, and finally something clicked inside her. The truth she'd been avoiding. She didn't hate Leo because he was better. She admired him, always had. The realization struck harder than any spell. Then Aaliyah stepped forward. Without hesitation, she told Kh she believed in her. Those simple words became the final push she needed. With Void no longer protecting the demon, the battle entered its final stage. Just then, Leo sensed an overwhelming surge of mana. It came from Kh. Something inside her had broken through. For the first time, she wasn't chasing Leo's shadow, she was standing beside him. As an equal, watching her newfound power awaken stirred old memories within Leo. The magic reminded him of comrades from another life, heroes he once fought beside. That familiar feeling filled him with renewed determination. Chub suddenly launched forward. His attack slammed into Leo with tremendous force. Leo blocked the first strike. The second one slipped through, his guard shattered. The impact launched him into a nearby tree. As he struggled back to his feet, the demon approached confidently. Chub mocked him. The so-called hero's remnant should stay down. Then a single snowflake drifted through the air. The temperature plummeted. The forest began freezing. Leo slowly stood, his fear disappeared, his eyes sharpened. He calmly informed the demon that creatures like him had never defeated him before, and they certainly weren't about to start now. Chub looked genuinely confused. Behind him, unnoticed, Kh was preparing something extraordinary. Quietly, she thanked Leo. Without his help, she never would have reached this breakthrough. Then she released her original magic, Ice World. A wave of absolute cold swept across the battlefield. The land froze, the air froze, everything froze. Kh floated above the battlefield like an ice queen. Massive crystalline spears manifested overhead, an army of frozen destruction. Yet Chub never even got the chance to react. The demon remained trapped inside a prison of ice. Frozen completely solid like a cursed statue, Leo calmly approached. The moment he touched the frozen body, its soul dissolved into black smoke. Then he spotted the source, the black book. Drawing his sword, he infused it with fire and drove the blade through the artifact. The explosion that followed reduced the cursed object to ashes. Moments later, system notifications appeared. The mission was complete. The freshmen were saved, Chub was defeated. Yet the thing that impressed Leo most wasn't the victory. It was Kh. She had awakened an entirely new branch of magic, field magic. A discipline so absurdly difficult that even Leo had no desire to casually experiment with it. To his surprise, Kh. confessed she intended to tell the truth. Everything, even if it resulted in expulsion. Leo immediately reassured her. Someone with her talent wasn't getting expelled. If anything, she was destined to become a remarkable hero. Aaliyah and Dina rushed over and showered the duo with praise. Their rescue had been nothing short of miraculous. Leo returned the compliments, praising their courage in return. Kh. handed Aaliyah's staff back and thanked her. The staff had helped her unlock her true potential. Then Aaliyah completely blindsided everyone. She told Kh. to keep it, a reward for saving their lives. Meanwhile, Dina handed her sword to Leo as a token of gratitude. Leo accepted without hesitation. Soon after, distant voices echoed through the area. A rescue team, survivors had been found. Then Albai arrived, out of breath, sweating, terrified. Desperate to find his little sister. The sight nearly broke Kh. For a moment, everyone forgot this was merely a recreation of the past. Aaliyah excitedly told her brother about the heroes who saved her. She even claimed one of them was almost as cool as him. As she spoke, the hero dungeon began collapsing. Reality flickered. The world faded. Kh. smiled proudly. They had changed fate. They had given these people another chance. Aaliyah turned to introduce her mysterious heroes, but they were already gone. As the dungeon crumbled apart, one final notification appeared before Leo's eyes. A new reward. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was a younger Albai crying tears of relief while thanking him for saving his sister. When Leo finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hospital room, and sitting nearby was Albai, the real one. With sincere gratitude, the professor thanked him for saving Aaliyah. He also asked Leo to pass the same message to Khlo once she woke up. Then, as casually as ever, he left. Moments later, the headmaster entered. The sharp-eyed veteran wasted no time. After checking on Leo's condition, he immediately brought up the black magic book. Leo was slightly surprised. The old man had already figured it out. The headmaster explained that investigators had tracked purchases linked to both Senlu's catalyst and the book Khlo acquired. Even he had been shocked. A sorcery machine had somehow entered the academy unnoticed. These devices were crafted from fragments of Arabos himself, tools intended for demons. Anyone else who used them slowly suffered mental corruption. Leo explained everything that happened inside the dungeon. The more the headmaster listened, the more convinced he became that the black book had triggered the entire incident. Leo agreed. The corrupted world returned to normal the moment the artifact was destroyed. Right then, another bed shifted. Khlo suddenly woke up. The sight of the headmaster standing over her nearly made her jump. The old man calmly told her to relax. Then he called Alina inside. The secretary entered carrying a long cloth-wrapped bundle. Inside were the sword Dina had gifted Leo and Aaliyah's staff. Khlo's eyes widened. The staff had somehow manifested in the real world. The headmaster immediately turned toward Leo. His gaze became suspicious. How exactly had he received a reward that shouldn't have existed? Only then did Leo realize something. Judging from Khlo's reaction, he was the only one who received such a reward, just like during the entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, obtaining an artifact reward from a hero world connected to someone still alive was impossible. That rule had never been broken, not once. The headmaster openly pointed out that what Leo obtained was clearly an artifact reward. Then he pressed further. Was he absolutely certain it originated from Albai's hero world? Leo quickly pieced together a believable explanation. According to him, the corruption caused by the black magic had transformed the hero world into a hero dungeon, and perhaps that abnormality had altered the rules themselves. Leo's explanation managed to hold together for about 2 seconds. Then the headmaster followed up with the obvious question. If that theory was correct, why did Leo receive a reward while Khlo got nothing? For a moment, the room fell silent. Khlo suggested that perhaps the system had judged Leo as the key contributor during the dungeon's completion and therefore awarded everything to him alone. The explanation wasn't perfect, but it was reasonable enough. For now, the headmaster accepted it. He announced that a discreet investigation would begin immediately behind the scenes. Until then, the rewards could remain in their possession. Eventually, however, the items would be returned to the families they originally belonged to. The less attention drawn to the existence of the sorcery machine, the better. Khlo blinked in confusion. Part of her couldn't understand why he was helping her at all. The headmaster simply smiled beneath his magnificent mustache. Not every danger threatening the academy came from outside its walls. With that cryptic warning delivered, he instructed the 2 students to focus on recovery and quietly left the room. The second he was gone, Khlo's entire demeanor transformed. Her fingers twisted nervously, her face reddened. It looked suspiciously like she was preparing to confess something. Maybe, possibly, almost. Then fate intervened. 3 girls suddenly burst into the room looking incredibly concerned about Leo. The perfect opportunity vanished instantly. As if the situation wasn't chaotic enough already, the headmaster returned moments later after apparently remembering something important. The academy would be hosting a celebration party for all cadets tomorrow. Formal attire was mandatory. Then he disappeared again. In honor of surviving the brutal midterm season, the academy prepared a grand celebration for its students. The announcer looked like she was having the time of her life as she welcomed guests one after another. She eagerly wondered whether more beautiful young ladies or handsome young men would steal the spotlight tonight. Instead, Class 5's background characters arrived first and immediately started acting like nobility who had conquered the exams without effort. As more students poured into the venue, conversations multiplied. Food disappeared rapidly, and naturally gossip spread even faster. Car and Leo attacked the buffet with the determination of starving monsters. Midway through devouring another plate, Car suddenly paused. Something felt off. Where was the rest of their class? Right on cue, the announcer's voice rang out once again. The next arrivals instantly caught both boys off guard. Nelia and Aleliana stepped into the hall, and the entire room practically froze. Dressed elegantly for the occasion, the 2 girls looked stunning. Several students nearly forgot how breathing worked. Meanwhile, the girls immediately mocked the boys' outfits and wondered whether they had borrowed their suits from their fathers. Soon after, the Lewin siblings made their entrance. Abad and Chelsea looked impossibly polished in formal wear. Within seconds, they were surrounded by admirers. Carr pointed out the obvious. Aleliana simply shrugged. Celebrity status came with consequences. The announcer then teased the arrival of another pair, a pair that immediately ignited rumors. Celia and Leo entered side by side. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Celia looked noticeably uncomfortable walking in together. Leo, meanwhile, greeted the room with a smile bright enough to blind nearby students. Nelia practically jumped from her seat. Car and Aleliana cheered enthusiastically for their class representative. Somehow, the microphone eventually found its way back into the hands of the spirit-possessed announcer. She cheerfully asked whether everyone was enjoying the party. The moment Car saw her, his soul nearly left his body. Fortunately, several students shouted back that they were having a great time. That seemed to satisfy her. Then she casually dropped a bombshell. The midterm rankings would be announced tonight. The atmosphere died instantly. Car quietly declared dinner officially ruined. The announcer explained that only the top 3 students from each major would be revealed publicly. Everyone else would receive their results tomorrow through their homeroom instructors. That news brought a wave of relief. The crowd relaxed. Then the professors began taking the stage. Professor Ain stepped forward first. Aleliana quietly noted that he looked unusually handsome tonight. The sword professor praised the students' hard work before revealing the night studies rankings. A holographic display appeared. Celia claimed first place. Duran secured second. Chinia took third. Celia frowned. She had clearly expected Leo's name at the top. Leo noticed it too. Next came the magic department rankings. Abad stood proudly in first. Chelsea followed. Then Emio. Chelsea looked increasingly uneasy. Leo's name still hadn't appeared. Leo reassured her that strange things happen sometimes and there was no reason to panic. Carr found the situation bizarre. Even stranger, K.H. Lo's name was absent as well. For a brief second, K.H. Lo tensed. Then she forced a smile. The professor acknowledged that although K.H. Lo technically failed due to relying on a spellbook, her talent and passion had still been exceptional. Professor Sedon immediately rose in support like an overly proud parent. Herod instantly told him to sit down. Nearby, Celia quietly comforted K.H. Lo. Then came the summoning department announcement. Yura took the stage. The simps immediately began volunteering to become her summoned pets. She ignored them and continued. One name after another appeared, still no Leo. Whispers spread throughout the hall. Even Celia was beginning to worry. Then the microphone returned to the chaotic announcer. Once again, she asked whether everyone was enjoying themselves. Before anyone could answer, she revealed the final result, the overall top scorer, the student who would represent the academy next year. She deliberately let the suspense build, then finally announced the name. Leo Plove. The hall exploded. His classmates celebrated instantly. Cheers erupted from every direction. Unfortunately, the celebration didn't last long. A student suddenly raised an objection. Emio questioned the legitimacy of the ranking. How could Leo be the academy's top student without appearing in any departmental top 3? The entire situation seemed suspicious. Leo admitted he was surprised as well. All eyes shifted toward the announcer. She began fumbling over her explanation, then something switched. Her alternate personality took over completely. The sweet announcer vanished. The menace returned. She unleashed a verbal assault powerful enough to earn immediate expulsion under normal circumstances. Apparently she was only explaining this once. Everyone else could stop yapping. Watching from afar, Herod looked thoroughly entertained. Sedon agreed. This was becoming surprisingly fun. The announcer launched into a lengthy explanation. Dual major students weren't included in individual department rankings. Their performance was spread across multiple disciplines. A magical knight, for example, would naturally possess weaker magic than a dedicated mage and weaker aura than a pure knight. Yet when those abilities were combined, the overall result could surpass both. Then she dropped the real bomb. Leo's practical exam scores exceeded everyone else's. Emio still muttered complaints about theoretical grades. She immediately roasted him into silence, then revealed the detail that froze the entire hall. Leo had successfully completed the Hero World mission. Not only that, he had personally exterminated Chube. Silence swept across the room. Complete silence. Meanwhile, Leo sat there calmly continuing his aura training as though none of this involved him. The rest of the students stared, speechless. Car and Aleliana finally blurted out the question everyone was thinking. How exactly had he cleared a hero dungeon with only one other person? Leo remained completely unfazed. He didn't even answer. By then, the announcer's personality had already reverted again. She awkwardly stumbled through the ending of her speech before declaring her job finished. Everyone should enjoy the party. Immediately, conversations exploded throughout the venue. Elsewhere, Yura sat down beside Len during a short break. Curious, she asked what the rankings would have looked like if dual major students had been included. Len answered instantly. The entire leaderboard would have changed. Everyone's ranking would have dropped by 1 position. Yura blinked, so Leo would have ranked first? Len confirmed it without hesitation. The same was true for magic. Yura admitted she was shocked. Professor A calmly added that the same thing applied to summoning. Trying to process that information hurt her brain. Professor A casually remarked that Leo's goal of mastering every class no longer seemed impossible. Len immediately interrupted. Regardless of everything else, Leo clearly belonged in sorcery. Yura rejected that statement on the spot. she insisted he belonged in summoning. The glacial knight, who had been quietly listening to their argument, casually stated that Leo looked like a natural swordsman. The professors immediately exploded. Insults flew, arguments intensified. Meanwhile, the assistant professors exchanged deeply concerned looks. The next morning arrived. Carr looked completely destroyed. Apparently 2 liters of orange juice had been enough to end his career. Chelsea admitted she had never seen anyone consume that much liquid voluntarily. Soon afterward, Professor Herod entered the classroom and called everyone to order. A massive world map appeared behind him. The upcoming class trip destination would finally be revealed. At first, excitement exploded across the room. This trip usually allowed students to visit incredible locations throughout the world. Everyone immediately started fantasizing about exotic destinations. Then Herod pointed at the map. Their destination was Elsalia, the land of the elves, specifically the freezing northern region. Every ounce of excitement died instantly. The place was infamous for its brutal cold. Complaints erupted from every direction. Herod silenced them with one sentence. The destination had been selected by the class representative. Every head in the room turned toward Leo, completely blindsided. Meanwhile, Leo sat there wearing the most innocent expression imaginable. Carr slowly looked toward him, then demanded an explanation for why their class was being sent to a frozen wasteland. Leo's response was simple. Stop complaining, start packing, and buy whatever supplies were still missing. That single statement immediately triggered chaos. Leliana dramatically declared that she'd need at least 3 pairs of gloves if she wanted to survive. Chelsea, meanwhile, looked genuinely excited at the chance to finally wear all of her winter coats. While his classmates argued over cold weather gear, Leo drifted into thought. Most people viewed El Salvakia as nothing more than a frozen northern territory. They couldn't have been more wrong. Hidden beneath its ordinary reputation was the homeland of the fairies. The thought stirred old memories. Without realizing it, Leo found himself wondering how Silrud had been doing all this time. Upon arriving in the city, Leo split the workload. Nelia would handle the potion purchases. He would take care of food, equipment, and everything else. After enduring a brutal series of negotiations that felt more dangerous than combat, he finally secured a decent deal and left carrying an armful of supplies. The errands nearly drained his soul. Then suddenly something felt wrong. His expression sharpened. A strange presence lingered nearby. Looking around, he realized where he was. The 13th block. Without hesitation, Leo changed direction and headed toward a specific building. The same shop. The very place where Senlu and Khlo had obtained their sorcery machines. Setting his supplies aside, he stepped inside. The store appeared abandoned, empty, silent. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. Only a small teddy bear sat awkwardly in the middle of the floor. That should have been impossible. The investigation team had already searched the area. The shop had been sealed. Every item should have been confiscated. Then the realization hit. The teddy bear shouldn't be there, not under any circumstance. The moment he understood that Leo drew his blade, the teddy bear suddenly spun through the air. Black sludge erupted from its mouth. The instant Leo saw it, he recognized the energy, a demonic curse. And not an ordinary one. The foul aura pouring from it was far too powerful. The darkness slowly gathered together into a grotesque shape. As the creature formed, it began speaking. The voice sounded strangely familiar. The demon mocked him for noticing the curse so quickly. Then their eyes met. And Leo immediately recognized her. The Witch Queen, Salatna, one of the 3 Legion commanders the heroes had failed to destroy in the past. Fortunately, this wasn't her true body, just a temporary vessel, the creature sneered. If Leo truly was a magical knight, then those heightened senses would only help him suffer sooner. It lunged. Leo barely avoided the attack. The strike still grazed his arm. A sharp realization followed. In his current state, he had absolutely no chance against something like this. The demonic figure slithered forward. Slowly, hungrily. It thanked him for presenting such a delicious offering, then it prepared to kill him, but Leo only smiled. A brilliant flash erupted behind him. Holy light exploded through the building. The demonic creature was blasted into the floor. The moment it tried to crawl away, it screamed a familiar title. The sorcerer of the magic eye, standing calmly at the entrance, was Professor Albi himself. The demon hissed, then laughed. Apparently this was even better. Having an audience made everything more entertaining. Unfortunately for it, Albi wasn't interested in playing along. When the creature tried to circle around Leo, the professor was already moving. Insults flew faster than spells. He called the thing cursed garbage, worthless trash, a mistake that should have stayed buried. Then a gigantic spell circle bloomed across the room. Massive beams of holy light descended. The demon's head vanished instantly, severed cleanly. The creature shrieked and attempted one last charge toward Leo, ranting about devouring those precious fairy eyes. Albi looked thoroughly disgusted. He called it a pathetic imitation, a cheap knockoff, then ordered it to die. A colossal blast of magic erased the creature completely. Only shredded teddy bear fragments remained. Watching the battle, Leo remembered another title attached to Professor Albi, the Decimator of Tartarus. Rumors claimed he only became a professor at Lumen because it granted him permission to travel beyond national borders and continue hunting demons. For the first time all day, Leo relaxed. This era truly had its own heroes. Unfortunately, relief lasted only a second. Albi immediately turned toward him, then demanded an explanation. Leo quickly summarized everything. The cursed entity had hidden inside the teddy bear. A high-level curse concealed its presence. Albi grabbed the remains and sighed. The investigation department would definitely be hearing about this disaster. He decided to overlook Leo's unauthorized investigation this time. However, next time he wanted backup involved. After all, Leo still hadn't repaid the favor he owed. That statement caught Leo off guard. As he picked up his supplies, a new thought formed. House Xeron was one of the three great families. If anyone could help him gain access to the Forbidden Library, Professor Albi might be the key. When he finally returned, Nelia immediately spotted him. Her relief lasted about half a second. Then she noticed the injury. Panic activated instantly. Healing magic followed immediately afterward. As she treated his wound and demanded answers, Leo remained lost in thought. This encounter confirmed something important. Salatna was almost certainly connected to both the Cursed Book and the demonic beast incident. What he still couldn't figure out was why. A week passed. Soon the students gathered before an enormous portal gateway. Leo went through a final checklist, making sure everyone had packed what they needed. Celia wandered over. Curious, she asked why his class had chosen El Salvacia. Leo casually claimed it was the perfect place to escape the summer heat. She laughed, then admitted she hated cold weather. After wishing him luck, she returned to her own group. Leo watched her leave, then turned toward his classmates. It was time. Chelsea looked energized. Carr looked miserable. Apparently the cold was already defeating him. After one final check, Leo stepped through the portal and entered the land of the elves. Far away at Siren Academy, two elven students cornered another boy, mocking, sneering, questioning how someone like him belonged at such a prestigious institution. The word half-blood was thrown around repeatedly. The boy lowered his head in silence. Then another student arrived, a girl. She immediately demanded they stop acting like idiots. The bullies attempted to justify themselves. Surely she wasn't defending someone dressed like that, she exploded. If they hated his clothes so much, they could strip and donate their own. The two elves stared at her in disbelief. They complained that a proper lady shouldn't speak that way. She fired back immediately. Wasn't it more shameful to gang up on a single student? After chasing them off, she turned toward the boy. Apparently someone had stolen his clothes. His name was Luca Ainaries. That only made her angrier. Meanwhile, Luca awkwardly tried returning the scarf she had given him. She refused. Then he noticed how happy she seemed. The reason was simple. Her contractor had finally hatched. Luca brightened instantly and congratulated her. She grinned before rushing away. Rana sprinted directly toward her father's office. The man immediately reminded her not to call him father inside the academy. He was visibly nervous. Yes, the child of Farina had hatched. That part was true. Rana practically exploded with excitement. Then he delivered the bad news. The creature had already formed a contract. The excitement vanished instantly. Her expression died. He claimed he was investigating the matter. That answer wasn't good enough. Rana slammed her hand onto the desk, then demanded to know who had stolen her contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 successfully arrived at their destination. Almost immediately, complaints erupted about the freezing weather. Leo told everyone to endure it. Professor Herod cut through the noise and ordered them into formation. Then he asked a simple question. Did anyone know the history of this place? Chelsea raised her hand. She explained that the capital city, Velkia, was named after a fairy knight who had once been one of Luna's disciples. Leo remembered things somewhat differently. In his memories, Velia had been a troublesome disciple of both Luna and Aaron, a talented brat. Still, even he had eventually earned the title of fairy knight. Herod confirmed Chelsea's answer and added that House Ezra ruled this region as descendants of that very lineage. Just then, movement appeared within the fog. Someone was approaching. Carr immediately assumed they were thieves. Herod calmly noted that troublemakers existed everywhere. Even so, he seemed slightly surprised when a familiar voice greeted him. A group of elves emerged from the mist. Leading them was a sharp-looking white-haired elf. Instantly, several girls lost all sense of reason. The elf introduced himself. Lon Ezra, chairman of the student council. Herod nodded. Some things never changed. The girls practically melted on the spot. Several immediately decided they had met their future husband. The thirst levels became catastrophic. Leo interrupted by asking whether age simply didn't matter anymore. Eleliana immediately accused him of being jealous. Leo remained calm. Elves aged differently. For all they knew, Lon could be ancient. The two adults overheard the conversation. Lon commented that this year's students were lively, much livelier than previous groups. Herod brushed it off as harmless first-year energy. Then Eleliana boldly asked Lon's age directly. He apologized for not introducing himself properly sooner, then casually revealed the answer. 97. Eleliana's dreams died instantly. Carr immediately pushed past her. Trying desperately to recover the conversation, he asked whether Lon would be serving as their guide. Lon offered a handshake. As chairman of the student council, that role fell to him. Carr accepted the handshake while dying internally. Nearby, Herod quietly remarked that they would definitely need a conversation later. Sometime afterward, the students arrived at their accommodations. The building looked ancient, dust covered everything. A mouse immediately sprinted across the floor. The students erupted in outrage. There was no way they were staying here, surely this had to be a joke. Leo simply shrugged, then offered an alternative. Instantly everyone began praising their class representative. Leliana especially turned on the charm. Leo calmly pointed outside. He had already prepared a tent. The students stared. Carr immediately changed his tune. Suddenly the building wasn't so bad. Apparently they all had a lot of unpacking to do after all. After spending some time cleaning up their temporary lodging, a few of the boys suddenly started sneaking toward the staircase. Carr wore the grin of a man about to make a terrible decision. According to him, the greatest tradition of any school trip was attempting to peek at the girls' side of the building. The operation lasted all of 5 seconds. The moment they reached the top, they froze. Chelsea was already standing there. And judging from her expression, Judgment Day had arrived early. Without wasting a word, she unleashed a burst of wind magic. The unfortunate boys were blown backwards like leaves in a storm, screaming apologies while flying through the air. Watching from below, Leo couldn't help but chuckle. At least everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Thinking he might take a look around town as well, he headed for the exit. Before he could leave, a voice called out, "Lord Leo." Turning around, he found an elf in formal attire. The messenger politely informed him that the head of House Ezra wished to speak with him. Not long afterward, Leo arrived at Lon's office. The council chairman barely looked up from the mountain of paperwork, threatening to bury him alive. He welcomed Leo inside, apologized for keeping him waiting, and asked whether he could spare a little more time. Instead of sitting down immediately, Leo asked if he could browse the room. The office seemed filled with interesting relics. Lon happily agreed. Leo wandered toward a wall covered in ancient weapons. Most were old, historic, decorative. Then one particular blade caught his attention, Urquint. The name slipped from his lips without thinking. Immediately, Lon looked up. For the first time all meeting, the elf seemed genuinely surprised. The weapon's history was supposedly known only to the heads of House Ezra. How could Leo possibly recognize it? For a split second, Leo nearly fumbled. Then he smoothly claimed he had read about it in Lumen's ancient archives. Lon accepted the explanation without suspicion. As Leo touched the sword, he sensed traces of stellar mana lingering within it, but only traces. This wasn't the original, just a replica. His mind drifted back centuries, back to another life, back to Kyle. He remembered Luna proudly showing off a newly completed weapon while demanding his opinion. Kyle had taken one look and compared her to a goblin thief who had robbed a treasury. Luna nearly strangled him on the spot. The genuine Urquint had once belonged to Luna herself. Later, she entrusted it to her disciple, Velkia. Eventually, the weapon disappeared before the expedition into Tartarus. Standing beside him, Lon explained that his ancestor had recovered the sword after conquering Velkia's hero world. Unfortunately, items obtained from hero worlds could only be fully wielded by the original conqueror. Everything clicked. No wonder it felt hollow. It was merely a shell. Lon then invited Leo to sit. Herod had informed him that Leo was an all-class student and the representative of the first years. Leo confirmed both. Only then did Lon reveal the true reason for this meeting. He had a request, a strange one. He wanted Leo to meet his granddaughter. Apparently she was one of Siren Academy's most talented students, yet ever since enrolling she'd completely lost motivation. Lon suspected that someone from another race, especially someone like Leo, might be able to reach her. Soon, Leo found himself standing outside her room. He wasn't entirely convinced it was normal for a grandfather to hand over a bedroom key so casually. Still, he knocked before entering, then immediately regretted breathing. The room was an absolute disaster, dust coated everything. Stacks of books towered like mountains. Figures and posters covered every surface. It looked less like a bedroom and more like a shrine. After a closer look, Leo realized the obsession had a theme: heroes, especially one hero, Kyle. He had seen enthusiastic fans before. This was something else entirely. A nearby uniform suggested she attended Siren Academy. Then the owner finally appeared. Assuming her grandfather had entered again, she immediately started complaining about barging into a grown girl's room without permission. Then she saw Leo. Everything stopped. Her face turned bright red, a human in her room. She instantly wrapped herself in a blanket and vanished beneath it. Leo introduced himself and explained that her grandfather wanted them to meet. The blanket remained silent. Receiving no response, he casually grabbed a nearby book. To his surprise, she had collected almost as much material about Kyle as he had. Curious, he started reading. The organization was meticulous. The research was thorough, honestly impressive. Leo even praised her understanding of Kyle's accomplishments. At last, a small face peeked out from the blanket. Softly, she asked whether he liked hero Kyle too. Then came the questions, one after another. The Battle of Darnos, the defeat of Turka, the first battlefield where the heroes fought together. Leo answered effortlessly. Next came Commander Zerga's defeat. Edvik, again, he answered immediately. The girl's eyes sparkled brighter with every response. Most people remembered only the famous moments. Leo somehow knew the forgotten details. In her eyes, he suddenly looked like a hero himself. Shyly, she introduced herself. Aaron, then she asked whether her rambling had scared him away. Leo smiled. If the heroes could see someone still cherishing their stories after all these years, they'd probably be thrilled. Aaron admitted she firmly believed Kyle had been an undocumented fifth hero. Leo agreed. In fact, he believed Kyle was a true hero as well. He even planned to join a research club dedicated to uncovering his legacy. That excited her until she remembered school. The brightness in her expression faded instantly. Leo noticed. Gently, he asked why she didn't want to return. Aaron lowered her gaze. Everyone at Siren Academy dreamed of becoming heroes. Someone as timid and weak-hearted as her didn't belong there. Leo glanced toward her perfectly maintained uniform. The answer was obvious. She still wanted to go, she just lacked confidence. With a smile, he reminded her that she wasn't the only unusual person in the world. His classmates would probably love hearing her theories, and there were plenty of hero academies filled with students from different races. If she was curious, she should come see for herself. After saying that, Leo took his leave. The moment he stepped outside, Lon appeared out of nowhere. The sudden appearance nearly startled him more than the demons had. The old elf looked emotional, very emotional. Apparently Aaron had held an actual conversation, a full conversation. Lon looked ready to cry. As a reward, he insisted on giving Leo a magical artifact. Rejecting it would have been rude. So Leo accepted. Lon guided him to the treasury and told him to choose anything he wanted. At first glance, nothing stood out. Then he noticed a peculiar jewel. Picking it up, he asked about it. Lon casually dismissed it as a decorative gemstone infused with fairy energy, nothing special. Leo immediately chose it. Lon happily approved. Internally, however, Leo knew better. The fairy sealed inside wasn't a carving, it was alive. Later, Class 5 gathered in the hall while Professor Herod explained the schedule. Beginning tomorrow, everyone would wake up at 6 in the morning. Personal training would follow. Mission practice would occupy the afternoons. Aleliana immediately protested. They already trained nonstop back at Lumen. Herod crushed that argument instantly. This wasn't a vacation. The entire purpose of the trip was to improve their weaknesses. Then he dropped another bombshell. The schedule had been planned by their beloved class representative. Every student turned toward Leo. The betrayal in their eyes was palpable. Meanwhile, Leo smiled proudly. According to him, this environment was perfect for combat training. Somehow, Aleliana convinced herself there must be noble intentions behind all this suffering. Herod wrapped up the meeting by informing them that today was their final opportunity to relax. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. That night, Leo sat alone examining the jewel. After studying it carefully, he reached a conclusion. The artifact contained the Fairy King's magic. No wonder Lon viewed it as little more than decoration. Ever since the Age of Calamity, the Fairy King's contractor had vanished. No one had used that power since, but Leo recognized it instantly. It belonged to Silrod. Slowly, he poured mana into the jewel. Light blossomed across its surface. The Fairy King's pledge, the reward he had received long ago, it was finally time. Cracks spread across the gemstone, then it opened. A tiny voice echoed out. The first words were directed toward someone else. The speaker wondered whether Father had finally broken the seal. Then the fairy saw Leo. Confusion immediately followed. Why was some random human standing there? Leo raised an eyebrow and asked the same question. The fairy puffed up indignantly. His name was Kieran, firstborn son of the Fairy King Silrod. The tiny prince launched into a royal rant. Leo listened, then flicked him directly in the forehead. Kieran froze. His brain visibly stopped working. How dare this human? Leo's expression darkened. Even Silrod had shown him respect. Who exactly did this brat think he was? Kieran exploded with outrage. Racial insults followed, so did more forehead flicks, again and again. And again, eventually Kieran learned manners. Staring at Leo in awe, he finally realized this must be the pledged one his father had spoken about. Leo leaned closer. If the kid still had complaints, now was the time. Kieran immediately surrendered. Maybe a contract with a human wouldn't be so terrible. Patting his head, Leo casually remarked that Silrod wouldn't have confiscated all 6 of his wings unless he'd been a massive headache. Kieran looked stunned that Leo knew that. Before he could ask how, Leo ordered him to summon Silrod. The fairy's smugness returned immediately. That wasn't possible. Not yet. His 6 wings had been sealed away. Only after recovering them could he call upon his father. Fortunately, the first wing was somewhere nearby, in the forest. Leo smiled. What a convenient coincidence. Then he flicked Kieran again just because he could. The next morning, Class 5 entered the frozen forest beneath relentless winds. Before long, another shocking sight unfolded. Chelsea was sent flying by a blast of wind magic. Leo helped her back up and casually informed her that she'd better train harder if she wanted to keep up. A few minutes earlier, Leliana had nearly exploded after Leo pointed out flaws in her ability to combine swordsmanship and magic. Naturally, everyone assumed he was secretly training alone again. Leo ignored the accusation. Instead, he shifted targets. This time, he criticized the summoners. Apparently, their summoning technique still needed work. That offended them immediately. Summoning was supposed to be their strength. Chelsea then reminded everyone that Leo had said something similar during the entrance exam. According to him, she still lacked a true understanding of wind itself. Smiling confidently, she drew her weapon, then challenged him. She wanted to see exactly how much stronger he'd become. Leo accepted without hesitation. Chelsea had already seen him surpass expectations again and again. Now she wanted to know what other monsters he was still hiding. Chelsea didn't even give Leo a moment to prepare. The instant the challenge began, she unleashed Windbreaker without warning. A roaring torrent of wind exploded forward, tearing through the snowy landscape like a miniature storm. Leo didn't so much as flinch. With perfect timing, he cast the exact same spell. The two currents collided head-on and annihilated each other, leaving nothing but swirling snow behind. Chelsea froze. Leliana froze. Everyone froze. High-speed casting had always been Chelsea's signature advantage, yet Leo had mirrored her casting speed so precisely that it felt unfair. Refusing to back down, Chelsea immediately followed up with Wind Chain. Leo could only sigh. Back during their first meeting, he had already warned her against using wind magic that way. Now she was about to learn why. A moment later, he released Wind Bolt. The spell wasn't merely stronger. It was overwhelming. His magic tore straight through Chelsea's technique and surged toward her like a living tempest. Caught completely off guard, she couldn't react in time. The blast launched her backward and straight into a nearby tree. As if nature itself wanted to add insult to injury, a mountain of snow collapsed from above and buried her on impact. Leo calmly approached and leveled his sword toward her. The result was obvious. The match was over. Still sitting in the snow, Chelsea stared blankly. She could hardly believe that what she had just witnessed was wind magic. Carr admitted he never expected her to lose. Leliana was even more shaken. At this point, she genuinely couldn't comprehend how their class representative kept getting stronger. Professor Herod finally stepped in. The issue wasn't raw magical output. Chelsea wasn't necessarily weaker in power. The true difference lay elsewhere. Understanding, control, mastery. While Leo casually patted the grumpy cat on the head, Herod explained that students often become obsessed with learning new techniques while neglecting the fundamentals that made those techniques possible in the first place. No matter how high they climbed, the basics still mattered. With that lesson delivered, he ordered everyone to continue training under Leo's supervision. The announcement was immediately met with a chorus of complaints about the freezing weather. Later, while the others recovered from training, Leo wandered alone through the snowy forest on a mission to gather medicinal herbs. Thinking back to how thoroughly everyone had given up and promised to complete their tasks later, he couldn't help smirking. They were probably unconscious somewhere back at the inn by now. Suddenly, a tiny figure shot through the air. Kieran arrived carrying a massive collection of herbs with the pride of a warrior returning from battle. The fairy proudly announced his accomplishments. Leo rewarded him with a pat on the back. The tiny prince practically glowed from happiness. With more than enough herbs collected, Leo stored everything away. The gathering mission was finished. Now came the real objective. It was finally time to investigate the forest, and more importantly, begin searching for Kieran's missing wings. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Leo suddenly stopped. A thought had crossed his mind. He asked Kieran exactly when he had been sealed away. The answer came quickly. About 100 years ago. Leo's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. He told Kieran to look carefully. Illusion magic was hiding something. The fairy focused. Moments later, realization dawned on him. The magic definitely belonged to the fairy kings, but not his father. Leo pieced it together. This spell belonged to Silrod's father, the fairy king who ruled during the Age of Calamity. 100 years had passed since the illusion activated. Given that timeline, the power source became obvious. Kieran's stolen wings had somehow been repurposed to sustain the ancient spell. Before either of them could investigate further, a voice echoed through the forest. Someone had apparently heard rumors about a valuable treasure hidden nearby. Immediately, a sinister presence flooded the area. The atmosphere turned heavy, oppressive, wrong. A skeletal figure emerged from the shadows. The stranger questioned why humans were wandering through elven lands. Leo answered with a question of his own. Wasn't it even stranger to find undead roaming this far from Tartarus? The skeleton let out a furious roar. According to him, these lands had already fallen under Tartarus's influence. Kieran instantly fired back. This was sacred fairy territory. The undead laughed mockingly. Someone as pathetic as Kieran had no right calling himself a fairy. That comment hit a nerve. Hard, magic erupted around the tiny prince. Without hesitation, he charged. The skeleton barely reacted before a beam of fairy magic blasted straight through its chest. Its body shattered into scattered bones. Kieran folded his arms. For something that talked so much it had fallen apart pretty easily. Leo raised an eyebrow. Why was a fairy fighting like a berserker? Kieran shrugged. Fairy power naturally countered undead energy. Simple. Then both of them froze. The skeleton started talking again. Apparently low-ranking or not, Kieran was still a fairy. And as it spoke, its body began rebuilding itself, bone after bone, piece after piece. Kieran immediately covered his nose. The stench alone was unbearable. Determined to finish things properly, he charged again. Halfway through the attack, Leo sensed danger. He shouted for Kieran to move. The skeleton slammed its sword into the ground. A wave of foul energy exploded outward. Kieran barely escaped and crashed directly into Leo. Steadying the dizzy fairy, Leo finally explained what they were dealing with. This wasn't ordinary undead, it was a Death Knight, an ancient monster of Tartarus. The creature straightened its posture and finally introduced itself. Kargor, servant of the Lich King. Then it attacked again. Leo met the charge head-on. Steel clashed, then Kargor vanished. A split second later he appeared behind Leo like a ghost, like a nightmare. The Death Knight calmly announced that he had come to guide Leo toward death itself. Thinking quickly, Leo activated spectral form and erected an aura barrier just in time. The impact shook the forest. Even Kargor looked impressed. A human producing an aura shield that quickly wasn't something he expected. Then the monster attacked again. This time Leo successfully blocked it. Kargor mocked the effort and pressed forward with overwhelming strength. The difference in physical power was obvious. Kieran rushed in to help. He was immediately swatted aside. The fairy slammed into the ground and groaned. His power reserves were already depleted, if only he still had his wings. Leo wasted no more time. A chant left his lips. Red flames ignited around his body. For the first time, genuine surprise appeared on Kargor's face. Phoenix wings erupted from Leo's back. Radiant light illuminated the frozen woods. Kieran stared in disbelief. Leo was a contractor too. In a single fluid motion, Leo struck. The blade flashed. The Death Knight split cleanly in half. Fiora proudly landed on Leo's shoulder. Kieran immediately followed and started arguing with the tiny phoenix over territory. The annoyed bird puffed herself up. The argument was seconds away from becoming a war. Then Kargor's voice echoed once more. The Death Knight refused to stay dead. Swearing that none of them would leave alive, he plunged his sword into the earth. Darkness spread. A massive pit opened beneath them. Undead soldiers began climbing out one after another. An army, endless, relentless. Leo quickly recognized the curse. An infinite resurrection field. The dead would continue returning no matter how many times they were slain. When Leo lowered his guard, Kieran immediately panicked. Had he given up, Leo simply smiled. At long last, he had managed to grasp Kyle's mana. Without hesitation, he cast Earth Ripple. Shockwaves burst across the battlefield. The advancing undead lost their footing instantly. Leo charged. Vortex Slash carved through the horde like a whirlwind. Skeletons shattered in every direction. Not once did he even glance toward Kargor. The Death Knight roared in frustration and demanded a proper fight. Leo wasn't interested. If anything, Kargor was the one hiding behind an army. Using a burst of enhanced movement, Leo launched himself high into the air and escaped while the Death Knight screamed after him. Eventually, he slowed down. The distance should have been enough, yet something still bothered him. Why was a Death Knight wandering through a fairy sanctuary? The situation made no sense. Just then, a skeleton stumbled from the trees. Leo instinctively prepared to strike. Before he could move, the creature was cut apart. An elf emerged from the forest, weapon drawn. The stranger immediately demanded to know whether Leo had summoned the undead. Leo calmly explained that he was merely a Lumen student with absolutely no connection to it. Recognizing the uniform, Leo identified him as a Siren Academy student. The elf wasn't convinced. He attacked anyway. Leo casually stepped aside and knocked him flat using the base of his sword. Before the situation could escalate, another voice interrupted. A red-haired elf hurried over and apologized. She introduced herself as Runia. Unlike the idiot on the ground, she assured Leo that not every Siren student behaved like garbage. Leo accepted the apology. When he asked why they were here, Runia explained that they were conducting field training. Leo replied that his own class was currently on a school trip. After that, he excused himself so he could report the Death Knight incident. Runia watched him leave. Something about her name lingered in his thoughts. It sounded familiar. Meanwhile, she turned around and immediately started yelling at her student for being incompetent. Back at the academy, Lon found the Death Knight story difficult to believe. Monster sightings had increased lately, but nothing on that level. Professor Herod immediately vouched for Leo. The boy wasn't the type to fabricate stories. Then another voice entered the conversation. According to the newcomer, ignorance often created misunderstandings. A dark-haired elf stepped forward, Professor Herdium. With obvious skepticism, he argued that Leo had likely mistaken an ordinary skeleton knight for a Death Knight. The real thing would have killed a first-year instantly. He questioned whether Herod truly believed the story. Herod answered without hesitation. Yes, because Leo was their all-class representative. That response intrigued Herdium. If Leo truly possessed that level of potential, then perhaps he could influence Siren's students in ways others couldn't. Curious now, he asked whether Leo excelled in magic as well. Then he proposed a joint class between Lumen and Siren. Some time later, the atmosphere became much lighter. Students from both academies gathered for a grand celebration. Carr stared around in awe. The scale of the event was ridiculous. Chelsea pointed out that it made sense. The Emperor himself was hosting it. Aleliana and Nella were especially excited. The chance to witness Siren's teachings firsthand was a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Leo remained suspicious. Herdium struck him as the type of person who trusted only what he personally witnessed. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar face. Runia approached and unexpectedly asked him for a dance. The two moved across the floor with surprising synchronization. It felt as though they had practiced together for years. Runia looked delighted when she realized Leo knew traditional elven dances. Leo casually explained that he had learned them a very long time ago. Only then did she realize she had never asked his name. The moment he introduced himself, everything changed. Her expression froze, then exploded. Without warning, she grabbed him by the collar, furious, accusing, absolutely betrayed. Because according to Runia, Leo Plove was the shameless thief who had stolen her contractor. Runia's grip tightened around Leo's collar as pure fury blazed in her eyes. She declared without a shred of hesitation that she intended to end him right there and then. Leo, meanwhile, remained completely unfazed. At that moment, a memory surfaced. The Phoenix Guardian had once mentioned that Fiora had originally been destined for another contractor before Leo entered the picture. Everything suddenly clicked. Runia was that person. Her entire body trembled with frustration as she accused him of stealing what should have been hers. Yet instead of arguing, Leo simply smiled and casually mentioned that Fiora was doing well. That single sentence only made things worse. Runia completely snapped. Shouting for him to drop dead, she lunged forward without thinking. Sometime later, after tempers finally cooled, Runia lowered her head and apologized for her reckless outburst. Leo treated it like a minor inconvenience and forgave her immediately before leaving alongside Professor Herod. Unfortunately for Runia, the real trouble was only beginning. Professor Herdium wasted no time tearing into her. As the first-year representative of Siren Academy, she couldn't afford mistakes like that. Runia accepted the criticism and quietly admitted fault. Herdium wasn't finished. According to him, this only meant one thing. Siren now had to prove beyond any doubt that it stood above Lumen. The professor became so animated that he practically shook Runia apart while shouting about surpassing every rival academy. Halfway through the rant, he suddenly wondered if he might have pushed too hard. Instead, the opposite happened. A fresh fire ignited inside Runia. With renewed determination, she swore she would crush that shameless thief and restore Siren's honor. The following day marked the beginning of the long-awaited joint class. Professor Herod introduced himself to the Siren students and explained that today's lesson would showcase how education worked at Lumen Academy. The announcement immediately sparked curiosity among the elves. Without warning, Herod called Carr, Aleliana, and Thod to the front. The three nearly pointed at themselves in confusion. Why them? Herod calmly explained that they represented some of Lumen's most promising surviving students. Now it was their turn to pass their knowledge forward. The unexpected praise nearly melted their hearts. Chelsea quickly noticed a pattern. One representative from each department had been chosen. Leo, meanwhile, immediately suspected that Herod simply didn't want to do the teaching himself. The trio stepped up regardless. Each of them passionately explained everything they knew about their respective fields. Their enthusiasm proved surprisingly effective. The Siren students listened attentively. Even Professor Herdium seemed pleased. Exposure to different races often led to entirely new perspectives on magic. Still, one thing bothered him. Lumen's class representative hadn't participated at all. Once the presentations concluded, Chelsea enthusiastically applauded while the elf students offered respectful praise. Herdium complimented the presenters and noted how much dedication they had poured into developing their abilities. Then he picked up a piece of chalk. It was time to explain Siren's educational philosophy. According to him, while elves naturally centered their growth around magic, they deliberately avoided becoming overly dependent on it. Balance remained essential. Leo immediately called nonsense. Internally, at least, to him, Siren still looked overwhelmingly focused on magic. The elves simply wrapped it in prettier words. As Herdium launched into a lengthy explanation of advanced spell theory, Leo's attention rapidly disappeared. A yawn escaped him. Herdium noticed. Not only had this kid claimed to fight a Death Knight, but now he looked completely bored in class. Deciding theory wasn't working, the professor changed tactics. A brilliant golden star appeared in his palm. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Even Leo became interested. Herdium explained that elves were a race born from magic itself. Then he released the star into the air. The light exploded into countless smaller stars that drifted across the classroom like a celestial rain. The students stared in wonder. Chelsea immediately recognized it. This was star magic, the legendary magical system unique to the elves. Proudly nodding, Herdium confirmed it. This spell formed the foundation of all star magic, a direct descendant of the legacy left behind by the great Luna herself. Countless variations had grown from this single source. He smiled and asked the class if such magic wasn't beautiful. Then a hand went up, Leo. The professor reluctantly allowed him to speak. Leo casually stated that he didn't particularly care about star magic. However, there was a problem. The interpretation was wrong. The room instantly froze. Herdium looked like his blood pressure had reached critical levels. Leo calmly elaborated. The spell as written simply wouldn't activate correctly. Trying to recover, Herdium explained that the formula was incomplete. Over generations, their ancestors had reconstructed it from surviving records. Leo immediately understood. This was one of Luna's lost spells. Most people wouldn't know that because the original version had never been publicly shared. Luna had specifically designed it for Kyle during the development of the star magic system. Naturally, Herdium didn't appreciate having centuries of scholarship challenged by a teenager, so he issued a challenge. If Leo believed their interpretation was wrong, then he could demonstrate the correct one. Professor Herod attempted to calm things down, then he realized Leo was already walking toward the board. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't help feeling nostalgic. The elves had inherited only fragments. What they used today was merely a diluted version. He had received the complete spell directly from Luna herself. Unfortunately, he died before passing it on. Standing before the board, he briefly wondered whether fate had orchestrated this reunion. Herod started sweating. Tampering with something tied to the progenitor's legacy could become a disaster. Leo ignored the pressure. Without hesitation, he began rewriting the formula. The elf students watched in complete confusion. Nothing about his method resembled what they knew. Several moments later, Leo stepped back. It was finished. Immediately, the completed formula began radiating light. Herdium stared at the magical structure with trembling eyes. Barely able to contain himself, he asked what kind of spell it was, and whether Leo had ever used it before. The question triggered an old memory. Leo found himself standing beside a cliff from another lifetime. Luna stood nearby with a proud smile. She had finally completed her newest creation. Excitedly, she told Kyle she would teach him this spell. A simple spell. A spell capable of making flowers bloom. Returning to the present, Leo repeated the magic Luna had once shown him. Golden light spread throughout the classroom. Flowers blossomed everywhere. Countless glowing blossoms drifted through the air and transformed the entire hall into a dreamlike landscape. The students erupted with excitement. Aleliana immediately turned toward Nella and wondered whether their class representative had just done something absurd again. Nella silently nodded. For Runia, however, the flowers weren't the shocking part. The professor's reaction was. Herdium looked completely shattered. Had Leo really deciphered the founder's legacy right in front of everyone? Slowly dropping to his knees, the professor stared at a glowing flower resting in his hand. For years, they had believed this spell represented something grand and profound. Now it appeared to be a flower-blooming technique. Leo gently corrected him. It wasn't that simple. Flowers had nearly disappeared during the Age of Calamity. If Luna embedded this spell into her legacy, then flowers must have carried special meaning for her. As Kyle, he remembered once criticizing the spell as useless. Flowers couldn't win battles, they couldn't save lives. Luna had only smiled. She believed flowers were beautiful, and someday she wanted to see a world covered in them again. Herdium quietly agreed. The founder had undoubtedly hidden a deeper truth within the spell. As the glowing blossoms slowly faded away, whispers spread throughout the classroom. Everyone wanted answers. Who exactly was Leo Plove? Leo simply explained that he had learned the magic through ancient texts, nothing more. He was merely a dual-class student born with magical talent. No elven blood, no special heritage. Professor Herod quickly stepped in and apologized for any offense caused. Perhaps it would be best to end the joint lesson early. After all, no official conclusions could be drawn yet. Before he finished speaking, Herdium suddenly grabbed both of Herod's hands. Then he asked the most unexpected question of the day. Could Leo transfer to Siren Academy? The entire classroom exploded into chaos. Later that evening, everyone returned to their accommodations. Chelsea proudly unveiled a mysterious soup that looked alarmingly capable of ending lives. Not to be outdone, Aleliana presented a risotto that seemed equally dangerous. The boys immediately began debating which meal would kill them first. Aleliana settled the argument by force-feeding Carr a spoonful. He froze, paused, then immediately spat it back out. Lon arrived just in time to witness the disaster and found the entire situation hilarious. Herod, however, wasn't laughing. He quietly pulled Leo aside for a private conversation. According to Lon, the Grand Assembly had finally reached a decision regarding the Death Knight incident. Meanwhile, Nella silently activated stealth mode and started eavesdropping. Lon revealed that multiple sightings of undead creatures had occurred throughout the fairy forest. Even reports involving Death Knights had surfaced. A formal investigation would soon begin. To handle the situation, a joint expedition team would be assembled. The mission would be too dangerous for first years alone. Lumen students would therefore be paired with Siren seniors. Then Leo asked a simple question. Was that really the only reason Lon came here? The elf shook his head. Not at all. His granddaughter had specifically requested to see Leo. A shy figure stepped forward. Aaron. Softly she greeted him and admitted she had come because he told her she could. Leo introduced her to the others. That turned out to be a mistake. The girls immediately swarmed her with overwhelming enthusiasm. Aaron panicked, apologized repeatedly, then fled upstairs. The girls were left wondering what they had done wrong. Lon simply looked toward Leo. He was counting on him. Without another word, Leo headed upstairs. Eventually, he found Aaron sitting alone on a balcony. Quiet, curled up, cold. Without saying much, he draped his jacket over her shoulders. The gesture surprised her. She immediately tried giving it back. Leo refused. Instead, he asked why she had left Siren Academy. Aaron quietly admitted that she didn't believe she deserved to become a hero. At this point, Leo was getting tired of hearing that exact excuse. Aaron explained that during her struggles, she met someone extraordinary, someone who shined like the sun itself, Runia. In Aaron's eyes, Runia embodied everything a hero should be. Inspired by her, Aaron followed the same path. She trained relentlessly, studied endlessly. Eventually, she even reached the top of her class, but something changed after the dual assessments. For reasons she couldn't understand, Runia suddenly began treating her differently. Leo found that difficult to believe. From what he had seen, Runia didn't seem like the type of person who would hate someone without reason. Leo decided he'd ask Runia about that mystery later. For now, Aaron reminded him far too much of Verkia. Curious, he asked whether she knew the story of her famous ancestor. The effect was immediate. Aaron's eyes lit up. Of course she knew it. It was the tale of her own bloodline. Leo smiled and explained that Verkia hadn't become a hero by copying someone else's footsteps. She had learned from great heroes and mentors, but ultimately forged her own road. That was what made her extraordinary. He gently told Aaron that worrying about other people's expectations would only weigh her down. What mattered was finding her own direction. The words landed perfectly. Almost instantly, the heaviness in her expression began to disappear. With a warm smile, Leo invited her back downstairs and assured her that his classmates were far friendlier than they looked. A little later, as preparations for the expedition were underway, Runia marched straight toward Leo. She demanded to know what kind of sorcery he had used to win Aaron over so quickly. Leo casually replied that all he had done was tell Aaron there was no reason to be afraid of Runia. That answer caught her completely off guard. Then he added that Aaron genuinely believed Runia hated her because of a particularly frightening glare. Runia immediately defended herself. She hadn't been angry. She had simply been focused because Aaron was talented enough to be taken seriously. Leo nodded before telling her that Aaron probably needed someone looking out for her. Just then, Professor Herdium called out toward a group approaching from the distance. Several third years entered the area. One of them stepped forward confidently. Lauder. Herdium praised the work he had submitted recently, clearly impressed. Leo glanced toward Runia and quietly asked who he was. She explained that Lauder had been practically invisible until this year. Then, almost overnight, he had become one of Siren's standout students. That sudden rise immediately raised a red flag in Leo's mind. Soon afterward, Professor Herod gathered everyone together. It was time to divide into teams. Each group would consist of 3 members. Then Herdium announced the first assignment. Leo, Runia, Lauder. The pairing felt far too deliberate to be random. The moment they departed, Runia started complaining. She mocked the professors for treating this mission like some opportunity for friendship. Leo casually reminded her about the thief accusations. That instantly reignited the fire. Runia snapped that she still hadn't forgiven him. Leo responded by tuning her out entirely. Eventually, she noticed something more important. Lauder was nowhere to be seen. Considering they were supposed to operate as a team, his absence was strange. Leo remembered Lauder mentioning he would investigate separately. That only made him more suspicious. Placing his hand against the ground, Leo focused. Something felt wrong. Runia pointed out another odd detail. Despite covering a huge area, they hadn't encountered a single undead creature. Leo barely heard her. His thoughts had drifted back to his conversation with Kieran. A curse lingered over this land. Most people couldn't sense it. Only someone who had survived the Age of Calamity would recognize its presence. The Death King Helizer had been Erebus's most loyal follower and one of Tartarus's most terrifying commanders. Leo doubted Helizer had appeared personally. More likely, he had dispatched Kargor, the Death Knight, as an agent. As Leo stood up, a realization struck him. Beyond this point lay something hidden deep within the fairy forest, something Silrod desperately wanted protected. Runia noticed his expression and asked whether he had sensed something. Before he could answer, approaching footsteps echoed through the trees. Instinctively, Leo raised his sword. Then Lauder emerged from the shadows, completely relaxed. He casually asked how the investigation was progressing. Had they found any undead? Both denied it. Lauder then turned to Leo and asked whether he was the student who originally reported the Death Knight. Leo confirmed it. The two shook hands. But during the exchange, Leo noticed a strange black ring on Lauder's finger. Lauder smiled and suggested that perhaps Leo had simply gotten carried away. After all, first years sometimes exaggerated things. He calmly explained that high-ranking undead like Death Knights couldn't remain active without a necromancer constantly supplying mana. That was why demonic summoners often accompanied them. Runia immediately realized the implication. If that was true, there had to be a hidden controller somewhere nearby, but Lauder disagreed. This was the capital of El Salvia, a place protected by powerful star magic. Surely a Siren student should know that. Runia nodded, then Leo cut in. His voice suddenly turned firm. There was no rule stating a necromancer had to be a demon. Dark magic wasn't exclusive to one race. Humans could use it, other races could use it, even elves. Lauder laughed. According to him, elves were far too proud to sink to that level. The conversation ended there. He encouraged them to continue investigating and moved on, but Leo could tell. Lauder wasn't searching for evidence. He was searching for something else entirely. Even Runia was beginning to feel that something about him wasn't right. By evening, all the students gathered to compare their findings. The conclusion was unanimous. Nobody had seen a single undead creature, not even a trace of one. Chelsea immediately found that suspicious. The monsters had seemingly vanished the moment an investigation began. Carr attempted to quietly escape and pretend he was heading to bed. Chelsea dragged him back before he made it 3 steps. Meanwhile, someone with clearly questionable intentions slipped out of a dormitory window without making a sound. Leo. As expected, he headed toward the academy dorms and infiltrated Lauder's room with alarming confidence. He had predicted Lauder would sneak out. Inside, he quickly found something interesting, a detailed map. More importantly, it clearly marked an entrance leading into the fairyland. Before he could inspect it further, the door burst open. Runia, she immediately demanded to know what he was doing. Leo clamped a hand over her mouth before she alerted the entire building. Once she calmed down, he explained that they were there for exactly the same reason. Unfortunately, Lauder had already left. Before another argument could begin, voices echoed from outside. Someone was checking whether Lauder was asleep. Without warning, Leo grabbed Runia and jumped straight out the window. Elsewhere, Aaron happened to hear the noise. Looking outside, she caught sight of Leo carrying Runia in his arms. Her face instantly turned bright red. The book in her hand slipped away. Her imagination immediately filled in several highly romantic explanations. Meanwhile, Leo and Runia disappeared into the forest. Eventually, Leo asked how long Runia intended to keep following him. She fired back by questioning whether he truly believed Lauder was involved. After all, Lauder had only arrived recently. Leo had encountered the Death Knight days earlier. Before either could continue, another voice joined the conversation. Aaron emerged from the darkness. Apparently, she had been following them the entire time. Runia looked moments away from short-circuiting. She demanded to know how long Aaron had been there. Leo casually admitted that he already knew. Aaron's face turned even redder. Then she suddenly shouted that romantic relationships between students were absolutely forbidden. Both Leo and Runia froze, completely blindsided. Aaron nervously explained that she had seen them sneaking out together. In her mind, the conclusion was obvious. They were both attractive, both impressive, which somehow made the situation even more scandalous. Leo buried his face in his hand. Runia wasn't doing much better. Both desperately tried explaining that Aaron had misunderstood everything. Unfortunately, neither sounded convincing. Then Leo's expression suddenly changed. Danger. A powerful presence was approaching. The earth split open. Rotting hands burst from the ground. One after another, undead figures began clawing their way to the surface. A chilling voice echoed through the forest, welcoming them to the fairy woods. Leo immediately drew his sword. These weren't ordinary undead. They were high-ranking undead knights. He called out to Runia and asked whether she was ready. Runia responded by slamming her hand against the ground. Flames erupted everywhere. Firestorm. The entire area exploded with light. Proud of herself, she grinned and asked how impressive that looked. Unfortunately, she failed to notice the undead knight charging directly toward her. Leo saw it too late. Before either could react, Aaron stepped forward. To everyone's shock, she intercepted the attack head-on. Clad in animus armor, she looked like a completely different person. Without hesitation, she cleaved through the skeleton and introduced it to an extremely severe case of decapitation. Runia immediately began cheering. Aaron blushed furiously. Then Leo casually remarked that she looked exactly like Verkia. That compliment nearly launched Aaron's soul into orbit. Afterward, Aaron suddenly remembered something important. What exactly had Leo and Runia been doing together? Runia awkwardly explained their investigation into the third-year dormitories. Then, becoming flustered all over again, she declared that romance would only distract her from her studies. Leo experienced an immediate bruh moment. Aaron shook her head. In her eyes, Runia would always remain the #1 student, a future hero. That statement hit Runia hard. Memories resurfaced. She remembered their duel. Aaron had barely managed to block her attack with a mana shield. At the time, Runia had felt excited, finally. Someone strong enough to become her rival. Determined to test her limits, she unleashed a powerful fire spell. Unfortunately, the intensity of her expression terrified Aaron. Aaron hesitated, dropped her guard, and by then it was already too late. the spell detonated. Only now did Runia finally understand the look she had seen back then. It wasn't hatred, it was fear. With a sigh, she realized everything that followed had been her own fault, so she looked Aaron straight in the eye and told her to return to school. Not because Siren needed her, because she was her friend. Aaron hesitated, Runia didn't. She confidently declared that they were absolutely friends, and more importantly, rivals. She wanted Aaron competing beside her again. The shy elf looked overwhelmed. Then Aaron hesitated once more. There was still one important question. Was Runia really sure she and Leo weren't dating? Leo instantly deadpanned. Runia nearly exploded from embarrassment while denying it as fast as physically possible. Leo simply watched the chaos unfold like an exhausted grandfather observing children. Far away from the forest, another conversation was taking place. The Death Knight growled in frustration. The mage controlling him was reaching his limits. Too many intruders were interfering. The cloaked mage showed no sympathy whatsoever. That sounded like the knight's problem, not his. The hood fell back. Lauder, the Death Knight, called him an arrogant brat. Annoyed, the undead monster demanded to know why he was being treated like some disposable servant despite serving the great Lich King. Lauder didn't even blink. Instead, he casually raised his hand. The black ring gleamed. With a mocking smile, he reminded the Death Knight that the Lich King had chosen him, not the undead. Turning away, Lauder revealed that the summoning circle was nearly complete. Once it was finished, Tartarus itself would no longer be necessary. Until then, he expected the knight to keep doing his job. The Death Knight laughed. A long, ugly laugh filled with bad intentions. Of course he would obey. Absolutely. And he was definitely not planning to betray Lauder the first chance he got. Back with the unlikely hero squad, Aaron still struggled to accept the truth. The idea that their respected senior Lauder had willingly joined hands with demons felt impossible. Runia felt the same. Nothing about it sat right with her. Then Aaron rubbed her arms and complained that the air had suddenly become much colder. Even Runia started noticing it. The temperature wasn't normal. Leo remained silent. He had already sensed something far worse. Without hesitation, he summoned several magic circles as smoothly as flipping through pages in a book and warned the girls to prepare themselves before they ventured deeper. Moments later, his trusted spirit companions appeared. The instant Runia spotted the small crimson phoenix, she completely lost her composure. Meanwhile, Aaron curiously asked who the newcomers were. Leo briefly introduced Fiora and Kieran. The explanation only impressed them further. Still, he quickly cut the introductions short. There would be time for that later. For now, they needed to reach the heart of the forest. As they entered the darkness, Leo quietly warned them that things were about to get ugly. The deeper they traveled, the more hostile the forest became. The first wave of monsters didn't even slow them down. Leo and the girls tore through them effortlessly. Runia finished the last few with a blazing fireball. But then something horrifying happened. Dark energy leaked from the charred remains. The corpses twitched. Moments later, the undead rose again. Runia immediately realized there had to be a necromancer nearby. Leo cut down several skeletons with ruthless efficiency before calmly explaining that there wasn't a summoner anywhere close. That answer made no sense to her. Then Leo revealed the truth. What they were witnessing wasn't ordinary necromancy. It was an undead curse. Both girls froze. Runia admitted she had never even heard of such a thing. Aaron, however, stepped forward and explained that it was a large-scale curse capable of continuously generating undead throughout an entire region, transforming the land itself into a kingdom of death. Leo completed the explanation. Only one being was known to possess the power to cast such a curse. Hell Kaiser, the Lich King of Tartarus. The moment that name left his mouth, panic spread across Runia's face. She immediately suggested informing the professors. Unfortunately, they no longer had that luxury. A freezing blast swept through the forest like a tidal wave. A sinister voice welcomed the young heroes to the land of the dead. Then the Death Knight appeared again. Without wasting a second, the monster charged Leo. Steel collided with steel. The clash echoed through the forest. The undead knight laughed like a madman, declaring that there was no escape. Leo answered with complete silence. His sword met the attack effortlessly. The Death Knight continued mocking the students while waves of undead advanced behind him. Leo stepped forward and calmly divided the battlefield. The girls would handle the undead. The knight belonged to him. The monster laughed at the confidence. This time, however, Leo wasn't running. The battle truly began. Another swing came. Leo blocked it cleanly and immediately activated his family's secret art, Providence. The technique exploded into action. The Death Knight was forced backward. A sharp slash followed. One of the creature's horns shattered apart. The skeleton retreated in surprise and demanded to know whether that flame was Phoenix fire. Leo kept advancing. He casually explained that he had combined it with Zerdinger's flame aura. For the first time, the Death Knight looked unsettled. The blade in its hand had partially melted. Another strike sent it flying into a crowd of its own undead soldiers. The monster stared at Leo. How could a kid this young possess such power? And why did his eyes resemble those of someone who had already fought countless wars? Before the knight could recover, a massive sphere of fire descended from the heavens. Runia smirked. Blaze. The entire undead formation vanished beneath an ocean of flames. Skeletons disappeared by the dozens. Runia struck a triumphant pose afterward. Eren could only stare in disbelief. The girl had practically roasted half the forest without blinking. Later, as they continued forward, Kieran quietly asked whether Runia was really an elf, because from his perspective she behaved more like an angry berserker. Leo ignored the comment. Something had caught his attention. Tracks, fresh ones. The battle wasn't over. As they traveled through the ruined landscape, the girls struggled beneath the oppressive death aura saturating the forest. Then a voice suddenly called out. Someone demanded to know what they were doing inside a restricted zone. Runia nearly jumped. Senior Ra. According to him, he was investigating reports of undead activity. Runia immediately explained that a powerful curse was responsible. Ra looked unconvinced. Meanwhile, he seemed strangely unaffected by the overwhelming death energy surrounding them. That alone felt suspicious. Leo's mind began connecting dots. Recently, several students from Lumen had come into contact with artifacts originating from Tartarus. Some had unknowingly used dark arts. With that thought, Leo raised his hand and activated a reveal spell. Dark traces instantly surfaced. The girls recoiled in horror. The evidence was undeniable. Looking directly at Ra, Leo accused him of willingly using black magic and cooperating with Tartarus. The senior's expression darkened, annoyingly persistent. That was how he described Leo. Then he revealed something even more shocking. A fragment of Lady Luna's hero record was hidden nearby. The revelation stunned everyone. Ra mocked the council, claiming they had no idea the relic even existed. According to him, it belonged to whoever could claim it. Eren immediately called him out. He clearly intended to keep the artifact for himself. Runia clenched her fist. Forget investigations. She wanted to drag this guy straight to the professors. Leo drew his weapon. From this point onward, there would be no second chances. This was life or death. Without warning, Ra launched a lethal lightning spell. The attack caught everyone off guard, everyone except Leo. He instantly copied the spell. The two attacks collided and erased each other. Leo calmly warned the girls. This was what fighting genuine evil looked like. Ra laughed. A human using original elven magic was absurd. He demanded to know who Leo really was. Yet behind the amusement, doubt was beginning to creep in. Not only had Leo seen through his plans, he had countered them flawlessly. Realizing the girls could become a problem, Ra raised a finger. Dark energy exploded outward. Leo sensed danger immediately. He shouted for the girls to get down. The next spell detonated with devastating force. Eren activated her animus armor and shielded Runia. As the blast faded, Eren couldn't believe a supposedly basic spell carried that much destructive power. Then her panic doubled. Leo was lying motionless on the ground, and Ra was approaching him like a predator stalking wounded prey. The girls desperately tried to move, but another obstacle appeared, the Death Knight. The monster blocked their path and coldly informed them that their journey ended here. Rather than frightening Runia, it only fueled her determination. She ordered Eren to hold the knight off while she prepared a spell. Meanwhile, Ra stood above Leo and offered him a chance to state any final wishes. Leo simply smiled. The elf was far too confident. That was his mistake. A signal flashed toward Kieran. The fairy instantly understood. He darted forward and struck several floating purple orbs surrounding Ra. The resulting explosions launched the elf through the air. Leo rose to his feet, sword ready. Ra struggled upright. The moment he saw the look in Leo's eyes, his confidence collapsed. Panic replaced arrogance. He begged for mercy. Too late. The moment he chose this path, he forfeited the privilege of keeping his head attached. Kieran celebrated. Now they could finally deal with the Death Knight. Then Ra's body twitched. Everyone froze. A sudden blast of magic struck Kieran. Ra stood back up, calmly, casually, as if reattaching his severed head were no different from fixing a broken toy. A twisted smile spread across his face. He confessed how excited he was to personally bury Lumen's shining prodigy. The elf rambled on about combining Lady Luna's power with the Death Knight's strength. Once he succeeded, talented individuals like Leo would become insignificant. Leo quietly observed him. The demonic ring's influence was spreading deeper into his mind. Dark magic erupted again. Leo deflected it effortlessly. The possession wasn't complete. Part of Ra was still resisting. Like lightning, Leo closed the distance. One slash removed the elf's arm. The next strike drove a blade through his shoulder. Leo mocked him openly. People like Ra never bothered improving themselves. They relied entirely on stolen power, borrowed strength. He encouraged the elf to keep regenerating. That way Leo could keep cutting him apart until there was nothing left. The ring whispered into Ra's thoughts, mocking him, humiliating him. Why was he struggling against a mere child? The ring reminded him that Leo wasn't even the true objective. The summoning circle mattered more. While Leo focused on Ra, a severed hand slowly crawled across the ground. Leo briefly checked on the girls. They were holding their own. When he turned back, something finally clicked. The right arm hadn't regenerated. That was wrong, very wrong. His instincts immediately screamed danger. Kieran suddenly pointed at the ground in panic. The severed hand had completed the summoning circle. Ra coughed blood and laughed. It was too late. His body glowed crimson. The girls froze. Even the Death Knight looked back toward the ritual. Leo immediately retreated. Something terrifying was awakening below. The earth shook violently, cracks spread in every direction. Then a gigantic skeletal hand emerged from the depths. Kieran stared in horror. What kind of nightmare was that? Leo answered immediately. A skeleton king, a truly monstrous existence. Ra laughed hysterically. Power surged through him. He convinced himself that this strength belonged to Lady Luna. Leo instantly rejected that idea. The senior had surrendered completely to black magic. Nothing about this power belonged to the founder. Leaping forward, Leo shouted that such disgusting corruption could never be associated with Luna. Ra only laughed harder. The skeleton king raised an enormous hand. Leo barely escaped the crushing blow. The impact shattered the ground. According to Ra, the king now obeyed him completely. Kieran asked whether retreating might be the smarter option. Leo disagreed. Something about the monster felt unstable. As he dodged another attack, he explained that the summoning had been rushed. Ra couldn't maintain a creature of this level forever. The most basic law of summoning remained unchanged. Every summon required mana, and eventually the supply would run dry. Their goal was simple: survive, stall, wait for the power to burn out. Leo transferred mana into Kieran and ordered him to provide support. The fairy immediately took off, distracting the giant monster. At the same time, Leo unleashed a powerful light spell. The skeleton king barely reacted. Its crimson eyes glowed brighter. Another sword strike came crashing down. Leo evaded once more. The gap between them was enormous, but victory didn't require overpowering it, only enduring. Unfortunately, Ra wasn't finished. Another spell shot toward Leo as he landed. This time, Runia intervened. A blazing wall of fire erupted between them and blocked the attack completely. She declared that she would handle the corrupted senior. Leo could focus entirely on the skeleton king. He glanced toward Aaron. Could she really handle the Death Knight alone? Runia answered immediately. Aaron wasn't some fragile little girl, not anymore. The scene shifted to Aaron's desperate struggle. She raised her shield just in time to catch the Death Knight's blade, but the sheer force behind the strike sent her skidding across the ground. The monster laughed. It mocked her for thinking she could challenge him alone. Kargor attacked again the moment he sensed her presence closing in. This time, Aaron ducked beneath the strike. She reminded herself that failure wasn't an option. If she fell here, her friends would pay the price. Gathering her courage, she drove her sword straight through the Death Knight's body. The monster only laughed harder. The wound meant nothing. A brutal kick followed, launching her across the battlefield. Aaron struggled back to her feet. The Death Knight sneered and called her nothing more than a rookie. Soon he promised her skull would become another trophy. Aaron refused to bend. She declared that great heroes had never walked their paths alone. They had always been supported by those who believed in them. Then she rose again. Something deep inside her awakened. She remembered her ancestor, Berkia, a hero who had once sworn never to waver in her convictions. Aaron tightened her grip and raised her sword once more. For the first time, the Death Knight looked uneasy. That energy, it felt like fairy magic. He charged. Aaron stood her ground. This was no ordinary power. It was a secret art passed down through generations of fairy knights. As the undead warrior closed in, she unleashed Evergreen. Her blade flashed forward. One clean strike, one unwavering conviction. The skeleton was cut apart. The Death Knight received the full execution package. His body began fading away. Even at the end, he couldn't accept that a child had defeated him. Aaron tried forcing herself to keep standing. She still wanted to help the others. Unfortunately, her vision blurred. Her strength vanished, and she collapsed. Meanwhile, another battle was reaching its climax. Ra grinned and asked Runia whether she was ready for another round. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed a lightning dragon spell determined to erase her completely. Runia reacted at the final second. A fiery turtle materialized before her. Its shell intercepted the attack, then something unbelievable happened. The lightning reflected. It reversed course and drilled straight through Ra. The senior's eyes widened. Runia smirked. Did he really think she would just stand there and take it? Another wave of flames exploded forward. Ra was swallowed whole. When the fire finally settled, he crashed to the ground smelling like burnt meat. Runia turned away. Victory seemed certain. Then needles of energy erupted from nowhere and pierced her body. Her expression twisted in shock. Leo immediately noticed. His focus slipped. That single moment was enough. The skeleton king struck. A colossal blow crashed into him. The explosion launched him across the battlefield. Far away from the fight, Leo pulled himself from the remains of a shattered tree. Pain surged through his arm. Kieran circled him in panic. The fairy demanded to know if he was alive. Leo calmly told him to relax. As long as he was breathing, the fight wasn't over. Then he started walking back. Halfway there, he stopped. The skeleton king had activated a curse. The entire battlefield began twisting unnaturally. Without hesitation, Leo summoned Fiora. He asked the little phoenix to make some noise. A sharp cry echoed through the air. Instantly, the curse shattered. The healing effect spread outward, restoring both Runia and Aaron. Leo thanked Fiora and called for her help once again. power surged through him. His body ignited with blazing energy as he locked onto the enemy. The Skeleton King answered with another devastating strike. Leo narrowly avoided it. Watching him fight, Runia finally understood something. Leo had absolutely no fear of death. He moved exactly the way heroes were supposed to move. The realization left a deep impression on her. Recalling her flame turtle, she praised it for its efforts before turning her attention back toward Ra. Another attack ignited her flames. This time they latched onto his arm. Ra laughed and called her flames pathetic. Runia answered without hesitation. Her family had always shared ties with the Phoenix. Her ancestor had sworn to burn Tartarus and every demon within it to ashes. Ra told her to stop rambling, then he sensed something wrong. The flames refused to go out. That immediately put him on edge. Runia continued. As long as she lived, that oath lived with her. She reminded him that his left eye had already become demonic. The fire wouldn't stop until he became a pile of charcoal. Closing the distance, she grabbed hold of his arm. The flames intensified. Then she revealed the catch. The technique burned the user as well. Ra called her insane. Runia didn't care. She had already decided to drag him down with her if necessary. Then everything changed. The flames vanished without warning. Ra relaxed for a brief moment, a fatal mistake. He prepared to retaliate. But suddenly the ring on his finger lost control. A vortex appeared. The force dragged him toward it. Ra screamed. He ordered it to stop. The ring ignored him. Moments later, it swallowed him whole. Gone, Runia stared in disbelief. The summoner had vanished. So why was the Skeleton King still active? The answer came quickly. The ring began glowing again, this time with an entirely different aura. Leo immediately tensed. That presence. He knew it. The Demon King issued a command through the ring. Continue the mission. The Skeleton King obeyed and raised its sword once more. Leo's expression darkened. The energy was unmistakable. Hellkaiser. The Lich King himself was now using the ring as a vessel, and if Leo's guess was correct, the target was the protective barrier surrounding the region. There was no time left. Leo charged. He shouted for Kieran to support him. The Skeleton King brought its blade crashing down. Leo intercepted it with everything he had. Even so, he felt himself losing ground. Cracks spread through the barrier behind him, then the monster overpowered him completely. Leo was launched backward. He crashed straight through the collapsing shield. Kieran screamed his name as Leo disappeared into the distance. Moments later, the barrier shattered entirely. Some time later, Leo slowly opened his eyes. His two companions rushed over, except now they had been reduced to tiny glowing orbs. Looking at his hands, Leo immediately understood. His spiritual energy was completely depleted. Forcing himself upright, he surveyed the destruction around him. His chest tightened. The fairy land had truly fallen into ruin. Then something caught his eye. A dagger rested atop a nearby stone slab. The moment he saw it, recognition hit him. A memory from another life resurfaced. Back when he was Kyle. Back when he had handed that same dagger to Berkia, she had immediately accused him of trying to dump junk on her. The girl had thrown a full tantrum, insisting the weapon looked completely useless. Leo had fired back that the dagger had carried him through countless battles. Then his companions called for him. It was time to leave. Berkia looked devastated. But all he could do was pat her head and tell her goodbye. Then he stepped through the portal while she watched him disappear. Back in the present, Leo picked up the dagger. A faint smile appeared. Berkia had called it stupid, yet she had kept it all this time. Suddenly the weapon began shining. An overwhelming flood of mana erupted from within. The dagger had finally recognized its true owner. Leo felt power surge through his body. For a brief moment he wondered which spell would be appropriate. Then he noticed another fire attack striking the Skeleton King. The girls were still fighting. Runia and Aaron could barely remain standing. The monster was closing in, then Aaron sensed it, a colossal wave of magic. Something was approaching from behind them. Golden light erupted from a ruined building. Both girls instinctively braced themselves. Runia couldn't help smiling. If Leo truly had a contract with a phoenix, then pulling off something ridiculous like this was completely on brand. Wrapped in unimaginable power, Leo admitted that the spell was still inferior to its original form. But it would do. More importantly, he figured the girls would enjoy the view. Then stars began falling from the sky. Both girls froze. Aaron instantly recognized it. Ancient records had described this spell. Finale, the strongest spell ever recorded. Countless celestial stars descended. The Skeleton King disappeared beneath the storm. Moments later, it ceased to exist. Leo casually walked forward as if none of that had been a big deal. Then he summoned Kieran. The fairy appeared ready for battle, only for Leo to inform him that the battle had already ended. Instead, Kieran had another task: recover his wings. The fairy shot off immediately. Runia and Aaron hurried toward Leo. He asked how they were holding up. Runia immediately complained that he was supposed to be the injured one. Aaron was simply relieved he was still alive. Naturally, Runia demanded an explanation for the absurd spell. Leo pointed toward the dagger. That artifact had made it possible. Aaron's eyes sparkled. A hero relic. Meanwhile, Runia started wondering whether this had been Tartarus's true objective all along. Just then, Kieran returned. Proudly, He announced that he had recovered the wings his father had hidden away. Then he asked Leo to help remove the seals. Runia's brain nearly crashed. The artifact had started glowing again. Could that really be a hero fragment? Moments later, the answer arrived. The hero record unfolded. The entire group was instantly dragged into another world. Runia spun around in confusion. Then a voice echoed through the strange landscape. Who in their right mind planned to challenge Erebus? The speaker called them idiots for even considering it, then casually decided to join anyway because it sounded interesting. Leo slowly turned around. A familiar figure stood there. She introduced herself as Luna, the one who illuminated the night sky with stars. Only then did Leo finally realize the truth. This hero fragment belonged to him, back when he had still been Kyle.